sure they know. What do you reckon we are? We are 20 minutes behind?
Yeah. 20 minutes and rising with every second Formula Fords aren't going out there.
How are we so far behind on the second session of the day?
Super Trucks had a top 5 shootout and it took them like 15 minutes to go out there again. They did qualifying, then a top 5 shootout, and they all went back in the pits for some reason and changed a few things.
This is why Super Trucks have never been on
No.
a national series before.
Oh, they're on the early days of Shannon's. They're on the early days.
Motor Raceway. It's the 6th and final round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. It's been a long 9 months, and we've started in summer. We're coming all the way back around almost. I'm Matt Cavanagh, joined with me, Jared McLean. What a season it's been.
Yeah, we're going to close it out. Massive stars here at the Winton Wrap. What a place to be. It's incredible here.
I tell you what, TA2 muscle cars this year has been super exciting to watch, but Jared Hughes was very dominant. And last round at Mallala over there in South Australia, he managed to clinch the title early. Not here this weekend because he's got GT4 commitments over in New Zealand, so we haven't actually got him at the track, but we did catch up with him earlier in the week to talk to him about his championship win.
Hey guys, Jared Hughes here. Unfortunately, not going to be at Winton this weekend for the last round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Racing in New Zealand, Hampton Downs in the GT4 Series. Unfortunately, those two rounds have clashed, but unreal to wrap up the championship with a round to go. Can't thank my whole team enough. The whole group of people that are behind me have been amazing this year. It's been a massive team effort from myself to my mechanics and Laurie on the data and engineering. The whole team has been awesome. So I can't thank IES Motorsport and Encore Motorsport enough for all the support they've given me this year and for all the working together we've done as well. Obviously, it's a hard thing to win a championship, no matter what championship it is, and it took a lot of hard work and a lot of time and money and everything like that. So you can't thank them enough for everything they've done for this year, and yeah, looking forward to where this takes us. It's awesome to wrap this up, and it's a great thing to add to my resume as well. There's obviously some pretty fast people and some awesome people that have won this series in the past, so it's awesome to be added to that list. But we'll see where this takes us now. It's been a great 2025, and then we'll see where 2026 takes us. But yeah, can't thank everyone enough that's in my corner, and look forward to seeing what the results are like this weekend.
Well, Jared Hughes, what a mammoth effort to wrap up the TA2 Muscle Car Championship. But second place still wide open, Matty Cav.
Oh yeah, there's plenty still to fight for, isn't it? I mean, we've got Ben Gomersol and Josh Thomas, the two teammates out of TFH Hire that are going to go, well, they're going to go door to door really, because qualifying was super exciting yesterday, and they're starting off alongside each other.
Yeah, there was an interesting moment there with a bit of rain. A couple of drivers were able to use the wet weather tyres, which we haven't really seen all season. Not able to gather too much data, but still interesting to watch.
Well, it's not all about TA2 muscle cars this weekend, though, because we've got 8 categories on show here. There's plenty of racing to unfold. The Formula Fords are out there this weekend, of course, finishing off their season. Innovation race cars, Australian production cars got plenty of racing on. The Legend cars, Australia is part of their Australian title as well. The Aussie Tim Thompson, for the first time, we're going to see the Australian Super Trucks join us.
I'm excited to see that. It's amazing how squirrely and sideways these machines can get coming onto the home straight. Something to watch.
It's going to be exciting. I tell you what, though, at the moment the sun is out. It's getting very warm. 20 degrees here today so far at Winton Motor Raceway. So expect that to probably play it with the drivers a little bit.
Yeah, going to get hot during the day. As always, the word is tyre deck. How hard do you go early in the piece to try and bring it home with a decent result?
Well, to get us started with the action here today, let's head up to the commentary box with Dan McCarthy.
Thanks very much, guys. Pleasure to be here at Winton Motor Raceway for the final round of the Hi-Tec All Super Series. Can't believe it already. It has absolutely flown by. On track at the moment, we have qualifying for round 9 of the Ford Stars and Renegades series. The session has only just begun. The first couple of flying laps have been set, and there's still plenty more time in this session. As you can see at the moment, Jamie Rowe sits at the top of the leaderboard in the number 48 machine. He is up by 0.6 of a second at this point in time. But as I say, this is very much the early stages of this session. We expect to see the flyers to come in the next few minutes, as Will Lowing, that we're looking at on the screen right now through the fast 1-2 switchback, goes to position number 2. So watch that leaderboard change in the coming moments as Kobe Williams now goes to the top. The man who has really dominated this series for much of the year. He's finished top 2 in all but one race this year, a majority of which have been race victories. So he's not only been consistent, but he's been ultra fast as well. Points are on offer for this qualifying session. 10 points for pole position, 5 points if you qualify on the front row alongside the pole sitter, and also 1 additional point if you are in position number 3. So there are points to be made in this session, and these guys will be taking it very seriously out there on the race circuit. Kobe Williams, he's obviously just gone to the top, but he's just gone purple in sector number 1 as well, so he's looking fast out there at the moment. No Lachlan Evernet this weekend, the man who's racing pretty much everything at the moment, whether it's Formula Ford, whether it's Toyota 86s, whether it's TA2 or Trans Am, whatever it is, he's normally at the Podium, but he's got his exams, his final exams this weekend, so not a part of it, unfortunately, but what a fine addition he has been. He took a couple of great wins at Malala Motorsport Park last time out in South Australia, as we look at the Fabcon-sponsored Spectre of Jamie Rowe, who's in position number 2, and he's on a good lap, actually. He went purple in, PB in sector number 1 and in sector number 2 as well, so he is going to improve, but I'm looking at his time compared to Kobe Williams, and he's going to improve time, but it doesn't look like he's going to improve position, and he actually drops 2 wheels out through the grass and gravel there on the outside of the final corner, which will cost him crucial time, and it did. It cost him a good few tenths of a second, that mistake out the final corner, and as a result, he does not improve. That was a hairy slide through turn number 2. The kid is pushing early on in this qualifying session. Joe Fawcett has jumped up to position number 2 now. He actually won one of the races here at Winton Motor Raceway. Winton Motor Raceway, I'll get it out in a moment. In the first round of the year. So we started the season at Winton, and we are concluding the season here at Winton as well. And here is the man at the top of the timesheets at the moment, the number 94 machine. We're quite used to seeing that this year. Since the last round at Malala, he's actually gone on to also win the Australian Formula Ford Championship as well. So it's been a fantastic year for the youngster who comes across the line. The Victorian swings it into turns 1 and 2. What a glorious piece of road that is. Get right up close to the concrete wall and tyre barrier on the outside there. Use all the road to maximise your straight line speed towards turn number 3. Another great overtaking opportunity. The circuit located just outside of the little town of Benalla in country Victoria, around about 2 hours north of the Melbourne CBD. Hosted Australian touring car action for many, many years. Opened back in the early 60s, this circuit. It was a bit of a shorter track back then, but was extended in the mid-90s to the full 3-kilometre layout, which all 8 categories will be using here this weekend. The boys touched on it. We do have so much across the course of this weekend. 8 categories, of course, the TA2 Muscle Car Series, TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series, presented by Maritimo. They'll be out qualifying next before their 4 races. They've got 2 today. They'll go qualifying again tomorrow before 2 races on Sunday's schedule, and so many other categories as well, including the Big Rigs, the Australian Super Truck Series. We've got another open wheel series, the Australian Drivers' Championship, the Aussie-built Hyper Race X1s. They'll be out there as well. But we do have some tin-top categories, including Super TT, Australian production cars as well. So there's a huge eclectic mix of categories here this weekend. Brad James in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine sits position number 6, and he's come into the lane, so I think he'll be coming in for maybe a few tyre pressure changes. And speaking of people in the lane, Melinda Price, you're down there. How are you, Mel?
Yes, good morning, everybody. So it's turned into the busiest man probably in pit lane right now. Lee Stibbs competing in IRC and qualifying second yesterday, but here you are all strapped into a TA2 car for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, it came at pretty late notice, but the first time I drove for George was fairly late notice. That gave me a day, and this one's given me a few hours. So I've got Christy helping me on the can, so yeah, we should be okay. I'm not completely foreign to this category, but yeah, go out and see what we can do in qualifying.
I mean, you've driven these cars before and obviously hugely successful in both categories, but they couldn't be any more different, could they?
Yeah, no, we're going to... Crispy's going to be on the radio just constantly reminding me of braking markers, because I don't want to get these two mixed up between the two cars.
And then you've got the ABS versus no ABS as well.
Yeah, correct. So, yeah, if we touch the dirt, you know why.
Well, you've been rock starring it all year. I'm sure this little new challenge won't change that.
Yeah, we're just grateful of the opportunity. Grateful of George Gambino and all the guys at Hi-Tec. So, Jack Tolty looks after both cars and has done a great job. Raff has done a great job. So, yeah, grateful for the opportunity.
Good stuff. Thanks, Lee. Over to you, J-Mac.
Well, in practice yesterday on our Fast Friday sessions, Ben Gomersall in the Unit Racing TFH Hire TA2 was quickest out here at Winton Motor Raceway by 0.12 of a second. Next door is a man he's going toe-to-toe with for second place in the TA2 Muscle Car Championship, Josh Thomas. These guys are going tit for tat, as it were. Now, Josh also has a stiff amount of competition with his brother Diesel, who last night took out AASA's Rookie of the Year. So a fantastic trio of cars all set to do battle here at Winton for the Winton Wrap.
Thanks very much, guys, for the pit lane update. It's great to have them a part of the coverage. They'll be very, very busy with so many categories here this weekend. This man, while we were down there in the lane, has just shot up to position number 2, 400ths faster than Joe Fawcett. So Will Lowing, good from him to move up into position number 2, but still 4/10 away from that benchmark set by Kobe Williams a few moments ago. 3 minutes left on the clock. A few cars have come in and altered tyre pressures. Joe Fawcett was one of those drivers. Both of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machines as well have done that. So we may see some late improvements with the tyre pressures slightly altered into the tight section of this circuit. The 3 switchback hairpins underneath the gum tree, turn number 8. And you want to keep it pretty far to the left-hand side to open up this hairpin. Oh, a bit of mid-corner slide there from Will Lowing as he gets on the power and rolls out the corner towards turn number 10. The tighter, the 90-degree left-hander. It's a tricky corner, that one. A lot of people say it's a real challenge. It really does fall away from you on the exit, and you can really make yourself look a fool down there in a heartbeat. 2 minutes remain on the clock, so these guys will be either starting their penultimate lap or about to start their final lap. J-Mac, you've got an update for us.
Brock Payne, last time we saw him racing here was a fantastic force to be reckoned with. Cast your mind back to Malala, where he actually scored his highest qualifying position, locking in a second row start in P4. What have we got to offer here today? Well, he topped a session of practice yesterday, but that was in the wet. Obviously, vastly different conditions. He admitted he just wanted to go out and see what the car was like in totally different conditions to what he's raced. He's got the Hoosiers bolted on here today. Let's see what Brock Payne has in the Brisbane Builders-backed number 33 machine.
Thank you for that update. Yes, TA2 will be out next. So we're coming right now down to the closing stages of this one. Kobe Williams has said, that is that. I'm not going to get any more out of my car. A 1 minute 25.349 is the time that has put him to the top of the timesheets. He has come in the lane with just over a minute to go. So his session is done. He said, boys, if you want to beat me, you're going to have to do it shortly. And as you can see on the screen at the moment, there are no PB sectors. A huge slide on turn in there for Jamie Rowe. The rear end protested, sliding out through the fast downhill right-hander. That corner's been reprofiled in the last few years. You can see the flat curbs now on the outside of this circuit. Prior to COVID, they were the rounded curbs, like you can see here on the inside of this hairpin, and that's really opened up turns 3 and 4 in particular. Really made those corners quite a lot faster and opened up a bit more overtaking opportunities as well for a potential switchback around that section of the circuit. We'll see that come into effect, of course, in the racing later on today. But for now, I'm just not seeing any PB sectors popping up at all. I think the session might be done and dusted as Brad James comes into the pit lane. Checkered flag is out anyway, and there are no improvements out there on the circuit. Jamie Rowe also comes into the pits. P4 for him. He just misses out on a bonus point. Very tight, actually, from position 2 to position number 4. Those three separated by just a smidge over a tenth. So Lowing in second to Rowe in position number 4, just over 1/10 of a second. This man was a star at the last round at Malala on debut in the Super Series, the Stars and Renegades Super Series Formula Ford Championship. He got a fantastic podium finish in the final race. It was a brilliant drive from him through the field, and he was catching up to the likes of Evernet and Kobe Williams late on. And if there's a couple more laps, he may well have taken the race victory. So look out for Mr. Demoy in this one, Isaac Demoy, the youngster. Look out for him starting this next race this afternoon from position number 5. Will Lowing can't improve on that final attempt. I think the best had very much gone out of those tyres, so second is all he can do. As we look at Tabitha Ambrose on the circuit, she's also buttoned off. She did go middle sector PB last time by, but no improvements overall over the course of the lap, so she remains at the tail of the field. She swings it in on her in-lap, so just a couple of drivers out there now, and this session has pretty much run its course. So Kobe Williams will start race number 1 this afternoon from pole position with a 1:25.349. Will Lowing 4/10 off in the end. He starts from position number 2. A great qualifying from him on the front row ahead of Joe Fawcett, who, as I say, has good form here at Winton Motor Raceway. He scored the 1 point for P3. Jamie Rowe will start from 4th ahead of Isaac Demoy, Brad James. Then we have Jack Johnson and Tabitha Ambrose rounding out the 8-driver field. The V8s are rumbling down there in the pit lane, and the cars are at a 45-degree angle, which means we are just moments away from getting the TFH Hyatt TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo from getting underway for their qualifying session. Alongside me and calling you through all of the action will be Matt Nolte. Matt, this will be a good one.
Hello, Dan. Great to be with you. Great job there during Formula Ford, my friend, on a beautiful Saturday morning after a cracking spring storm burst over the top of Winton Motor Raceway yesterday. And now we're set for TFH Hyatt TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Feels like yesterday we were here back in February, and now it's the final round of 2025 with Jared Hughes crowned as champion, but battle for second and third is on, including this young guy who was awarded Rookie of the Year in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series last night. We're talking Diesel Thomas. They make their way out onto this historic track that opened back in 1960. This configuration opened back in 1997, and 12 turns, just bang on 3 kilometres or 1.8 miles for the older generation watching today. Hope you're enjoying the action. It is a beautiful day here at Winton. We're looking for temps in the high 20s as we look at the 92 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro and talk about Hi-Tec Oils. The guy alongside me, not out there, but probably wishing he was, Brad Gardner, at a track that's been very, very kind to you over the last couple of years. Missing in action, brother. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Noel. Good morning to everyone watching. But yeah, not out there this weekend. 20 rounds in a row with the TA2, and it's my first one sitting out, but that's all right because it's great to be here. It's great to be here with Hi-Tec Oils and, yeah, in the box with you.
You glanced over 20 rounds in succession without including the Bathurst 6-hour round this year. That is a massive effort. Tell us why you're not out there and what are the plans? You're looking to come back into it next year. Where are we going to see BG in 2026?
Yeah, no, it's been a great couple of years, starting in mid-22, so it's been awesome. Thanks to, obviously, Hi-Tec Oils, Peter Robinson, my family, everyone. So, yeah, next year I hope we just build up to it. Obviously, we need to collect some more budget and go out there. But, yeah, just not a lot to achieve here in the last couple of rounds, and understanding with a great couple of sponsors and Hi-Tec Oils, so we'll just sit it out and gear up for a big one next year.
When you look back at this season, I know you gave yourself an uppercut a couple of times there, and it wasn't your best effort, a handful of third-place finishes. You've ended the season on a high last year, winning 3 of the 4 races at Winton Motor Raceway. How much has the intensity risen in the series this year? Has it caught you by surprise?
Yeah, absolutely. Last year, myself and Josh Haynes, Jared Hughes would come in every now and then, and we were just duking it out at the front. It was really good fun, and the intensity was up there. Lap times are no real difference, but the competition now is just another level. You've got supercar drivers, Super 2 drivers and GD4 drivers coming back for off weekends here and there, but the talent now is just there's not two. There's 50% of the field can win on any given weekend.
Evidence at the tag team enduro event this year when that first started in 2023 Hidden Valley. You compare the race results to what we saw there earlier this year, it really has stepped up. I'd say at least 150 to maybe 200%.
Yeah, no, at least, yeah. It's crazy last year. Like I said, anyone could win, but really between myself, Jared, and Josh, that was all that was winning. And now this year on screen, Ben Gomezor, Super 2, and the top 5 of Super 2 easy. So it's the level right now is stepped right up.
So we move into this qualifying session, of which 20 minutes available on the clock, and this will set the grid for race number 1 here this afternoon. The result of that will set the grid for the second race. We come back tomorrow morning and do the same for the final 2 races of the season. And with Jared Hughes enough of a lead after Malala, where he was very under the weather at that round, he still managed to get a consistent result there. He's over in Hampton Downs this weekend, where he and Summer Rental have just qualified in the top 3 for the GT4 race, which is coming up this afternoon. He can rest easy knowing he's won that series. Ben Gomezor probably not as happy as what he thought with this season. I really thought after that first round this year that he would really take it to Jared Hughes, but maybe 2026 will be the year for the unit racing team.
Yeah, definitely. Congrats to Jared for winning the championship. I know how hard it is to even run in the top 3 of this championship, and the worst round this year for him has played in perfectly, so he can miss out the last round and drop that at 0 points and move on. And he was lucky enough that he had to drop one mid-season at Sydney Motorsport Park and have Tim Brooks step in and clean sweep that weekend was perfect as well. Changeable
conditions here yesterday during practice. It was quite humid, quite muggy here in the afternoon. In fact, the second session was hampered by some wet weather. We had an amazing thunderstorm that went across the region here last night, and completely different conditions today. The humidity's gone, it's really clear, and nice conditions compared to what we had for practice yesterday, where times are in the 125s. 125.7 was the quickest, where majority of the top 5 set that in the third practice session of the weekend. It was Gomezor, Thomas, Hayden Hume and Blake Tracy who you teamed up with. Another young talent, and that kid's got a future.
Yeah, Blake Tracy right now is the name around Australian motorsport. He really is making a great name for himself, clean sweeping a Trans Am round earlier on in the year at Tailem Bend, and yeah, Hi-Tec is giving me a great opportunity here to run at his home track, and obviously won some races at Malala, so it's awesome to see Blake Tracy out there in the 66, and Lee Stibbs has stepped into 92 overnight to do double duties after Ben Cavenagh has stepped aside.
Yeah, Benny had a run yesterday afternoon in the conditions, has opted to jump out of the 92 car, which leaves him just to run in the production car series, the APC final round, which is part of the program here today at the Winton wrap-up. So Stibbs has been a busy man in 2025, jumps aboard the 92 car. Interesting to see how he goes here with these final 4 races. So Gomezor, with the times yet to be posted at the moment, we've got Blake Tracy on a really flying fast lap back in 3rd position, but very early days, 14.5 minutes, and you know it better than most with the conditions we have out there. A lot of UV on the track. You won't want to put too many laps on these Hoosier tyres.
Yeah, no, it's a really warm one today at Winton. So I think with the Hoosier tyre this weekend, it's going to be, in my opinion, if you don't get your flying lap done in the first 2 laps, it's going to be hard to do one. And yeah, we're joking around with Lee Stibbs in the truck this morning. He's been driving a car with paddle shift and ABS, and yeah, these cars definitely haven't got that. So I just see him lock up there going into turn 3, and that'd be because yeah, no ABS, no paddle shift.
Yeah, your foot's the ABS, not the onboard computer, as Tracy goes second with that lap. It's only 0.009 of a second between he and Josh Thomas, who had a forgetful weekend of the Aussie Racing Car Series at the Gold Coast last weekend. Brock Payne drops into P1 now, the 24-0. And Thomas, Tracy, Gomezor and Hayden Hume, who raced in Toyota 86 last weekend at Surfers Paradise, is next with Josh Webster, Graham Cheney. Happy birthday, Graham Cheney, for yesterday. Won't tell me how old he is. It's somewhere between 25 and 45.
Yeah, I'm not going to go guess them now. I don't want to get in trouble. But yeah, there's just some fast times getting posted out here right now. Last year, and especially round 1 on a different tyre. But yeah, last year I think pole was a 24.3. So pretty racy out there from Brock Payne. It's a nice lap. Hopefully the rest of the guys can get in there and get their laps done. And as we speak of him, he's off the track.
And what a difference it's been since the start of the year. A very dry outfield, and look at the grass clippings that have made their way into the front scoop of the Hutchinson Builders Sky Blue number 33 Chevy Camaro that starred at Sydney Motorsport Park earlier this year, but has really been out in the wilderness since, and took that to a literal move there coming off the track there at turn 5. Easy to do, though, can really suck you into that corner.
Yeah, easy to do, especially in these cars. You sort of want to get in there and set it on the front, but it's not the easiest car to do it in. Very low aero and moving around a lot on the tyre. But yeah, I'd like to think Brock Payne would like to get that thing to the pits and clear the grass off the front before it overheats.
Here it is on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. This is Blake Tracy. Hello. You've been teaching him some speedway stuff with that move?
Yeah, I know he likes the wet and he likes moving around a little bit, but that's maybe a bit far for Blake. So if he wants to get a lap done, he's in the pits now, so he'll have to get out there and get it done. I know he's pretty keen on the home track.
It's a catchy disease there. Brock Payne doing the same a few moments later and kicks up some dust from the outfield there at turn 5 and regains the track now back. Payne still hangs on a good lap up to lap point 2 with a 24.0. Here's Josh Webster having a bite at turn 1. And the corner bit him back, so taking to the infield and waiting for a spot in traffic, going past what would be the old pit entry back in the days here. That was a gnarly experience trying to work on cars when that was the pit lane back in the 90s. We go back to Hayden Cullen, who jumps into Scott Taylor Motorsport Mustang, his first run, then passed by the rockstar Danny Reedy, Danny Orr earth-moving number 5 in his first full season in the series. Loved his time out there. And we're missing Robbie Farr this weekend too, who's decided to call time not on his career, but certainly for the balance of this season. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing the sprint car start back in 2026. Loving these shots, chasing the cars up through this section. It's a really technical track, but it's exciting and rewarding. Yeah, it's an extremely little difficult track to get right. So many, not a real high-speed track, but so many little nicks and knacks. To get a lap right around here, it takes a lot. So to get it done, the guys are going to have to be on it. And I think we're seeing the track heat up, tyres heat up, and a lot of people making little mistakes here. Not many people going faster. And knacks. We can weave that into commentary later on today. We've got Brad Gardner alongside me here, second in last year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. Diesel Thomas walking this car back into the pits. Doesn't look like that car is even alive by the sound of it from the in-car. We look at Mark Crutcher that sits at pit lane, and he's yet to even roll out in a number 4 Mustang, one of the newest cars we have in the fleet, the ever-excitable New South Welshman, as he joins the track here now in car number 4. So in the pits at the moment, Payne, Gomersall, Thomas and Tracy. And still 10 minutes to go. Let's go to pit lane. Here's Tammy.
Good chat to Mark Crutcher to find out, was he trying to avoid the heat or was he playing strategy? By the looks of it, he's playing strategy.
It's been, thanks Tammy, it's been a bit of a craze he's done this year as well, waiting for everyone else to do a lap, then joins the track. The risk you put yourself in here, and you know it better than I do, is what if we get a red flag when you get snookered? Yeah, if he gets a red flag here now, especially with only 9 minutes to go, it's pretty risky business, but I can tell everyone loves Crutch. I feel like he just wants to go out there, doesn't want to be bothered by anyone else, just wants to do his own thing. So it's pretty smart. We used to do it a little bit last year when we knew it was a low risk, red flag sort of track, but anything can happen. Hopefully he gets a lap on the board, goes out, puts it, and Crutch can pull out anything, maybe top 5. Yeah, and he's looking for clean track out there. He's had the car this year on more than one occasion to get a top 5 result. Those drives he did at Queensland Raceway from the back of the field up to the top 10. There's no doubting he can wheel one of these TA2 muscle cars around. As we check in with Lee Stibbs, who's on a good lap on his way down to the penultimate turns here. This will at least get him up maybe into the top 5 as he comes to terms with the 92 Chevy Camaro that Robbie Farr was driving this year. He pounds his way out. The South Australians making his way down towards the finish line. And that should rocket him up. Winning a couple of positions in the end. So lost a bit in that last sector. In fact, 1.3 seconds in that last sector alone. Yeah, he must have made a mistake there. I know he'd be disappointed, but I know how much he was not really expecting too much out of this after not driven one of these cars for a couple of rounds now. And as I said, driving a completely different car. The IRC is completely driven off aero and driver assistance. So a lot faster car, a tyre that's probably a lot more gripped up. So very little practice for Lee this weekend, but yeah, hopefully he can get in a groove, and I'm sure he'll pass some cars in the races. Bit of focus on the Josh Thomas car in the pit. Seems to be a lot of work on the rear end of the 69 TFH higher entry. We just saw, I caught out of our commentary box window, a bit of debris on the straight up here that leads us down to what used to be turn number 1 in the day. So it's off the racing line. They'll keep an eye on that. And that's not a good sign. That's, I reckon, Diesel Thomas that was cruising into the pits. That car sounded silent, didn't it, when we were on the in-car camera before? Yeah, and up until then, he was on his best sector by a long way too, sector 1, so disappointing for him. So here's Mark Crutcher, the only driver in the field that's completed every single round here at Winton Motor Raceway. We also got to say a shout out to Paul Hadley, who was expected to drive today, but has withdrawn with a reoccurring wrist injury. It's a shame because he was on target for his 100th race here tomorrow. One of the more experienced guys in the field, the category that started back in 2017 and just gets bigger and better. Of course, next year with the calendar soon to be announced, it's an exciting time, isn't it? A lot of people queuing up to be part of this series. You've been around it through its development years, and good to see a lot of people now watching this and deciding it's time to get involved.
Yeah, it's awesome what Stephen White and the whole team from AASA and the Hi-Tec Super Series managed to do in the last 2 to 3 years is just massive. From 2022 when I first started and having George come on board the series, it's just skyrocketed with the TV broadcasts, in my opinion, second to none. And the cars with TA2 headlining confirmed next year, and Marcus Ambrose confirmed to be competition director. And I think it's amazing. I think it's great things to come for the series. As we see Blake Tracy's come out for another run, it'll be interesting to see if he's put his other 2 tyres on.
What he doesn't want to do is find the other cars cruising out of pit lane. At the moment, he's around the back section of the circuit here. And there's 3 kilometres and only 15 cars out there. That's fine, saying there's plenty of space, but if they all come out at once and he starts his lap, he'll catch them at a really, really tricky point.
Yeah, that's the issue you get. You get people like Mark Crutchlow playing a bit of a strategy game, and then you get Blake Tracy on his second run of qualifying. It looks like Brock Payne and Ben Gomersville might be pretty happy with the laps they've done. Yeah, Brock Payne half a second up the road on the rest of the field. That's a very nice lap, so I'm sure he's pretty happy with that. And yeah, doing only 4 laps, I'd say he's parked that car and saved his tyres. And yeah, especially this year with the new format that we've run the entire year with the 2 qualifying.
Yeah.
Progressive grid on Saturday, progressive grid on Sunday, but last year it was progressive grid all weekend for 4 races. So you get an opportunity for redemption if you make a mistake this morning. But yeah, I'm sure Blake Tracy will have a crack here and he'll want to put himself in the top 3 at least.
Do they feel like busy days? I mean, you get 3 practice sessions yesterday, but today it's 3 sessions and there's only a short amount of time. If you have a clean run, there's still not much time between the sessions to have a think about the next one, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I feel 3 practices, you know, even though they're similar times and everything, it's definitely a lot more laid back. You can run your own sort of strategy, come and go to pit lane whenever you want. Yeah, having 3 races in a day, 3 sessions qualifying, 2 races in a day, that's definitely a lot going on. So the drivers, especially a warm day tomorrow, being in the 30s, so it's definitely a lot going on, and yeah, it'll take it out of the team as well.
Off the track, I was watching him, he was ragging this car. I can see that out the commentary box window, and now it's going to shave about 20 seconds off the lap. It'll be validated anyway. But he was giving this Hi-Tec old Chevy Camaro a real ringing through turn 3 and 4, and eventually went off the track, and that's killed what could have been a good lap. And our camera guys have picked up, that did come off the car by the look of it. It looks like it's like a soft fabric material, and Crutcher making sure it doesn't cause any more grief. So he'll need to regroup and try again.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you one thing about Blake Tracy, he's a kid that will not die wondering. So he's gone out there for his second run and put it all on the table, but I'm going to say with the grass in the front of that car, he'll want to put it in pits, and that'll do him for this qualifying session.
Right, you've done the laps. Take us for a ride.
All right, so yeah, it's a pretty flowy track. You want to be pretty on it through turn 4 there, and coming in here, the worst thing you want is the car to be understeering or oversteering here. That car looks nice and settled. One slow motion under the wheel, and yeah, throwing through 5 to 6. He's up on the curb there, which is nice to see. And in here, a few nice little corners here. You got to put all together. It'd be interesting to see second gear there. So no limiter for him, but yeah, under the tree here, you got to keep it real tight. Let it flow out into 9, and yeah, get a good run on the 10. It's a big braking zone. Looks like he's got a little bit of traffic here too. He's on a pretty decent lap, away from his best, but he'll finish this lap off, and that might be the lap for him, I reckon.
The car doesn't look happy.
No, it's definitely skatey, and I'd say he's done 7 laps now, so that's nearly the highest out of any. So I reckon he's going to pull it up here, but yeah, those tyres will be getting nice and greasy.
Takes your advice and heads back into pit lane. Just shows you how busy they are on this 3 kilometre course. And Thomas comes back in. Front row start for him at Sydney is the highlight of the year. We go back to Hayden Pullen in his first weekend in the side rider entry. Kind of a 75, the Ford Mustang. Let's go to pit lane. Mel.
In the pit lane with Ben Gomersville, currently in P2. We're standing here watching the times, 4 tenths away from pole, but there's 2 others just on your heel.
Yeah, very close session, but credit to Brock. He did a really good lap there, so yeah, he's done a really good job. But no, it's pretty close besides that. So yeah, car was pretty good then. Still a few little things I think we can work on, but pretty happy.
So you've been in the pits for a while. You obviously decided pretty early in the session not to go out again. Are you conserving tyres, or was that all you had?
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, you got to do it on your first 2 laps. The tyre goes away so quick. So yeah, look, it didn't maximise it, but we'll still take P2.
Front row start, not too shabby.
Thank you.
And a cracking start to Movember here, Ben, with his moustache already in full flight.
He's been rocking that for about a month now, trying to get that ready for Movember. Well picked up, Mel, too, starting today. Diesel Thomas's car in the pits, and that's a sad sight for the young teenage star. Car number 18 was 8th. He's been in the pits now for 9 minutes. Just under 2 minutes to go. Here's Tammy.
So I've just jumped into the garage here of car number 18, the TFH Hire, Diesel Thomas's car. It's come back in because they've got a gearbox issue. I've just pulled Brett aside and he said, yep, the boys will work on it and get it back out for the next race.
And thanks, Tammy. That's a big harness underneath the car. Man, probably needs 2 or 3 extra bodies. He covers the entire TFH fleet, not just in this series, but in the Trico Trans Am series and the Aussie Racing Car series as well, which he was overseeing the technical side up there on the Gold Coast last weekend. So at least he's got a time on the board. He's in 8th and could be safe there with a fairly big margin across the top 10. A massive margin between first and second, half a second, but you take that on any given day.
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty happy to, obviously not happy with the car failure, but happy to park it up there and be safe in the top 10. You see Graham Cheney go for his second run now. It's just amazing to see the top 2 cars do the least amount of laps for the session. So just goes to show Brock Payne especially and Ben Gomes all gone out there and just done their laps. Nice and early, nice and easy on the tyres.
Well, Brock Payne daring to dream here in his first year. His best qualifying effort was 4th at Malala at the previous round and looks safe at the top with just four laps on these tyres. With Chet back in with Lee Stibbs back at 11th position, should get another lap in here with just over 30 seconds remaining. He needs to find at least a second.
Yeah, he's done the most amount of laps too out of any car on track. So in my opinion, those tyres have got nothing left in them. The only thing that might have something left in him is him. So after swapping the cars, he'll want to improve that, which doesn't look like he will, but he'll be hungry to go out there and go fast. He's on his 10th lap now.
And 4 tenths away from his best time alone. He's going for it one more time here with less than 10 seconds remaining. Danny Reedy is on his best lap of the session now in the Danny Orr Earth-moving number 5. The checkered flag waves to wrap up the session. So Stibbs will get this one in. I think you'll see what that first sector time is, BG, and go, well, should we commit with this or save these tyres for later today? They appear to be quite a sensitive tyre.
Yeah, quite a sensitive tyre to heat cycles and just heat overall pressure itself. But it's looking like nearly everyone's done, like Joseph for the pits, but yeah, Lee Stibbs locked up there too. So he'll be disappointed with that. He's got a very experienced Chris Pither in his ear, so he'll be on the ears to him and let him know that I'd say that is all over for his qualifying one.
7 tenths away. It's not too bad at the moment. If he commits to it, that lock-up might have scarred it. We'll pick it up here at the second sector as he powers away from the drone cam, which has given some cracking shots already today at Winton Motor Raceway. So second sector time now from a 31.4. So it's not going to be this lap, sadly, and he's going to start from 11th position. Reedy improved on the time, but not the position with a 26 flat to be 1.9 seconds away from the pole position. So checkered flag waves to end this 20-minute session with no red flags, but a new name at the top. Brock Payne collects his first pole position in the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. In only his 5th round start, the Formula RX8 champion from last year now will start from the pole, and that is critical here.
Yeah, around here, especially that run into turn 1-2, you want the pole with these rolling starts, and especially the new go zone that TA2 have got now. It's pretty well his corner into turn 1 come race 1 this morning. So great job by him to get his first pole within 5 races. And like I said, only 4 laps on those tyres. He's done his best lap on lap 3. So those tyres are good to go. Least amount of laps as anyone in the field. So he'll be ready to go.
4 tenths of a second, Mel Price, and Brock Payne puts himself into the history books, our newest pole sitter in TA2 muscle cars.
Brock Payne, congratulations. This is so good for you. New team for you, all of the guys. Well done and by a significant margin.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't expect that, actually, so the team put a big effort in last night. We made a few setup changes to the car, had to change a gearbox and stuff like that, so it was a major effort. And to come out here in quali and do that time, like, I'm stoked. First pole position for TA2, and I couldn't be happier.
And if it's your first pole position by a significant margin, and you said to me you didn't really think it felt that fast, I can't wait to see what you've got in the races.
Yeah, no, I didn't think we had that much of a margin, so I look forward to race 1 this afternoon coming off pole.
Awesome job, well done.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
There is our pole sitter then, Brock Payne. What a performance. The former Formula RX8 champion taking his first pole position in the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series. We're going to keep things with the sedan type machines, and we're going to go production car racing next. So our first race on the schedule, and out they roll. It's a 30-minute encounter in this one. Before we get on to racing, though, earlier on in the weekend, Belinda Price spoke to the drivers of that car.
So Team Buccini have been a prominent force in production cars this year. We'll start with you, Paul. What has it meant to you to spend the year racing with your daughter?
Oh, that's been mega. So it's been a long time coming, and it's been a very good experience, and we've learnt a lot together. Carly's learnt a lot. And yeah, just to do the father-daughter thing, I think it's been really well and gelled well. We do driver changes. Everything's actually worked out quite well. But for me, yeah, I'm a proud dad, you know, so I love to spend the time with my daughter in the car.
And we've seen a few proud dad moments, haven't we, up on the wall at QR and other such things when you've had a great result. It must be just, you know, we've seen the emotion of what it means to share that with your family.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you saw me. I was pretty emotional that day where she was powering through the field. And look, it's great. It's just, she's an awesome driver, and to sort of pair up with my daughter and have good drivers, you know, and where we can win a championship, I think that's mega.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carly, what have you learned from this guy this year?
A lot. He shows me a lot, and we gel really well together, and he's shown me so many different lines. I've gained so much experience and so much time. Yeah, it's been really good.
And we just saw you guys in there sharing the data. Dad was telling me the other day that you're nearly as fast as him, if not faster now, so hopefully this weekend could be the weekend that you pip him off.
I hope so. I mean, it's cool that we're both at the same speed and the same times, but definitely would like to get that little bit on him. That'd be nice. But it's really cool. I just did a pretty good time out there, so yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And you to Winton, we can't wait to watch you guys team up this year. But again, this is something we can look forward to in 2026.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we'll be back in 2026 together, and yeah, don't know what car yet, but we'll be back.
Good luck this weekend, guys. Nice to chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buccini will be starting this one from position number 5 on the grid in the BMW 341i. Here is the grid for this race. Tyler Mecklem will start from pole position in his Parramatta Vehicle Services Ford Mustang. Ben Cavett will start alongside of him in the BMW M2 competition. It's a Mustang 3.4. Lindsay Kearns ahead of Trent White. Cars are coming around the final couple of corners. I'm Dan McCarthy. For the first time today, Matt Cavanagh joins me in the box. We're set for production car racing, Matt.
Great to be out of that sun and back up here, isn't it? And production car racing has been super hot throughout the season. Great to have them back here. They're going to go door-to-door into this one. And it will be great to see how Cavett goes. He steps back into that M-Series BMW. But the first corner, I think they've shown a little bit of respect there.
Certainly have. They know it's a long race, this one. No point trying to take each other out at turn number 1. Great onboard images from the Trent White machine, but it's side by side a little bit further back through the order. They've just about managed to get away with that. The Evo having a real look up the inside on the Toyota 86 as they hit the back section of the course. The 90-degree stuff are done and out the way. Now it's the technical, tight section of Winton Motor Raceway. Mecklem's pulled a margin in this first sector, and Kearns, in fact, having a little bit of a look on Cabbage. So the leader has pulled a 1 second margin. Buccini all over the tail of White as well as they go underneath the gum tree. Going to have a look at turn number 9. No, not on this occasion, but a mistake a little bit wide there from White in the Mustang, and the BMW draws alongside but doesn't have the straight line poke to make a move. Had a good look though, certainly putting on the pressure this early stage in proceedings. So it's interesting to hear them saying that interview with Melinda Price. They will be back in 2026, but in what car? So they're certainly looking around.
Well, they actually bought a spare car here this weekend. They came to Winton 300 here only several weeks ago, and they got out there and they had an issue where they actually had too much oil in the motor, which was causing a sensor issue they didn't know at the time. So they packed that car up. They didn't want to have the expense of potentially causing any damage, and that's all it was in the end. So they bought a spare car here this weekend, and big congratulations to Carly Buccini as well for taking out driver of the year in Aeroforce last night.
Yeah, she certainly did. She was very shocked, to be honest, wasn't she? She's very surprised to get that award, but I thought a very deserving award winner. And she certainly improved round upon round and certainly enjoying herself. But it's Father Paul behind the wheel in this one. This is race 1. Race number 2 will have all of the co-drivers, or the second drivers, however you want to call them. So they'll be out for race number 2 sprint race. And then the 2-hour endurance race with both drivers, compulsory pit stop. So that's later on this evening, the endurance race. But let's focus on the battle at the moment, because Buccini, there's a bit of contact further back down the field. Gunther there in the Mercedes, getting a little bit of a tap in the door from the Toyota 86 directly behind of Casiviello. I believe that is, and it is. Coming around turn number 9, getting on the power nice and early, but look at the speed of the A45 in a straight line. The A1 class car versus the Class D Toyota, and you can see the difference in a straight line. In fact, the Casiviello one's actually an invited car this weekend. It doesn't technically fall under a class invited car. It's a Toyota 86 Scholarship Series car that's in the invited class. As we look at a replay of what happened down there, yes, he certainly threw it up the inside, but Gunther wasn't having any of that. Close the door at the hairpin.
It's one of those opportunities really here at Winton Motor Raceway to get that overtake if you want to really push it down into turn number 7. But have a look at this. They've switched around now, and it looks like Buccini just in front of White in that ultimate diesel tuning entry there in the Ford Mustangs. And haven't the Mustangs been fairly dominant up there in Queensland? That track really suited them there. They were fast in that car as well at Sydney, where they had that issue with the fuel.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely a good memory from you there, Matt. But yeah, it's been a very interesting year because, of course, Bathurst 6 Hour, that's been dominated by M-Class BMWs the last few years. However, in the production car championship, they haven't fared quite so well, and as we've seen in the entry list this weekend, it's all Mustangs up the pointy end. 3 of the top 4 were Mustangs in qualifying as Trent White gets all crossed up on the outside curbing there on the exit of turn number 9. He really had to catch that one through there, so down to position number 5 and losing time to Paul Buccini. This is the fight a little bit further behind, the fight for position number 6 between Shinkfield and the other White, the White with an I.
Yeah, it is a little bit different, isn't it? But we've got 2 Whites in the field. So many categories here too throughout the season as well, and I suppose that's a little bit of a talking point. It's not all about the overall winner when it comes to production cars. It's also the A1 class, the A2 class, B1, B2, C, D, X class, I class we had at Queensland as well. So the opportunity to get the production car racing means, you don't have to take on the high horsepower BMWs or the big V8s of the Mustangs. You can also come in with the Astras and the production style cars that don't have as much power and really fall into that class that suits you. So it's a very competitive area.
It certainly is. So yeah, just coming on to that point, so X is for extreme performance, performance extreme. Forced induction is A1, A2 is extreme performance naturally aspirated, and then B1 and B2 are the same, forced inducted and then naturally aspirated, but they're slightly slower, the older model cars. And then you've got C, which is performance, D for production, and even we do sometimes see a couple of E-class cars, but not this weekend. So there's the big race for outright, but there's also the little races out there as well. And we've seen very, very tight at the top of the outright championship. A few of our lower class divisions have already been determined. Classes B, C and D have already been determined, but it's still on for A1 and A2. We're looking at one of our A1 competitors out there, the Evo. He's got a nice run, flames flicking out the tail of the car as he roars down towards turn number 11. I'd say the best overtaking opportunity on this track.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, turn number 11. It's that little short straight where they get a burst of energy out of 10 if they can really get the run on going and can really try and get them under brakes. You've got the double right-hander as well, so you can position the car down the inside very hard. There's no crisscross opportunity or anything like that. So, and it really does run that outside driver wide unless you really maybe need to just relax and get back into the groove of things. We get back on board with White in the Mustang now and the Ultimate Diesel Tuning entry, and Buccini just in front, and the BMW is looking strong today, and they've had a lot of banter this weekend, the Buccini's between them, the daughter-father, because, well, Carly's actually catching up to him in the time. She's almost caught him and gone as fast as him. So, like, they're getting down to just a couple of tenths of a second between them, which makes them a really good combination because they're so evenly matched in the car.
Well, that was hairy from both drives there. Buccini seemed to get a whole armful of understeer. Meanwhile, the car that we're on board with, White, locked the rears then late on turn-in and had to give it a lot of opposite lock on the apex of the corner, but he managed to gather it up, did lose a couple of car lengths as a result. We can see the name Bryce Forward on the side of that car. Of course, Bryce Forward did do a bit of driving at the opening round at Sydney Motorsport Park, and since then he's been really a crew chief for White, and he's been enjoying himself down there. I haven't seen him actually this weekend, but I'm sure he's tuning in, watching the action and seeing if White can get back through on Buccini. And the Evo has made his way through as well, further back down the order. Here we are riding on board again with White. Is he going to go for a big lunge up the inside at one? Nowhere near close enough on this particular occasion. Through the left, through the right, up over the brow of the hill towards turn 3. Great run up the inside late on the brakes and through. Great pass, and you can see the BMW, the bright pink machine in the mirror, and no way of getting back through. Really crisp, clean pass, that one.
And that's how you got to do it. I mean, a lot of respect shown there between the drivers, and they're getting around as they spread this field out just a little bit at the moment. Mecklen's still leading this one out. It's blown out to 6.3 seconds over Cavanagh. Kern's behind. Then it's White and Buccini in this fantastic battle. Fourth position, because take nothing away from Buccini, could still close this gap up. And we could see another overtake manoeuvre. The second of the Whites in the field, and the number 88 in sixth position. It goes back to Shinkfield, Davies, Jenkins, Guntford around in our 10, Casavello in that invited car, with Zockling and Butt to round out things. Oscar Butt this weekend also got himself a little bit of praise with some of our awards out there. The Spirit of Racing Award last night, so he was pretty happy about that. He's coming off a little bit of a tummy bug day where he got some food poisoning earlier in the week, so he is struggling to get here. Let's have a look at this overtake manoeuvre as we check out a replay here coming out of turn number 2 there, just up over the crest and into 3, and it's you've really got to stick it there, don't you? Go late on the brakes and manage to get that done, and have a look at the steering wheel. Controls it nicely as well. We didn't see the car move around too much. You can sometimes get a little bit tail happy as it gets hard on the brakes and just takes that weight off the rear suspension load, but managed to get through there nicely, and that's another one of the areas we need to watch this weekend when it comes to the overtaking. Great spot too for all the people here at trackside to actually watch some racing through that part. We've got the truck show and shine up there as well with the Australian Super Trucks here this weekend, so a lot happening not just on the track but also off the track here at Winton Motor Raceway this weekend for the final round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, as we've got the 88 up on our screen at the moment, the white Mitsubishi Evo.
So through into position number 6, as I said, and has already pulled out 3.2 seconds over Shinkfield. Further back though, down the order, we have the number limousine machine driven by Ling, but in this race, Jenkins, and it's got some smoke out the rear of it, and it's lead into turn number 3. Is there some liquid, some fluid potentially going down? Oh no, Buccini! Buccini is coming to a stop through the fast sweeper. What has happened? Clearly some sort of mechanical issue. A quick reset, a Control-Alt-Delete, and it's back going again, just like nothing was wrong. Oh, what a shame, though, for Buccini. The white... Oh, it's died again. It's died again. Oh, no. This is heartbreaking stuff for the Buccini team, and he's going to be losing positions. Hendo Fizzle, that's all good. Right on the racing line. Great heads-up driving from all of those behind to avoid. And, in fact, Paul has come to a complete stop now underneath the gum tree. He's got a bit of shade down there. You can see what he's doing, but you don't want to come to a stop at any point on a racetrack.
No, he's not allowed to get out of the car either, so it's going to be warm sitting in there. Yeah. Carly will be thinking, this doesn't happen when I drive it. What are you doing, Dad? They've had a little bit of bad luck. Still leading the B1 class here, though, as they come into the final round. So they'll try and get that car repaired. Seeing they qualified in that car, I'm not quite sure how they go about changing vehicles throughout the weekend. So that one will be one we'll have to unfold.
Meanwhile, further back, the B-Class 86 of Davies is fighting against Gunther. Gunther should have a lot more straight line speed, and here it comes, the Class A1 car. You cannot stop in a straight line. Look at that. That is why this car really has dominated A1 competition for a number of years in production car racing. It is an absolute weapon in a straight line. But the thing is, being a relatively light hot hatch as well, is pretty nimble in the corners. You get the best of both worlds in the Mercedes A45.
They're a nice car. You've got to have the AMG badge on them for sure if you go down. They're very fast, I know, getting towed off out of the way. So the good news about that is it means it keeps the race flowing as well. So we haven't seen the yellow flags come out. Looks like our race safe crewmen have managed to get that out into the shade, which will probably put him in a little bit of peace there. And here we go. This battle is going to heat up now, and it's go through this back section. The 86 is looking gripped up. Oh, there's a little bit of movement there, isn't there?
Certainly was. A big twitch of oversteer on the exit off the corner. You can see the strengths and weaknesses of these two cars playing out, can't you? How fast was that Mercedes before, but it's understeering at the moment through the hairpins, and that was a fine example through turn number 9. Down towards the turn 10, tight left-hander. Good racing out there, nice clean racing. We've only seen just the one little bit of door-to-door contact in this one. Coming into this weekend, Kearns leads the championship by 18 points. However, big news this morning is that the closest championship rival, the ever-consistent, or until today anyway, little Volkswagen, unfortunately out for the weekend. Jarvis, some hub issues, I believe.
Yeah, we did hear that, and that was probably disappointing, knowing that that was the potential for a championship title battle towards the end of the weekend. We knew it was going to stay pretty closely contested here at the start of the weekend. Got to apologise to the 28 there before of Davis. That's the Subaru BRZ. They look almost identical there. Here's David Ling, though, down from the Northern Territory at the moment, and that car looking like it's blowing a little bit of smoke. In the meantime, let's head down to Mel Price in pits.
Well, we will start with the bad news. Carly Buccini, what's happened to the car?
Not entirely sure, but we think we've lost complete power. He can't turn the car back on, so he's just getting towed at the moment. So not exactly sure, but we'll see.
Well, on that note, hopefully, I'm sure the guys will work hard and get you out there for race 2 this afternoon. And secondly, congratulations on your Driver of the Year award, and thoroughly deserved last night.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a real shock, to be honest. I heard my name and then I was like, wait, that's actually my name being called. So yeah, no, it's a real honour, and I'm really excited. And yeah, I'm lost for words, to be honest, but it's really cool, and I'm so grateful. So thank you.
And yet another proud dad moment. I'm sure I saw some tears in his eye there. He's emotional. It's been a great year for you guys, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. It's really cool to team up with Dad, and I've really enjoyed it, and I've learned a lot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next year when we do it all again.
Brilliant. Well, that's motorsport. You've got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get back out there. It'll be fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to have her here as part of the series. It's really bubbly to get down with the Buccinis down at the pits, aren't they? They're very serious about their racing, do a lot of different types. Great to see them here at the Winton 300 a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, like we say, that mechanical issue there that they weren't sure about, so they packed the car up there. First time at Winton it was as well. So they don't have a lot of experience getting around this racetrack, and there's a lot of different setups in the car. We saw a few of these cars make it out for our opening round, just to have a bit of, I suppose, an introduction to the Australian production cars, and of course the Hi-Tec or Super Series, and we'll expand with them in the 2026 season. I am sure we'll see that come out throughout the media in the coming weeks. Let's get aboard with our race leader, Mecklem, now just leading by 7.8 seconds down. That is a massive lead.
It certainly is, and let's not forget that's been achieved in just 9 laps, so not far off a second a lap has been pulled. But of course, these guys have form, don't they? Mecklem and Morel, they were our winners of the fight in the night, the 3-hour enduro that you would have seen if you tuned in to the coverage a couple of rounds ago at Queensland Racewa. That was the last round of the series for the Hi-Tec APC Championship. So yeah, great to see that they're back here at Winton Motor Raceway. So yeah, they've got good momentum to Mecklem and Morel, and they're showing that on the racetrack at this point in time. Cavanagh in position number 2, a fine addition to the entry list this weekend in the M2 competition. These guys, the Cavaghes, raced with Tom Randall at the back of the 6-hour earlier on this year and were ultra fast, and great to see them join the series, and certainly taking the fight to the front runners ahead of the championship leader, Kearns, although I think Kearns is just beginning to close that margin down. It was 3 seconds at the start of this lap. I think it's less than that now. It's certainly coming down.
Yeah, great to have the CMA Car Mods Australia GT Mustang out there on track, and like you say, leading the points at the moment overall. So just need to keep that tally of points going. Yeah, Cavanagh in the X-Class BMW M2 competition car too, of course, supported by Thrive Race for a Cure, which we know they do a lot of support there for their Race for a Cure foundation there, and they did a lot of that at the 6-hour as well with Thomas Randall. So great to have him here this weekend. We have seen a couple of X-Cars come into the category throughout the year, and hopefully we'll see a lot more of them join up and get to the track at the same time as we get a bit of Toyota versus Subaru at the moment as they come around on top of each other. In the meantime, we'll keep this up somewhere, but we'll head down to pit lane with Mel Price.
With a very relaxed looking David Ling, just sitting here on the fence watching your guy go around. It's all about the class winning the championship for you this weekend, isn't it?
That's what it is. Trust me, looks are deceiving, but no, we're going really good. We're 7th outright on the road today. The car we've got to beat for the title is behind us and staying behind us, so far so good. Based on the points, we've basically got to finish behind him for the day, and yeah, we win the title.
Well, fingers crossed, because things didn't end so well for you guys at QR, did it? In a blaze of smoke, actually.
Thanks, Mel. You really had to remind me of that. Yeah, we're trying to break the curse, but it's motor racing. I mean, when it's good, but when it goes upside down, yeah, well, it really kicks you in the gut. So anyway, we recovered from that. The car's going good. Done a good job on it, try and make sure everything's right, and just wait till it all unfolds.
Well, fingers crossed, the way it looks now, we'll be drinking some champagne tomorrow night.
Yeah, it should be a party. It should be on full on if we do it. We're confident.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, just as Mel brings it up, there is still that smoke coming from the tail of this Falcon at the moment, and it did have some issues yesterday in practice as well. To be honest, with the amount of smoke and oil coming from it, I didn't think they'd even be out there today. It's certainly it's running at the moment, but it doesn't look particularly healthy.
And guess what's right behind it? Yes, their competition battle here with Gunther in the BMW. So they're really getting close together at the moment in the A1 category, that is, for the Australian production cars. Back on screen, though, we've got our Ultimate Diesel tuning Ford Mustang entry. That's White in 4th position at the moment, just behind Kearns by 2.7 seconds almost. But he's got a 30-second lead over the other White, who's just a little bit further back at the moment, who will have a lot to do to try and catch that up with only 10 minutes remaining in this race, one of the Australian production cars this weekend. Of course, they've got a massive enduro here coming tonight. So they'll be back out on track late in the dusk as the sun starts to set in the background here, and they'll try and strap in. And that's where we'll see a lot of those dual drivers. They'll come in. They'll also have pit stops with fuel and things like that. So there'll be a lot of things to unfold tonight, and we'll wait and see how that all happens, because we have seen brakes on fire. We've seen cleaning oil up, trying to do repairs on the run, tyres that have let go. So those endurance races really start to shake up the point structure.
Yeah, they certainly do, and we've seen a couple of times the small little machines prevail in those races. Sydney Motorsport Park, it was a case of last drivers standing almost. But we're going to listen to this right on board with the Mustang.
was just about to say, Dan, he's been pretty gentle on those curbs as well. We didn't see him go out very wide in that final corner, or even up through the little S's through turn 1 and 2. He kept that on the bitumen. We see a lot of cars go very wide, and he just grabbed a whole fistful of curb there as well. So he's looking after the Mustang at the same time as getting around this track at a pretty decent pace. Get back on with this battle, though, in the A1 class at the moment, and you can see Jenkins in the F6 Falcon with a little bit of smoke. I wonder whether that's just under braking, whether that's something in the turbo potentially, although we saw a lot of white smoke out of that car. It's had fuel issues. It's really a car they've been trying to get on top of this season because he's a Ford fanatic. He wasn't going to go any other car. He's telling me, though, minimum weight for that car has to be around 1,904 kilos. So that is a heavy race car.
Yeah, very, very heavy. The car directly behind it has been pretty fast this year, but has had a couple of incidents. I remember the one at City Motorsport Park, round number 1. It was quite a big incident that was involved in. Both of these two, though, have caught up and are right now on the tail of Shinkfield. So they've really closed in the last lap or so. For the forwards, White is in position number 4. Tammy, down to you.
Hi, I'm just on the wall here with Michael Vout. So car number 18, we're watching some footage. How's Trent going in the car? How's the car settling in today?
Car's going good. It's going strong. Obviously, we want to be up there with the other two Mustangs. We've got a chance for the championship at the moment. It's going strong. At the moment, hot time, hot climate, hot track, everything like that. So just getting through some laps and, getting ready for tonight.
We're looking for some more competition tonight and big race.
Definitely. Hopefully it'll be tonight.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, he's not wrong. It's looking a little bit warm out there at the moment. It's terrible seeing in this climate-controlled room, having to watch the racing at the moment. But yeah, I was down there earlier, very, very warm, and the sun is going to come out this afternoon. That is going to change track conditions as well, because we're going to get closer to the 30 mark, I'd say, leading into late afternoon. So it'll be a bit different for the teams. They'll be trying to look after their tyres throughout that as well. So there'll be a few things to unfold throughout the weekend. But we've really got our own Mustang battle going on, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. Just coming back to your point on the weather, it's going to be even hotter tomorrow. In the low 30s, meant to be, I think, 31 or even 32 degrees here tomorrow. It's going to be an absolute scorcher, and we're not even anywhere near summer at this point in time. We're still a month away, aren't we? First day of November. But look at this. This has really come down in the last couple of laps. Last time through, they were pretty evenly matched, but since we last saw them, it has considerably come down. So Kearns on the tail of Cavic. Any car that Kearns can get between he and the number 18 Mustang of White, who is his nearest championship contender, still in the weekend's racing action. Any car that he can put between them is going to extend that points margin even further. So this is going to be potentially an important one. Oh, just coming up on the lap traffic at a very awkward point there. Zockling right on the inside, trying to get out of the way as best he could, but almost getting in the way there down on the apex of the corner. That was a really awkward moment.
Yeah, it could have been ugly, couldn't it? But no, he's doing the right thing, trying to stay out of the way, and they'll let these two battle it back out again, Cavic and Kearns, and it was down to 1 second. It's probably just gone out a little bit with that overtaking there, but they'll settle back in this. They've still got 5 minutes to go in this race number 1 here for the weekend of the Australian production cars. Very different qualifying from yesterday, because we did have those kind of spring showers yesterday come and go throughout the day, and it wasn't like it didn't dump a lot of rain on the track. It was like a light showering as it went over. Just made it greasy enough with the rain there, and then it would dry up, and we'd have it come again, and then it would dry up and have it come again. So it's very mixed conditions as they went into qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. May have seen some smoke there on the outside of turns 1 and 2. Don't worry, there's no fire down there. That means the Australian trucks are coming up next. They were just started their engines up in the paddock there. We can see they will be out next. What a fantastic addition to the Hi-Tec All Super Series. First time they've ever run with the National AASA category. Really looking forward to seeing them hit the track in a few moments' time.
Yeah, we're gonna upsize the meal, aren't we? We're gonna really get out there. We're gonna have the Big Macs out on track very soon, and also them, the Isuzus. Oh mate, those trucks were impressive to watch a little bit earlier today. They're the top 5 shootout, but we'll wait to get them on track for you very, very shortly. The Australian production cars are just a few minutes remaining in this race number 1, and this is the battle for second position. Kearns just wants to open up that gap in the championship a little bit over wide, and he gets the nose right under, but it's a different line as they head through turn number 7 there. They'll just go through this little patch. It's really this run, we keep talking about it, coming out of 9, he needs to get a good run into 10, set themselves up, and potential 11's where he'll strike in the Mustang. But have a look at Cavanagh. That car is strong, the M2 competition through that little section of corners down the back. Can the power of the Mustang catch up on the straight? It's not going to be close enough by the looks of it. I don't think he's going to have the braking power to really send that Car Mods Australia GT Mustang down. And have a look at Cavanagh. She's really put the pedal to the metal at the moment and opens up a gap. And while we watch this unfold, let's head down to pit lane with J-Mac.
Well, I've actually gone for a little bit of a walk, and I've found myself in IES Motorsport territory. We've got Graham Cheney there, and these guys you'd think would be wrenching on a TA2 muscle car ready for about 2 hours' time. They're all out the back here just watching Jared Hughes over in New Zealand, our TA2 muscle car champion in his GT racing campaign over there. Great to see that even though he can't be here this weekend, we're still watching his awesome efforts out there on a racetrack somewhere. They're getting excited. Last I heard, they were hoping that Nash Morris was going to take out a few more of the competition, maybe give our boy a little bit more of a chance.
Mick Cabbage, firstly, welcome to the Super Series. Great to see you and your brother out on track. He's currently in a ding-dong battle for second and third position. How are you feeling?
A little bit nervous. I've just noticed, excuse me, the Mustang's just got lines. So I think he's struggling a little bit with tyre fatigue, and probably himself. He's very mentally a bit fatigued, but no, he's all right. We're just out here having fun, obviously getting to meet everyone, and it's great.
And so we'll also talk about, obviously, you guys have a charity that's a big part of your motorsport that you support well. So just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so really initiated by Ben and his wife Jewel, two of them diagnosed with breast cancer, and come about just basically their initiative. And this year started something small. We sort of got some of our corporate backers that we deal with for our business, and they donated, and from there it's just grown. So it's fantastic. I think at the moment, the last 5 years have raised about 150,000 K, which is exceptional. And you know, like, we obviously keep going with the charity. We love it, and it's very passionate to our heart. So you know, it's great.
Yeah, passionate to my heart too. A great cause. Good on you, and great to see you guys back on track.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great to see you too.
Cheers.
Yeah, sharing that motorsport passion with the race for Acura as well. And unfortunately, yeah, just got overtaken there. Looks like Kearns had the pace to get the Car Mods Australian Mustang up the inside into second position, so they'll open up that little title battle with White just a little bit more, who's probably a little bit far back at the moment. We'll have a look at a replay, though, and this is how it unfolded, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a great run through turn number 4 using all of the road out there. You don't see many moves at the sweeper, but he just about was able to nip the nose up the inside, and that pushed the door ajar. Cavanagh couldn't turn in at that point and had to relinquish the position, but that was all done through the exit of turn number 4, and just as I say, just had enough of the nose up the inside to warrant track position and slid up the inside through the fast flowing sweeper.
Yeah, sometimes I think as a race car driver, you just know that you're holding on to that tyre, or you're feeling a little bit fatigued, and at some point you just feel that moment where you know you're going to actually have to give up that position. As Mecklem still dominant out in front at the moment in the Parramatta Vehicle Services Ford Mustang. Well, now they're 1 and 2, the Mustangs, back and forth for White. We'll have to see how they try and close this gap up towards the end, but it looks like the race time is up on our screen, and we'll wait to see the flags come out over the finish line. There we go, checkered flag. No surprise there as we come to the end of our first race here for the weekend for the Australian production cars. And it's Mecklem who takes the win in the Parramatta Vehicle Services Ford Mustang.
Yes, certainly does. That makes them the most winning combination now. They've taken 4 wins this year, Mecklem and Morale, in the number 9 Mustang. Second place for Kearns, just ahead of Cavanagh with that late race manoeuvre. White still, though, picks up some good solid points in position number 4 in the Ultimate Diesel Tuning Mustang. So yes, has lost out a couple of, well, by finishing a couple of places back, has lost a few points in the championship, but it is still on, heading to this afternoon's 2 races. That is for certain. Lots of cars being lapped. That's just due to the difference in speed between those top A and X-Class cars down to the Division D and C-Class cars. There is a huge disparity in speed, and that lap traffic does often play a part. Here are the results then from that one in this Australian Production Car Series.
Tyler Meckler took the win over Lindsay Kearns. Ben Cavanagh had to settle for third position towards the end of the race. Trent White in fourth, and it was Martin White, Richard Shingfield, Darren Jenkins, Christopher Gunther, who was behind Jenkins. So that battle will continue for the A1 class. Emily Casavello in ninth, and Aston Davis will round out our top 10. Zockling ended up in 11th. Oscar Butt, who's struggling here this weekend. I know they've had a few issues with the car as well, in 12th. And Paul Buccini retired early in that race. And he's on the infield, and hopefully they can get that back, tow it in, and find a error that they can fix for the next race. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though. Started off very, very fast. And no surprise, Mecklin got down the inside, had that run into turn number 1, closed that down. Cavish just had to settle in behind the M2, and then it was the battle of the Mustangs right behind. We saw White there just trying to hold on to Kearns. Now, this is Buccini for a while. He got himself in this battle as well, and this was a pretty quick little car.
The inside, Buccini was ahead for quite some time. It was a great little battle that these guys had, but White, once he lost the position, was the man on the attack, and he came back through up the inside with a clinical pass at turn number 3. However, moments later, the Buccini BMW would come to a stop out there on the racetrack at the turn 8 hairpin and had to be towed off the circuit.
Then this one started to get exciting too, didn't it? The battle for second position there, and this went on for quite a few laps. We thought maybe Kearns would have a go down the inside of Cavic. Eventually, though, he succumbed to that speed of the Mustang, who managed to get a dive down there, made that nice and smooth from Cavic. Didn't put up too much of a fight. I don't think they want to try and scratch up any of that beautiful M2 BMW. And this is the final moments of the race where we saw Meckler take the win, and this is a dominant win at the moment. We saw that flow out. It was 19.2 seconds. So can they try and chase that down in race number 2 this afternoon? As we have a look at the scenes here at Winton Motor Raceway, great to have the camping here this weekend, the truck show that's joined us. It's a massive weekend of racing here, 8 categories to round out our final one for 2025. It started nice and warm here in February, and it's continued to stay in those conditions as we come into what is, you know, the end of spring, I suppose.
Yeah, very much so. Race winners taking their gear off after a clinical display. As you say, 19.2 seconds. But of course, later on today, it all changes because the co-drivers will be at the wheel.
Yeah, and I tell you, you want to be a co-driver, though, that's been put in a good position. So if you can get in that top 3 or 4, I think that's going to put you in good stead there. As they climb out, I'm sure they're going to want themselves a drink. They'll have some of those bottles in the car already as they slide out there down in front of our race control tower. We'll catch up with them in just a second. We can see the sweat coming, beating off them, though, as we saw Mecklin pull that helmet off as well. So they'll be wanting to grab themselves a nice shady spot, get somewhere cool. We know some of the cars and transporters and things, they'll have their little coolers set up, their fans and whatever they can do down there in the pits to try and get things reset for this afternoon's racing. But let's head down to our race winners here in Australian Production Cars for race number 1 of the weekend with Mel Price.
Okay, Ben Cabbage, P3, you just couldn't hang on at the end there. I was there with your brother hanging off the wall watching anxiously.
Yeah, a bit disappointed with that, to be honest. Mustangs have got some pace and these guys are driving very well. Just sort of ran out of tyres, and Mick and I are just trying to get some miles to Bathurst in the 6 hour, which is the focus, so we'll just take that and keep playing on.
He was saying you might have been fatiguing a bit at the end there. Is that true, or are we blaming the tyres fatiguing?
Oh, you know, we'll pull out the race driver's book of excuses that I've used plenty of this weekend already. So, yeah, no, I think definitely probably a little bit tired and worn out from life and general, and come race and have some fun, that's all.
Great to see you guys back racing and part of the Super Series. We love having you here. Can't wait for the next race.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the Super Series and Hi-Tec Oils for such support to it.
Good stuff, thanks.
Lindsay Kearns, luck was on your side towards the end of that, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we went with a bit of a gamble with the mix of the tyres, and it didn't seem like they were going to come back to us, but I know they were on some good tyres to start, but it was a bit hot, so unexpectedly we reined him in and got past him towards the end, so it was fun.
Great. Good to see you get second. Congratulations.
Thank you. Ta.
And our winner on the day, a little bit hot and bothered, Tyler Mecklin. What's it like out there?
That way, I was actually pretty warm. It's really awesome track. I love Winton, but yeah, it's quite a physical track, as you know, and it's very, don't get a lot of breaks, and yeah, by the end of it, I'm not looking forward to tonight, actually, an hour, but from that point of view, but no, it was good. Car was awesome. Mate, this red rocket that Haydo's built, and yeah, it's amazing. It's awesome. Yeah.
And so apparently, so the commentary team says, you guys are now the winningest combination in this category this year, so well done.
I think we're not winning the championship because we dropped it around. We had a bit of an issue at one round, but well, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll take that.
Great race, well done.
No worries, thanks.
Oh, it's always great to see a smile on the face. He may not be winning the championship, but he did a great race here this afternoon, Winton Motor Raceway. He's really got the car sorted through these 12 corners. They found the magic sauce, I think, judging by that. But have a look at this. Listen to the sound. That is the Australian Super Trucks warming up. They're about to come out for the first time here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series down McCarthy. I know you follow this series around Australia. They're big, they're smoky, they create some fantastic racing.
Oh, they certainly do. That is for sure. Yes, it's been a privilege to call them throughout the last couple of years, and it is something completely different. It's so deceiving, though, how fast these are. You think they're big, lumbersome, heavy trucks. Well, they are, but the speed in which they can achieve is quite remarkable. So much power from these big, huge engines. They roar out of the turns. You'll see them sliding out sideways, banging doors. It's real good racing. It's not only just a show, they really do put on some good racing, and we've got a good field of them. A category that's had a bit of a tough period the last 5 or 6 years, but at the moment it's going through a really purple patch. We've got a huge grid of 11 trucks this weekend, and it's growing round upon round at the moment with new trucks entering and new faces coming to the category. And it's cool that they're visiting tracks that they haven't as well in recent times. The last round, Morgan Park, they'd never gone there before, and it was a real success story. So great to have the trucks here at Winton Motor Raceway. The crowd absolutely love these.
Much like the Australian production cars, some of these trucks have 2 drivers. So they've got a teams driver as well that gets in the trucks. I suppose that's an evolution where you used to see the mechanics get in and have a bit of fun. Now it's a 2-driver event for some of these trucks, and it does help share the costs and things. So we will see our main drivers come out now, and our teams driver come out a little bit later. They'll have 2 races this afternoon. So plenty of action. They only do a short amount of laps, though, here. We don't see the big 15 and 20-lap races. They're quite short, but limited to 160 kilometres an hour. So when we use the entire, not the original circuit here that was a little bit short, but the entire circuit, they start to max those speeds out down these straights.
Yeah, so just limiting just for safety reasons, just because they are so big, the gravel traps don't stop them quite like they would a normal car. So yeah, they are limited to 160 k's an hour, but trust me, they've been worked to get to that limit as quickly as possible. Here they all are then coming out onto the race circuit for their warm-up lap. 6 laps is the duration for the first race of the day. Just coming to your point, so we've got a main regular driver race. So there's 2 separate championships, one for the co-drivers and the team's championship, and one for the regular drivers, the main championship. So it's the main drivers out there for this one. It's going to be the 2 up the pointy end that have been really the dominant forces of the season so far. Truck number 1, the reigning champion, the 7-time champion, the record-breaking championship that he took last year. And alongside of him will be Dale Cornfoot, who debuted at this round last year, and since then has really shown some good results. He scored pole position in round 1 this year, and he's taken a hell of a lot of race victories, impressively clean sweeping the round at Morgan Park last time out. So he is very much the challenger to Steve Zammit. The only problem for Cornfoot this year has been new truck, new driver. The bright yellow machine has just had a few too many mechanical problems to be in title contention this year.
Well, they make Winton Motor Raceway look very, very narrow compared to what we've seen out on track already this morning. And they're in the complete opposite of the Legend Cars Australia, which aren't too far away as well. So we'll get these trucks that are about to get fired up for their first time racing as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. This is probably the most horsepower we actually have seen on the track, considering what they can turn over. 70 pounds of boost upwards for some of the turbos on these things. We've got some smaller ones, the power to weight ratio, but they're generally the big boys are up around the 5-ton mark here as they try and push these race trucks around 3 kilometres. This one's going to be super exciting. Dan can't wait to get it underway. Steven Zammit, well, he's leading the championship again, going for his 8th title. And look at this, they're side by side as we have got the safety car off and we're about to get underway with racing. 6 laps should be for this race. It's not going to be a massive one, but I tell you what, it's going to be super exciting, and the crowd is already leaning over the fences to watch this one.
Certainly are. Here we are then. The lights are out. We are underway. The blast towards turn number 1, and it's the pole setter Dale Cornfoot that's got the better jump. He takes position 2, but behind that Smith is all locked up the inside, and off goes Prilwitz in the Hi-Tec machine. He's taken to the grass and nearly dragged Ambrose out there with him. So Prilwitz is going to plummet to the very tail of the field. Zammit feels the need to defend from Smith, who made a fantastic start up to position number 3. But what a big error that was from Prilwitz through the grass and towards the tail of the field now.
Yeah, sitting up very, very high. Yesterday you got a chance to go in one of these cars, didn't you, Dan? And the body, you can see the cabs, they roll right over. It's a very different experience to a car that's very low to the ground.
Yes, very much so. There is quite a bit of lean. But what got me was the brakes. Considering the size of the vehicles, they really do stop so quickly. Or Noonan there, he's running a little bit wide, I think, trying to get around the outside of Lachlan Fern in one of the lightweight trucks. So there are 2 divisions, the big heavyweight trucks and the lightweight division as well. And it looks to me like Lachlan Fern is leading that at the moment, but he has just lost the place, as we can see from the drone, to Mark Noonan, who didn't set a lap in qualifying, start from the very rear of the field. So he's already moving up into the mid-pack. The truck number 42 had a great round, actually, one of his best rounds at Morgan Park. Was set to take his first win of the season. However, mechanical drama in the final race meant he could not finish. It was a real shame for him. The recovering Prilwitz is moving back through as well. He also demotes Lachlan Fern down a position.
Yeah, he had some mechanical issues there in the last round as well. So this is a fresh engine combination on board for this truck. And surprising to look down there that they can actually upgrade these motors. So obviously once you go to a certain size, it means you've got to have a certain weight in the truck. But mate, these are some big diesel engines in there. If you're a diesel fan, this is what you want to come and watch. And again, you can smell the brakes after about 2 or 3 laps. You can smell it out there around the track. And here's Fern in the 23, that as he comes around. Very different when you see the makeup of these trucks as well, if you get to actually go and have a technical look. But we'll have a look at the replay of the start, because we did see the trucks go wide. They pushed hard. Have a look down the inside here under brakes. Have a look at there was a big shunt there too. Wow, he got sandwiched, and there's metal going off as well from one of the front bars. They are like a demolition derby when you see the big bar work they put front and back, and now I can see why.
Whack, whack, whack was the way that Fern went through there at turn number 1. I'm sure the DSL will be shaking his head at that one. There may be a penalty, because they might rub panels a little bit, but it is meant to be a non-contact sport, this truck racing, so that will be frowned upon. Unfortunately, Ambrose was hung out there to dry as well and was forced out wide. But look at this. We are going to see a great battle here between Zammit and Cornfoot. As I say, Cornfoot has only been in the series 12 months. Well, Zammit is a 7-time champion in Australia, a 2-time New Zealand champion as well. So he's going for his 10th truck title here this weekend. He can't seal it in this race, but he can really make a big step towards doing so in this race. Second in the championship is Shannon Smith, who is directly behind in position number 3. The 2019 champion has had a good, consistent year and taken a couple of race victories along the way.
It's going to be exciting, because I don't think Zammit's given up yet. We've still only got 11 minutes remaining in this race, but he is going to go for it. I reckon he's just waiting for the ultimate opportunity. His Cornfoot just needs to keep cool under pressure there. You can see how much the truck wants to move around, especially under brakes. That's what gets me, is they really try and gear down. Automatic gearbox in these trucks as well, which is probably you'd expect to have a manual. I know they modify the automatic gearbox, so it is more like almost like a paddle shift you see in like a late model car or the X-Class when it comes to production cars, but instead it's one of the big gearboxes they use in the trucks. And I love how we've seen some of them where they cut the roofs down. Oh no, here we go, battle might be on here. Oh, that's late. You can see how much smoke is coming out. Now, we're talking to them earlier where some of these trucks they're going to do in 6 laps around here race. And they've got to warm up with that as well. 25 litres. Now, think about that. We're probably talking maybe 20 kilometres all up. Or maybe 25 kilometres, 25 litres of fuel.
Yeah, it's not too bad, really, considering 3 kilometres a lap. Here he comes, though, Zammit, looking up the inside. Not quite close enough. That's his first real look, though, at the halfway stage of this race. Zammit is applying the pressure. I tell you what, as I say, Cornfoot this year has really come in, and he's taken the most wins by quite some margin. He's taken 6 wins this year. Compare that to Zammit's just won in season 2025. But next year, clean slate, clean set of points. I can't wait to see those two fight it out up front.
Frank Ambrose pushing the Fate Racing Angler Moyles Kenworth now, and he's all over the back of Fern in the 23 machine. The MLC Truck Racing and Fern Earth Moving Volvo.
The Amoroso Kenworth, the W900. That's actually the oldest truck in the field. It raced in the very first truck series back in the 1989 season. And Frank Amoroso himself has been racing since 1989, the veteran of super truck racing. A season that started so well for him. He won the opening round here at Winton Motor. He won the first round at Malar, and he had a good run here at Winton as well. But then since then, it's all sort of gone away from him, unfortunately. After winning the first race at Winton, his engine then let go, and since then it's like he's run over a black cat or something. No luck has gone his way, unfortunately. But it's great to see that the veteran can still fight up the front when the truck's running right.
Speaking of up the front, this is back to our leaders here of this race. Cornfoot still has Zamet behind him, and Zamet looking for that opportunistic moment as they go through this little back sections, turn 7 to 9. A little puff of black smoke there as they fuel them right up, and they come up on boost, and you can hear the whistle of that truck yesterday as it went down the straights. Really pushing a lot of boost in there. Massive exhaust pipes on them and things like that. The intercooler piping, and it's just everything is on steroids when you go down and have a look at the trucks compared to what we see in our other categories of racing here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. He's not going to get it done under the brakes, but he is very, very close up under the rear wing as they shoot on down to turn number 11. They grab a gear. They're almost side by side, and Cornfoot tries to cover him off on the inside.
Yeah, certainly did. Zamet switches back to the inside, but thinks better of it, so takes it back to the traditional line. This is the first real one-on-one battle that we've seen, full stop, between these two. So this is really cool to see that these two front runners, look at the margin to third. These guys are wringing the neck out of these two trucks. They are 13 seconds down the road from a former champion. Shannon Smith has won a championship in these trucks, which shows that the quality that these two are operating at this year.
Just having a look at Prillwitz too, back in the 7th position in the background, up our timing screen, so fighting back after that moment at the start where got pushed back down. The battle for fourth though, Vernon Ambrose still going at this one, and it does, they do take up a lot of room on the racetrack too, so it's a little bit different there. They've got to find their moment to try and push the truck down the inside, because when they hit, it's not a little tap, and we're not getting a little dent in the door. It's really going to push a truck off. There's some solid steel around the outside of these trucks. Have a listen to those tyres as well. They do have a semi-slick style truck tyre, which is designed for this style of racing as well. And it's massive. It's different to what we have seen throughout the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Has a look around the outside. Zamet maybe looking for a run. Can he do it? Get the truck down the inside here. I wouldn't have expected a pass to be made there, but he's managed to stick that, and it looks like Cornfoot's going to have to just let him through for a moment and reset.
What a move. What a move around the outside at turn number 7. Just about was able to keep alongside Cornfoot, and that gave him the inside from turn number 8. You rarely see any overtakes there in cars, let alone in trucks. That's absolutely bonkers here at Winton Motor Raceway. Here's a replay of what he did. So he went in deeper under brakes, was able to get his nose alongside the Kenworth truck ahead of him, and then he was able to slot up the inside. He had to use a bit of grass on the inside. There wasn't quite a truck's width, but he forced the move and made it stick. Brilliant stuff from Zamet as it's on further back between Ambrose, and off goes Fern. Off goes Fern, and through goes the veteran Amoroso up a position, forcing number 23 into a mistake.
I'd like to see another shot of that over on the other side, because they were pretty close as they went into that corner. Here we go back to our leaders though, and now looks like Stephen Zamet in the direct power steering truck taking the lead of this race, but Cornfoot is not letting him drive away, and we saw that really aggressive overtaking manoeuvre down there in the back section through turn number 7. He's having a look down the inside here, and you can't miss a massive bright yellow truck in your side mirror. It's not a little side mirror either, it's a big side mirror. So he knows he's there as you hear him go through the gears, and he'll have to keep the momentum in this truck as they head around turn number 5. The Cottery Capital corner here this weekend. Great to have him back on board for another weekend of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and this is a battle we haven't been watching.
Yeah, so Tringali trying to go around the outside of Ty Oxley. Oxley in the little lightweight truck, really taking the fight to the big truck. Having a look up the inside there at the final corner, couldn't quite make it stick. Great to see the purple Tringali machine out there on the race circuit. Something a bit different, the International TransStar machine. That's brand new this year. Really cool to have that a part of the series. They've had a lot of mechanical problems with that truck, but great to see it out there running this weekend and fighting amongst the little trucks.
So it's a little bit of a replay of what happened earlier here between Ambrose and was there any? It might have.
Well, it might have been.
I don't know. I don't want to say from this side, and I wonder whether that's our DSO actually having a look at that, asking the TV to have another look. Wow, this is a big moment for the fuel docker entry, the number 42 there of Noonan, and he was right out on the sand trap there at turn number 3.
That was a big moment, wasn't it? And he's fallen behind for just ahead of Prilwitz. And speaking of, there they are right there on the screen as they go around turn number 10. Noonan from Prilwitz, so a bit of a reset for the fuel doctor. And he's back out on the circuit, so position number 6 for him. But yeah, these two really, both of them recovering from early off-track excursions. Of course, Prilwitz we saw run off at the final corner. Sorry, the first corner of the motor race.
I'm just trying to have a look through our diesel smoke at the moment, but I reckon the back bar on Prilwitz might have a slight bend in it as well. So one of his nudge bars in the rear. That looks like that is bent right out. So yeah, there was a fair bit of contact early. That's not like little aluminium tubing or anything like that. That is a solid hit to bend something like that. And Marcus will be trying to fight back in the Hi-Tec Oils number 31 truck. And got the fresh engine on board this weekend. He'll be really upset about that moment coming into turn number 1 at the start of the race. But doing a fantastic job to already put himself back up into 7th position.
Good news is, in this series, there are quite a few reverse grid races tomorrow, so that will really spice things up and really make the action quite interesting. So race 2 is formed by the finishing result of this race, but then they reverse for race 3, the finishing order of race 2, and then the final race of the weekend is a reverse grid of the qualifying results. So a couple of reverse grids, and that's one of the great things about trucks. It means that to win a championship, you can't just lead it from the front. You have to be able to overtake to win the Australian Truck Championship.
Yeah, and throughout the weekend, I really noticed the difference in the trucks in terms of some of the lighter trucks are very nimble through this back section through turns 7 to 9. So where we see the cornering, turns 1 and 2 even, they can really stay with a lot of speed through there because of the weight of the truck, whereas the heavier trucks with a lot more horsepower, they get those short bursts down the main straight, and that's really where their advantage is. So we're seeing some trucks, you know, really getting close through those sections because they've got the power down the straights, and then as we get to other sections of the track, the little trucks get to sort of walk away. As you can see, the fight back is on, and Tringali now has to give a position back, but it looks like there might be an issue there for the number 92 there, the Tringali Racing International Transit.
It's a shame. I said that it's had a few mechanical issues this year, and it looks like it does once again because Ty Oxley has taken off into the distance after taking position number 9. But how good does it look? Very different looking truck to all of the others, a lot longer as we see a change of position. Prilwitz has made his way through on Noonan, so that is for position number 6 on the road. The Mack truck, the one that Prilwitz is driving, doesn't have the straight line speed of some of the others. It's a bit of a smaller truck. Yeah, okay, it's still one of the big super trucks, but it is a bit smaller than the others. Smaller engine, lighter. However, it is fantastic under brakes and comes into its own in the reverse grid races because the big trucks, yes, they can blast past in a straight line, but he's able to outbrake them every single time. And it produces some fantastic racing. All these trucks have different strengths and different weaknesses. We've got so many brands represented. Kenworth, Isuzu, Volvo, Mack, Scania. It's a fantastic list.
I can tell you're trying to pull up 5.5 tonnes within 100 metres, 160 kilometres an hour. Brake pads are a consumable. They are definitely a consumable with these things.
I've seen in many races sparks flying off and everything under brakes. When the sun begins to set, it is quite something to behold. But out in front, Stephen Zammit comes around the final corner. He had to fight hard, but he took the race lead and he takes the opening race of the final round of the Australian Super Truck Series. Great performance from the reigning champion. Shannon Smith comes around the final corner in his Kenworth T900, so it's actually a Kenworth 1, 2, 3 on the road in that race. He beats home the veteran Frank Amoroso. He set a real fast lap on the final lap of the race. He beat home Riley Fern, who rounds out Robert Fern, who rounded out the top.
Yeah, Brewers will get there over Noonan as well, so that'll be 6th and 7th position. So to get back to 6th from almost last position after that first turn incident, that is a fantastic fight back from the Hi-Tec Oils number 31 truck there of Brewers. But look here, the reverse grid might help them later. The team's race still to come a little bit later on here this morning as well, and that's basically a co-driver that gets in there. Here's your official results. So Zamet, though, being dominant after second position start, they ended up in third position after fighting it out with Dale Cornfoot for numerous amounts of laps. Smith in third position. Ambrose ends up in fourth, just past Fern. Marcus Brewitz fighting back, like we said earlier, from that turn 1 incident at the start of the race. And it's Noonan in 7th, who started from rear of the field too. Lachlan Fern in 8th, Kai Oxley in 9th, and Anthony Tringali, unfortunately, looked like, I don't know if he got around there at the end, but he might have, but the truck looked like it was ready to retire, going very, very slow. So was further up the grid earlier in the race, but unfortunately some mechanical issues by the looks of that. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights, Dan, because turn 1 was where it all unfolded. There's a lot of going on here. They sandwiched him in the middle.
They did. He was hard on the brakes behind Smith, and bang, into the back goes Robert Fern. A couple of hits pushes him off, and also squeezes out poor Frank Amoroso as well in the blue truck, who was just about able to keep it facing in the right direction. Further back down the field, Brewers had to make that comeback. You can see the damage that was sustained to the rear of that truck in the turn 1 incident, but he was flying through. This, though, was the move for the lead.
Yeah, surprised me, I think, going around the outside, managed to get up, and on the inside then, Cornfoot can't turn back down around the tree, the gum tree there in the middle in turn number 8. I don't know, I've never seen that done like that before, especially at these speeds and these size vehicles, so I thought that was a fantastic move. Now, was there contact now between Fern and Amoroso? We couldn't see from this angle, and we'll wait to see how that unfolds.
This is a hairy moment for the fuel doctor, Mark Noonan, dribbling off the road at turn number 3 in spectacular fashion. He was able to get back on the road, but did lose a couple of positions in the process. Out in front, though, Stephen Zammit was our race victor. He made that brilliant pass on Cornfoot and converted it into race 1 victory.
Yeah, their first checkered flag of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and what a way to kick things off. There was a fantastic top 5 shootout this morning, and the race did not disappoint. Now, they actually need an extra cool-down lap in these trucks, because you were speaking about it earlier, the sparks and the fire. Sometimes you see from the brakes overheating, they just need to do an extra lap to try and make sure that cools down before they get into our pits. We were talking about them with them a little bit earlier about those sorts of things, but definitely a spectacle if you can come down here and check this out at Winton Motor Raceway if you're in the area. Only a couple of hours out of Melbourne too. It's not too late to come up tomorrow and take on our second day of racing here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series to round out our 2025 calendar. Lots of announcements have happened, obviously, over the last couple of days. The big one, Marcus Ambrose, now our national competition and, of course, commercial director. So that is a massive name to join the AASA crew, and I think, we're going to see a lot of changes starting to happen there, and some bigger, talking to all the competitors last night, he's really focused on getting racing out there for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's one of his things. It's all about getting as much racing, giving the drivers the best value for money possible, giving them as many racing laps as they possibly can. So we're going to see changes of formats. We're going to see all sorts to try and maximise that racing. So, yeah, we'll see a lot of changes in the off-season. Can't wait to see what Marcus Ambrose, and also let's not forget Kaz Ordano, who does a fantastic job as the Super Series manager.
Yeah, but she's got us all here this weekend. Have a look. The Australian Super Tin Tops, brought to you by the Eastern Sleepers. Here's back again. And this is really their home, I suppose. A lot of these drivers based around Winton Motor Raceway in the Albury-Wodonga region. So we've got a good field of them here this weekend. Dennis Panner's here, of course, crewing again. We've told him he's not allowed in the car because every time he gets in one, he seems to mechanically just
hurt it. So he said, no, it survived the Winton 300. We got through that, but he's not behind the wheel this weekend, which is a bit of a shame. But Brent Edwards is the man, obviously, in the Cable Source Falcon, who we saw towards the front there. He's been the man to beat this season, winning the overall 2025 Drivers' Championship after 4 rounds of racing. He's in the Outlaw Tin Tops class. And good to see the XR6, but he's been going through some setup changes there, and they've just been trying to find a sweet spot for that car to go just a little bit faster. Mark Tracy rejoins us in the V8-powered BMW, and we've seen a lot of BMWs here. Stephen Chilby's here this weekend. We're not seeing Matty Sims, though, who was in that white BMW earlier in the season, because they had a fantastic battle there. And a few categories to get through as well. Of course, we've got our Super 6s, we've got our Tin Tops 2.2 litre and under, our Outlaw Tin Tops, our Ultimate Tin Tops as well. So we'll get through a couple of different championship leaders, but overall it's Brent Edwards in that Cable Source Falcon that's 3rd place at the moment. Great to see the R33 Skyline coming out in the lead here at the moment, because we did see them earlier on in the season. I was hoping that we might see them take a little bit more on this year, but unfortunately, I know travel commitments. We took the Tin Tops up to Queensland Raceway, which we haven't done before either. So that was a bit of travel for them to go up there for a couple of days travel, and yeah, great to have a lot of the Queenslanders join us as well. One of the RX8s has come and joined us this weekend, because they slot into this. So it opens it up to a lot of different cars that might take on other forms of racing throughout the year if they want to get some more laps in, or if they just want to be part of another series as well. We know how competitive those RX8s have been in a racing format around tracks like this.
I'm just trying to see. I don't see the green EA Falcon. We saw that Finn Dennis machine, unfortunately, go up in smoke in qualifying earlier on today over the back section of the course, and I'm not surprised with the short turnaround, only a couple of hours since qualifying, that car is not out there on the racetrack. So we have lost one before we're going to get racing underway. They might be able to fix it up overnight. Let's wait and see. We'll try and find out for you with the short turnaround from qualifying before we had to jump in the columns. We haven't been able to find that one out for you, but we will keep you abreast of everything happening down there in the lane throughout the course of the day.
Oh, we definitely will, and Australian Tin Tops, they always put on a fantastic show, and we can't thank Eastern Sleepers enough. Of course, Simon Cox, who joined the series up in Queensland. Super excited to be part of it, and we're glad to have him here and supporting the Aussie Tin Top series towards the back end of the year. 5 rounds they've got to get through. Michael Ricketts is out here. He's been a giant killer over his time. He's been a massive supporter for the last 3 years as he's toured around doing things with the Hi-Tec Oars Super Series. It's great to have him joining us once again in that little Pulsar. Jordan Cox obviously engineering that initially and doing a lot of driver training with him. But Benny Arnold in the R33 in the Arnold's Fruit Market. Skyline is going to lead us out with Mark Tracy alongside in the LS-powered BMW, all thanks to Twin City Roller Doors. The father of Blake Tracy racing in our TA2 series here this weekend. Brent Edwards and Todd Herring will be on the second row, followed by Corey Gillette, who'll be alongside Ryder. There's couple S13s going out, a V8 powered, of course.
Absolutely. Beyond that, we have an eclectic mix from Lotus to Mazdas to Ford FG Falcon. So Michael Ricketts, as you say, started just outside of the top 10 as the cars come around the final corner. It was really an exciting qualifying session. And Mark Tracy, I think, felt he'd done all he could. And with a couple of minutes left in the session, he was at the top and he brought his car in the lane. And just seconds after he did that, it was when the Nissan Skyline driver of Arnold set the fastest lap of the session and took pole position away from him. And I think Tracy's got a problem. He's really running slowly. He's going to go into the position number 2 slot, but that was very strange. The fact that he fell to 4th position there in that train, but he has taken his position on the start line, but that's an odd one.
Well, Skylines have got a history of upsetting some races all over Australia, haven't they, in the years gone by across various categories. And let's see what Arnold can do. Can he get that car off to the market and get a good price? We'll wait and find out. You can hear that spooling up.
On the second row of the grid, we've got Brent Edwards in the BA Falcon. He's looking to take the title, but alongside of him is a rookie to the series, Todd Herring, a real front runner in New South Wales in a championship very similar to this. So look out for Herring to spring a surprise.
Oh no, unfortunate start there for Arnold. The 33 stalls on the line and he's getting swamped by competitors everywhere. Have a look, 3 wide into turn 1 and Corey Gillette just threads the needle.
Oh, does he? He locks up, he runs wide and squeezes out Brent Edwards Edwards as a result of that. What a frantic start through the opening sequence of corners, and on the straight as up the inside comes Chilby. What an unbelievable start from 7th on the grid. He's up to position number 3. Great start. Oh, big slide for Corey Gillett. That was like a drift. The car's gone back to its roots.
Oh, he loves it too. He said, look, I'm not leading a championship at this point, so I'm going to put a show on for everybody at home, and I'm going to slide this car around the track. Watch out though, Chilby down the inside having a look. Now, he had a couple of little drive shaft issues yesterday and a couple of little failures there. They were working hard. Brent Edwards pushed to the outside there, the championship leader at the moment. And he drops back a couple of positions, and he will not be happy about that.
Todd Herring has moved up as well, ahead of our pole sitter, so he is up into position number 4. But I think Edwards dropped off the road by himself. It looked like he had a big slide mid-corner. He corrected it, but that sent him left over onto the grass. So a rare unforced error from him. Look at this, David versus Goliath on the back straight. You might think that the Skyline had pulled past Todd Herring in a straight line, but no, that MX-5 is an absolute bullet. However, the GTR has been able to outbrake him, slot up the inside, but they remain side by side through both corners, and Herring holds on just.
Have a look at the straight line speed. You don't do that without a little bit of boost on that engine if you want to stay that fast down the main straight. Still plenty on going further down the pad now. Corey Gillett now coming back to the clutches here of Herring. And he won't be long, he's all over the back, but Arnold putting up a fight, and they go too wide. Arnold's not going to get 2 for 1 down the inside, I don't think, though. Just in the background, the cable source, Commodore Brent Edwards settled back into the race now. He just needs to focus and try and get some laps under his belt, maybe struggling with some setup in that car. And have a look at Arnold. Gillett just doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment, and the car is right on the ragged edge. He takes a different line. He tries to set the car up for a run to come down into turn number 7 under brakes. Herring was on a different line as well, and they almost crossed past that front splitter, almost making contact.
Brent Edwards is catching them all up as well. This is brilliant stuff. This is fantastic to kick things off in the Aussie tin tops. This is fantastic to see. Out of the turn 9 hairpin, what can Arnold do on Gillett? Can he go up the inside? No, nowhere near close enough. In fact, put a couple of wheels there on the white line on the dirty stuff. Was lucky to get away with that one. A couple more centimetres of tyre on that grass, and he would have looped the number 44 R33 around, but he was able to keep that under control. Boy, oh boy, what an aggressive first couple of laps we have seen. Out in front, Mark Tracy completely oblivious to what is happening behind him as there is an attack for third. Later on the brakes for Arnold, up the inside. Can Gillett hold it around the outside for turn 2? No. Understeers wide, and that compromises his line through turn number 2. And up the inside comes Todd Herring. Nicely positioned his MX-5 to take full advantage, and he moves up to position number 4. He might be new to Aussie tin tops, but he does know this track relatively well. He's taken part in the last 2 Winton 300 endurance races and actually won last year's edition.
I reckon most of the drivers in here have taken part in the Winton 300. Very popular event. Two-driver event, get a lot of laps out there. Now, Corey Gillett didn't make that too easy for him. And Brent Edwards, he's not letting him through because Corey Gillett, obviously the 2024 overall points champion when it came to the Aussie tin tops here. But Brent Edwards, we know that cable source Falcon might have been a rough start there. Maybe between these two cars, fighting for some temperature in the tyres, find that sweet spot for him, because you look at Corey Gillett's car now, it's looking a lot more glued to the track than what we saw in those opening couple of laps. So I think you find tyre temperatures starting to come up, things changing there as they find a little bit of traction. Brent Edwards will want to fight back. He's had a bit of a season as well. We saw him in Sydney, he had to go off and get his clutch fixed up there. So it hasn't been all smooth sailing. Even our opening round, we saw that car retire from one of the races. So Brent Edwards had to fight for this championship so far, but Mark Tracy is leading the battle of the BMWs out there in front of Stephen Chilby. Tracy, with 12 wins in tin top racing, he's out. Well, what do I want to say? He's got the most wins out of anybody when it comes to the most winningest, is what we heard down there earlier. Yeah, didn't we? Oh, he's had the overall most pole positions as well. Well, it looks like Arnold's going to throw his hat in the ring there. It's the first time we've seen him on a pole position ever when it comes to the Australian tin tops. Chilby's not going to let him get away with this, though, because we've still got plenty of time. 15 minutes remaining in this race, and Chilby is 0.3 of a second behind him.
Yeah, this is on, isn't it? The BMW duel at the front. Here he comes, having a little bit of a look there. I thought he was going to send it up the inside, but thought better of it there, Chilby. Wasn't close enough on that occasion, but he will be soon. He is absolutely hounding the back of Mark Tracy. I thought it was funny what you said earlier. You said, oh, that's Blake Tracy's dad. Only 12 months ago, Blake Tracy was Mark Tracy's son. It's the other way around now.
Yeah, it has changed a little bit. I was actually laughing at him this weekend because Blake said that he was faster than Mark in this car because he actually drove one of the rounds here in this earlier in the season. And Mark's come out this weekend and beaten Blake's time in that car. Now, I know they have made a couple of minor changes, I think, to their tyres, but Mark's definitely got one up on him at the moment. Blake was really eager to get back into that BMW. Ryan Bell, great to see him back here. Didn't make it up to Queensland, like we say. A little bit of travel for him. It's probably the second last time we're going to see the V6 iteration of the 370Z as well, because he's had the LS conversion. They're teasing it. He said, oh, you know, it was there to scare the motor. We're just going to blow this motor up first, and it just hasn't. It's managed to take the punishment that he's put out to it, but he said after this season they've got one more day of racing and then they're going to retire that motor in that car and they'll be back out with a little bit more horsepower next year.
There you go, down towards turn one they go already. 4 laps are in the book. And I note, yes, Tracy and Chilby are at the head of the field and they're battling right now, but third position is closing in on them and closing in at a vast rate. And the pole sitter is coming back into this battle. So Tracy and Chilby might have to be wise here. Do they maybe potentially lose the battle to win the war? We will have to wait and see. But at the moment, they are going hammer and tongs out there. 195 machine, the Twin City roller doors. BMW is the one at the head of the field, the E36. Well, it's an E36 1-2, isn't it? Not just a BMW 1-2, but an E36 1-2.
Leading the class when it comes to outlaw tin tops. Ryan Bell is second in the ultimate tin tops class. Herring is actually that MX-5 leading that category out there at the moment. Now, Bell, if he'd managed to make it up there, he had some great success in rounds 1 and 2. We've seen him on the podium. He's had 2 wins this year in that category and numerous 5 times second position there, and that was only 2 rounds that he raced with us. So he missed the Queensland rounds, unfortunately, and great to see him back. He didn't come to Mallala either, so great to have him back here and watch for him in the ultimate tin top category. But he's under attack at the moment because have a look at Robbins just poking and prodding around each side. 370Z.
They've swapped around. Chilby has gone to the front, and Tracy now under significant pressure from Arnold. So Arnold's going to go the long way around the outside of the sweeper, surely not. And he is just about going to run out of room there. Wasn't allowed the real estate that he required, and he had a good thing. A huge look up the inside at turn 7, but that was shut firmly in his face as well. This is a hard, aggressive duel out there at the moment, and Arnold can't find a way past. He knows he needs to make this move quickly if he wants a shot at this race victory.
Yeah, well, let's do some updates down in pit lane with J-Mac.
The Twin City Roller Doors team, Mark Tracy actually racing without 4th gear. Going to make life tough on these short straights, but still holding on to second.
Oh, without 4th gear, that would make a massive difference. You can see the straight line speed there as Arnold goes by in that R33 Mustang as well now. So he is really struggling. Mark Tracy, now we know that, he is doing an impressive job in that car around, considering he's still lapping the high 120s too. So he's only losing about 1.5 seconds a lap.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, this is quite a tight and technical circuit. You're not using 4th gear anywhere near as much as you would at a large majority of tracks in this country, but certainly on pit straight and on this short shoot towards turn number 11, there's no doubt about it. He will be losing time. We saw it, didn't we? It's exactly when he pulled or wanted to pull 4th gear, because that was the moment that Arnold went flying past. The problem is that he may become under threat from Herring and Gilling potentially as well. Brent Edwards late on in this race as well, because all of the top half dozen cars this weekend are so evenly matched. For me, this is the most competitive Aussie Tin Tops field we've seen in a good number of rounds.
Well, now they're just going through a couple of the cars. They come around and lap them. There's our ultimate Tin Tops leader, Herring there in the MX-5. He's still holding out Corey Gillette, who seems to have found a little bit of pace at the moment. So I reckon those tyres are really starting to get into their zone there at the moment, and they're catching up to that Rubbercraft MX-5 there of Todd Herring, who's outright at the moment in 4th position, but leading our Ultimate Tin Tops. Corey Gillette in the Outlaw Tin Tops class. That'll be fourth for that, but 5th overall at the moment. Brett Edwards fighting back in the background there. That's Peter Ryder, Ryan Bell. I'd love to go back to that Joshua Robinson. I was going to touch on that because he's leading the Supreme Tin Tops class, but that car looking very good. Have a look at it up here now. So leading his class at the moment in a fantastic battle there with Ryan Bell. This one's, you know, we're talking only 0.3 of a second between them throughout most of the race, and it'd be hard almost to see, even though the 370Z sits so low, that car would almost be out of the mirrors how low it sits. And great to have joining us here in the 118 machine, Aaron High, in the Simford Group Motorsport Ford FG RX-8 Ute in our Outlaw class as well. We haven't seen that join us as part of this series before.
Sadly, that is driving into retirement, coming into the paddock. That's a real disappointment for him. So a retirement is recorded in the books. But so you spoke about Robbins and the class that he is in the Super TT class, but there's a good fight for that class win in the championship terms between Michael Ricketts and as well Helena Maris, and they're nose to tail on the road as well at the moment in position number 14 and 15. Oh, huge lockup for Chilby, our race leader. You can see the Arnold skyline is edging closer and closer, looming larger in his mirrors. And that was a significant mistake or significant lockup that will, I am sure, repeat itself. When you lock up that badly, you often make a big flat spot in the tyre, and then after that repeatedly find that same spot.
You can think of it like a 50-cent piece. It's very hard to roll. If you've got something that's round and they've got a sudden flat spot, if they find that spot again and he's too hard on the brakes, potentially could grab again, and the more it'll try and degrade that tyre, really hurt. Now, opening up a little bit, Todd Herring's now opening up a small gap there in 4th position, a little MX-5 as it boosts away. Just in the background, those 2 positions back, Brent Edwards, we saw that start. It was down to turn number 7 where he had a little bit of an off. Looks like the car might have not quite had the tyres in the right spot as he wiggles around under brakes in the background here. Herring, though, looking very glued to the ground. Just in front of him looks like a little bit of our drivers who are a little bit further back in the field now as they'll get the overtake done. He pulled to the right-hand side and let them through. Corey Gillette doesn't want to give up on this one, looking for a top 5 finish. Didn't he have a fantastic start where he really shot past a number of cars, threaded the needle and ended up in 2nd position for the first couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't this just say Aussie Tin Tops? 3 completely different machines achieving almost identical lap times. A little nimble Mazda MX-5, a ultra fast and pretty nimble as well Skyline, and then behind that the big bulky Barra motor directly behind that. Mel, you're down there with an update.
I'm down here with Blake Tracy hanging on the wall watching Dad, but we saw him limping around to the start line, and there's a problem with the car. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we're missing 4th gear, so down the back, it's with our gearbox in the car, it's 3rd, 4th track only. We've got a T56 in it, and 4th gear was clunky at the start of the weekend, and he's just lost it, so he's going 3rd and 5th now. So he's just got to try and drive the wheels off and see what he can do.
He's made life hard for himself. He's still hanging in for a podium so far, so that's good. So tell me now, are you coaching him now instead of the other way around?
I try to, but I think his head's a bit too big for his own good. We both learn off each other a lot. It's really good. So I drive his car and tell him a few things, and he'll also teach me along the way as well. So we just bounce the information off each other, and it's pretty good.
There we go. Sharing is caring, guys. Thanks, Blake.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, a lot of experience, Mark Tracy. I know he's got one of those old Super 2 cars sitting in the shed as well, which he might see him do some racing in later, or next year actually. So, like, they got a couple of race cars between them. And have a look at this move. Chilby, he's under attack. Arnold gets the move done. Down the back there. What a move there. The Arnold, the fruit market, the Arnold's fruit market entry. No, there's an issue. Chilby might have an issue.
Yeah, he did not get any drive out of the corner. It really bogged down, so there's something, well, there wasn't any way out of that hairpin right with the 226 E36. So there is a bit of drama out there. This might not be over. We might see a few more changes of position, because despite Mark Tracy limping out there. He is now catching back up to Chilby, so it's constantly changing. These are highly strong machines, aren't they, in Super TT? And we do see quite often mechanical issues rear their ugly head, and we're seeing that right there, right now on the circuit. He's looking okay, but it's certainly not what it was last time by. He was 3.5 seconds slower than the race leader.
I'm just having a listen. It sounds like that's off. Almost like it's
yeah.
out of fuel or something like that. And we'll have a look at a replay here. And this is Corey Gillette down the inside of Herring. He has put some nose in there. Herring just leaves the door open just a little bit. We'll have the inside run into the little hairpin here under the gum tree. Corey Gillette to the outside. And if you're Brent Edwards, you're licking your lips at the moment going, please, 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 let me through. I'm in the background. Corey Gillette managed to get that move done, though.
Well, no, because Herring came back through on the exit of the corner. Gillette got far too sideways, and here was the move for the race lead we saw last lap by. So Arnold just slotted on by, and look, no drive out the corner for the BMW. Oh, it's copy and paste from the lap earlier. Gillette back up the inside once again. This time, though, will he lose the rear or will he be silky smooth on the throttle? No, he's learned his lesson, and this time he is able to take position number 4.
I thought someone had just taken the replay label off the screen for a second there. That's exactly what it looked like, didn't it? Brent Edwards now going to go on the attack here in the number 18 cable source entry, leading the championship overall for 2025 and looking to get another championship under his belt. He's driven so many different styles of championships and been very successful throughout his racing career. But the 77 is going to try and hold him out as there's only a minute 20 left in this race. We'll probably see one more lap, potentially 2. Corey Gillette, I hope there's not an issue there for the Herring MX-5.
Yeah, that was not good, was it? That was not a good sign, pulling over to the side there and almost letting Brent Edwards through. So I think there is a problem for the Herring MX-5. So that means now that 3 of the top 6 drivers in this race are suffering with some sort of mechanical gremlins. This is a real race of attrition. Certainly the hottest race that we've had in Super Tin Top since that opening round here at Winton Motor Raceway. But this is a real race of attrition. And let's not forget, they've still got a race this afternoon as well.
Yeah, still plenty more action to come your way this weekend. Of course, 2-day event of racing. We had our practice days yesterday and a little bit of qualifying, but Arnold doing a fantastic job in the Arnold Fruit Market entry, number 44, the R33. It's been a giant killer for many years in the Australian motorsport scene throughout circuit racing. Keep hearing that name Skyline pop up every now and then, whether it's going way too fast down Mountain Straight or whether it's taking on some of the big V8s around Australia. The Skylines have been very dominant, and he's managed to put it all together here, and the checkered flag is out. And Arnold will grab himself his first win here in the Eastern Sleepers Australian Tin Tops in the final round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and he's still got 3 more races to go this weekend.
Yes, certainly does. It's a question of, though, where will Chilby finish in that limping, that ailing BMW? The answer is just ahead of Gillett. The margin in the end, just half a second. But what a drive from Arnold. He really had to work for that one, didn't he? He really bogged down at the start of the race, but he kept his head and he came back through the field.
Oh, I would love to be down there to find out that is a stall on the line or maybe just missed a gear there. But Benny Arnold taking the win there by 3.8 seconds over a limping home Mark Tracy without 4th gear. Stephen Chilby with some sort of mechanical gremlin in the car. We could just hear that. Corey Gillette came home strong in 4th position with Brent Edwards not too far behind. Now Todd Herring, what was going wrong with that car? Dropped back into 6th position after being in front of Corey Gillette in 4th. Peter Ryder in 7th. Matty Sears in 8th. Ryan Bell and David Bunton are 9 and 10. So we also saw a little bit of a drop back there from Robbins, who dropped all the way back into 18th position for Joshua Robbins. So maybe something going on there as well. There's plenty to talk about throughout the field. Michael Ricketts back in 13th position in the Little Pulsar as well. But let's have a look at some of the highlights, and there's quite a few to go through here. So this one here at the start, what happened to Arnold? Did he stall it? Did he try and start in 3rd gear? It looked like maybe it just stalled up on him. And have a look at Corey Gillette. Have a look at how much he shot that S13 down the inside there, threaded the needle, locked up the brakes, gave Brent Edwards just a little bit of a hey, no, I'm coming through, do not try and push me off. Mark Tracy was the benefactor of all that to start the race.
Certainly was. He took off in the distance, wondering what had happened behind. Well, they're racing 2 wide, sometimes 3 wide. through the opening sequence of corners. Gillette with a huge moment on the exit of turn number 3, just about kept that under control. Brent Edwards did not. He took to the grass after losing the rear, and he had a lot of work to do. Arnold, though, he was recovering from his start issue, and he made light work of Corey Gillett down at turn number 1. And as well, he had his pocket picked in Gillett with Herring coming up the inside and taking the place at turn 3.
Yeah, and as we know, Mark Tracy obviously having some issues with fourth gear going into the race. But to hear from the crew that he actually lost fourth gear, and have a look at Arnold, just took advantage of that. Then chased down Chilbert, who was leading for a little bit. Chilby, who was leading for a little bit still with Chilby before the 226 machine started to have its own mechanical gremlin there. Take nothing away from the Arnold markets. Fruit market entry there, though. Benny Arnold did a fantastic job. He was the fastest car out on track, and he pulls up in front of the number 1. I'm assuming the Tracy crew will probably look whether they're going to try and change that gearbox between races and fix it, or whether they'll just send him out there, because you can't deny the pace he still had without that gear in the car. So as long as the mechanics aren't moving around in there, we're not seeing metal go through and potentially cause further issues, what risk will they take? Or will it be a tonight job where they're only over in Albury, they can take that car an hour away and stick it back in the workshop, where it's probably a lot easier to do the work on that car. He's having a pretty relaxed weekend here with his son Blake, obviously driving for the Hi-Tec Oils car there in the number 66 this weekend, back in the Camaro there. He's had a bit of success in Trans Am as well, and an up-and-coming name when it comes to the young guns of motorsport around Australia. But right now, let's get down to our winners here of race number 1 of the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops race.
P3, Stephen Chilby, you look a bit hot and bothered. Wow, what a race that was for you.
Yeah, look, I can't ask for any more. Look, I got a good start, took off. I was there with Mark, and then I started having troubles. Third gear wasn't going in properly, and for some reason, my fuel's cutting out again. So all the right-handers, my engine was just cutting out until I straightened the car back up. But anyway, I'm happy with third. That's a good effort, given the weekend that I've had.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, this time yesterday, let's talk about this little guy, which I've been holding on in case we got to have a chat, that nearly stopped you from racing today. Yeah, I'm going to hang this one up on the shelf, I suppose. It's a little snap ring that holds a half axle into the diff. And unfortunately, it wasn't locking that in, so it made my axle pop out of the diff, and it lost all drive. So, but it's just snowballed from there. I've had alternator problems, oil pressure problems, and hey, you're on the podium. It's all good.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Stoked with third.
Mark Tracy, in the words of my grandfather, you don't need fourth gear. What happened to the car?
Yeah, straight off the start, I went to grab fourth out the back and just wasn't there. The synchros are gone, so our weekend will be over. I was using third and fifth the whole race. Yeah, so it was a bit tough, but get the momentum. You could still get a decent lap out of it. But it was good racing until they sort of caught me. I just had to block a bit to get in that situation. Hope they make mistakes, but it is what it is. We're out for the weekend, mate, so we're all
well, time to pack up the truck, but thanks for a really entertaining race.
The young bloke's on the grid, so I'll sit back and have a few cans and watch him on the hill, I think.
Thank you.
And our race winner after a pretty clunky start, Ben Arnold. Let's start at the start.
Oh, gee whiz, that was terrible, wasn't it? I stalled it off the start, but I don't know, it kind of kept going, so yeah, that was pretty bad.
It's always fun, though, when you're sitting behind and you just pit them one by one and end up winning, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, I think I was back in about 6th place, and then I just slowly, one by one, picked them off. The other guys had a couple of issues, which sort of helped me. But geez, it was tough out there. We've got a lot of fun, though.
Good comeback.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from our victors down there in the lane. There's plenty of talking points in that one, but what a shame, Mark Tracy saying that he's done for the weekend. We turn our attention, though, to some wings and slicks categories. It's the Australian Drivers' Championship, fitting really that it's being held in Australian-built Aussie Hyper Racer X1. So plenty of those out there on the race circuit. 19 in total, and it's the usual protagonists at the front of the field. The two-time champion, Damon Sterling, and directly behind him, Hayden Crosland, who's been his nearest challenger all season long. They've been really fighting it out, dueling it out throughout the season. And coming into this one, it's one hand on the trophy for Damon Sterling.
Can you believe that he's only been off the podium for one race throughout the entire year? That is a stellar year there from him. And Crossland, not a bad slouch either there. He had an unfortunate one Raceway round number 2 where a couple of races didn't finish due to mechanical issues at the end. So he's missed out on a podium 5 times throughout the season. So that they're not all first, but they've definitely been on the podium that many times this year, and they're going to take this fight down. And it's going to be a big challenge for Hayden Crossland, who nearly didn't make it this weekend. It's great to have him as part of Summons Racing for this final round here and into 2026 as well. We saw that press release come out. So he's got a great crew behind him now. He almost didn't make it here, but he's still got the potential to maybe catch up here to Sterling, who was super focused here yesterday at the racetrack. I could barely get his attention when I went down to speak to him, and they're about to get their race underway here. Race number 1 for the weekend, 20 minutes up on the clock, and let's see how this one's going to play out. Hamish Leighton is our Masters leader at the moment there. He's sitting 4th overall. Where will he end up as well?
Here they come then, 2x2, rolling start for the Hyper Racer X1 machines. The Hayabusa engines roar. We are underway on this contact. Nico Fred's got a poor start, and he was clipped there from, I think it was the 59, was it? It was the Renault-looking machine. Couldn't quite see what the number was there, but there was definite contact in the mid-pack, and Fred was lucky to keep it facing in the right direction. That was an awkward moment, but Nico French has survived. He is right on the tail of former series winner Dean Crook, but look, the top 2 have already pulled a margin.
Definitely very fast, aren't they? And he's putting him under a whole heap of pressure early on, because we know position does help at this track, and they were very matched yesterday. I loved watching qualifying where you would see you'd almost see Crossland match Sterling, but Sterling would go out and go another couple of tenths faster, and it just kept doing that. It was almost like a game of snakes and ladders as they went up and down. But he said, I just didn't have the tyres to stay with him, and Sterling is super fast. So let's see how it goes, though, in race conditions. That's very different. You don't get a chance there to really let the tyres cool down or brakes or anything like that and try and cycle them. So once we go to race conditions, can Sterling hold him out? Laser focus, like I said, this weekend to try and get the job done. Strick back in 3rd, then Stasi, Smith. In back, Girton, Crook out in 8th position. So Dean Crook to be back that far shows the stature of the field, because, you know, he is the inaugural champion and obviously the man behind one of the men behind the creation of these vehicles.
Well, to quote his father, he's hit 40, he's now a dad, and he's completely lost it. I don't think that's the case. I just think Dean Crook didn't quite hook it up in qualifying. He's still a talented driver, but it really does show how this field has moved on. He was saying to me, if I missed it by a couple of tenths in the first couple of seasons, I'd still be 2nd or 3rd. If I miss it by a couple of tenths now, I'm at the back of the top 10. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, no, who was that? Just trying to see. I hope that was that. It looks like Crossland. It did look like the livery. He's got a brand new livery on this week. We get used to the 7 on the side, and he's just gone back into 3rd position, but looks like he's managed to regain that back on track, and he might be able to hold there. Hopefully those tyres aren't too dirty. The 59 just grabs the whole curb Girton there, and these cars aren't designed for curb hopping.
No, definitely not. Girton had a big look there, didn't he? Up the inside of the recovering the in-back number 4. Sorry, I'm used to Crossland being in number 4, but yeah, there we go. It's in-back this weekend. But Strick, let's talk about the man in position number 2 on debut in the series. He's only just turned 17 years of age. I met him early last year. He just started racing cars. He was in the Victorian Hyundai XL series, and he came in and straight away was in the top 5, and I thought I better have a chat to this young kid. He seems quite a talent, and here he is on debut in this series, again making a huge impact, but this time on the national stage.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard, I think, there. Stazzy's now gone past Crossland as well. He's dropped back another position. I hope we don't have any sort of mechanical issue with that car. It's probably going to tie up the series for Sterling if that happens. Oh, no, the 19.
That's Leighton.
That's Leighton, and that's who's leading our Masters at the moment as well. So that's unfortunate.
Or big moment off track for the purple machine of Smith. In fact, so off the road is Girton as well. So it looks to me like conditions are very tough out there for these competitors at the moment. We're seeing quite a few mistakes out there on the racetrack. That plays into somebody like this man on the screen, the development driver, as you say, the inaugural series champion, Dean Crook. You won't see mistakes like that from him. Yes, all right, he didn't have the best qualifying session, but he'll keep things out of harm's way and he'll plug away and move forward, and he is now up to position number 7 because of Girton's off-track excursion. But so much movement up and down the field in this first 2 laps of this motor race.
And it probably takes a good 6 or 7 laps for these tyres to really get into the groove out there for these little Hyper X racing cars, because we can already see the times getting better and better. The sector times going purple there for Sterling. Now we just see Stasi goes sector number 3 purple as well. So they're getting quicker. They're already down to the 121s. We saw them dip into the 119s here this weekend.
So there's an interesting little point for Lucas Stasi. He is quick this weekend. He always is quick, but he's particularly quick this weekend. He's got a pretty fresh tyres. Each set of tyres must do 2 rounds. The tyres that, the first round that these tyres were used at was the Ben Motorsport Park. He had a shocker, he had an engine issue and completed hardly any racing laps. So his tyres are that little bit fresher. Stasi is always the top 5 finisher, but he is a real joker for a potential race victory this weekend with those slightly newer tyres compared to those around him.
Yeah, and that's where it plays out. I know that they've only got a certain tyre bank they can use throughout the years. A lot of competitive racing, and they're doing a lot behind the scenes in the Australian Drivers' Championship to try and get yourself in some of these lease vehicles. So not all these vehicles owned by the drivers. You can actually lease them off the racing category. They can put you in touch with people who have these cars, or they've got a couple themselves. So if you want to get down and have a go at something like this, it's the perfect opportunity to come and have a talk to the category and try and get involved. Hayabusa engine in the back, so they're quite readily available if you go to a motorcycle wrecker and things like that. So in terms of parts, you can buy a lot of stuff from your general motorcycle spares as well. So a great Australian designed chassis there, designed to use parts that make them very quick, as well as the aerodynamics they put on them. They're a great little race car.
Also, it's a prize, a test day in one of these machines if you finish 3rd in the Formula Ford Stars Renegade Series. So yeah, there's a test on the line for that series. Great to see the 2 open-wheeler categories offering prizes to have drives in the other. It's a pretty cool little initiative that has been taken, but Carl Girton at the moment is coming under pressure from Nico French. Girton, new to the series this year, former Trans Am driver and a front runner as well in Trans Am, taking a couple of top 3 finishes in the series back in the early 2020s. When the series really was coming up and really rising, and a real good tin top racer. But he's proved this year that he can mix it with the best of the open wheeler bunch as well. He is in position number 8, but he does have front wing damage after that off-track excursion that we saw at turn number 4 earlier on in the race. So he is suffering a lot at the moment. He's only got one of the side parts of his front wing, so he's going to be really understeering. Look at the damage on that machine at the moment.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'd also like to know what happened to Nico French at the start. I potentially think his back tyre went on top of someone's front wing. So someone carrying a little bit of damage from that one potentially as well. Obviously, we see a lot of the teams be able to repair that between the races. But let's have a look at one of the replays. And is that a move down there at turn 11?
At turn 3, yeah.
Turn 3,
is the off-track excursion for the Hayden Crosland entered machine, and he did a lot of dirt tracking. Look at that, the machine absolutely filthy, dug into the road as it came back on.
Yeah, wow, that's not good. I mean, we don't like turning the front of these cars into shovels, do we?
No, definitely not, but that's exactly what he did, unfortunately. He has regrouped, and he is flying out there at the moment. He did set his PB lap last time by, but not quite as quick as the 2 ahead of him. So it's Strick, Stasi and Crossland, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Can they even see Damon Sterling at this point? He's gone. He's miles in the distance. The margin after just 5 laps is over 6 seconds.
Yeah, the blue setting on that sticking to that championship leader like trophy at the moment, isn't it? It's setting. Like he potentially will take that out. He just needs to try and bring this car home for the remainder of the weekend now. A win in this will dominate that, especially with Crossland dropping back into 4th position. He's pretty much unstoppable, bar something catastrophic happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really been a dominant series for him. Well, we say Crossland has challenged him, but Crossland has just had a few more DNFs. He just hasn't been quite as consistent. Sterling's got 12 wins, Crossland's got 8 wins, but it's been the bad days where Sterling's made the difference.
Crossland's had 3 DNF races.
Correct.
And that's all it takes. 25 points up for grabs for a win in the championship. And, you know, you got to get paid all the way down through the ranks, especially when we're seeing 20 to 25 cars at most of these events. But, yeah, really hard there for Hayden Crossland when you get a 0 for a race. You put 3 of those together, that means you're pretty much going to be 75 points behind coming into this.
Absolutely. Out of turn number 10, Stasi is closing back in once again. Stasi, he does get podiums relatively often. He got one here, actually, at the start of the year. He's had a luckless year, really, since then. The Bend, he didn't even make the start of that event, and the same could be said last year as well. It's the Bend has been a real difficult track for him. He hasn't completed a racing lap around there in the 2 times he has visited the venue. So really it's been a recovery since then for him, but he's looking to get his 2nd podium. He's in a podium position right now, but he wants to get a PB result. He wants his first P2 finish in the championship.
You can't blame him for that, can you? Like, you know, you want to work your way up there. It's all about race results, I suppose, in the mind of the racer. It's not, you know, they don't go out there just to have fun. It's a byproduct of racing, having a whole heap of fun there. There's some trucks firing up in the background. They won't be too far from getting back out on track. But here we go now. It's punched up. Girton's under attack. And have a look. Is that Ewan going by as well? The 25, Gardner, actually. Ewan's gone by. So Gardner now looks like he might be there. And Rory McKercher lurking in the background in the 95 machine.
Yeah, Rory McKercher, quite a unique situation that he's in. He's got completely different controls to all the others, man.
Yeah, obviously day-to-day gets around in a 4-wheeled wheelchair, so he doesn't have the use of his legs anymore, and they've changed the setup of this car to be a paddle shift style, a bit of a fly box. So he's actually got the accelerator on hand controls as well. So for him to be out there and be competitive in this class is phenomenal, but obviously ex-motocross rider and all that, and he said, you know, I took a few years off after the accident and racing's still in my blood, so I had to find somewhere, and fortunately for the category, they've managed to adapt the car to actually get him out there and be part of the series.
Yeah, I spoke to him earlier in the week, and he says, I think this is my 7th weekend at a racetrack, and I'm always testing as well. And he said that his son has now taken up motocross competition as well, so he's loving watching his boy drive on the bikes, just as he used to, but he's still getting his fix on the tarmac in the Australian Drivers' Championship. Further forwards, this is the fight for a top 5 position, and can you believe it? It's another rookie in position number 6. So we've got 2 rookies this weekend that have really come into this series and taken the bull by the horns. So that is the Impact driven machine. Impact, 21-year-old, came out of karting just 3 years ago. He went to a rental kart place, drove it around, had great fun. It was very, very fast, and a few months later decided, you know what, I'm going to have a go, I'm going to go karting. But this is his first weekend out of a go-kart, and 6th position in the Australian Drivers' Championship. So impressive.
It's just amazing how much raw talent there still is in Australia when it comes to some of these young competitors coming through the ranks, and I think a bit of a taste for it here in the Australian Drivers' Championship, especially I suppose the go-kart open wheel. This is a sort of an open wheel, carry a lot more downforce on the car, so it's going to behave a little bit differently, but the ability to adapt, as we might see a move get done here. We'll head down into turn 11. He's going to be on the outside of this one of Ewan. Will he stick it around the outside? That's Gardner. He's going to stay there, though, as they come onto the main straight. He's not giving up. He'll go a little bit to the left, and it's hard to see, but it looks like Ewan might get right back in front, and he does. Ewan will hold on to this one from the ewanmotorsports.net entry.
I said to Ewan at the start of the year, again, a relative newcomer, a youngster to the series. I said, what's your target this year? He said a top 10 in the championship. Well, coming into this final round, he is 10th in the series. So very, very impressive. Another youngster doing good things up the inside. Can't quite see who that is from the drone cam, but a move has been made down through the back section of the circuit. That's Girton going down another place to Chris Peters.
Oh, great to see Chris moving up there. He's He's a real character, isn't he, amongst everyone down there? I mean, one of the founders of Quadlock, but great to have him here and enjoying as the checkered flag comes out. And this race, we've got some winners there. Sterling will take out the race number win, and it's a big margin as they head back through the field.
What a drive, though. Harry Strick, position number 2 on debut. I can't speak highly enough of the young 17-year-old, the man who just turned 17 in the last couple of weeks. Smith comes home in position number 5. He's had a good run of form in recent rounds. He got 2 podium finishes at Calder Park last time out. He's really found good form this year, has Bradley Smith. So he held off in back late on in that race, but they continued to come through. Gardner got back through on Ewan to finish inside the top 10 right at the death as well in the final couple of corners. This man, though, on the screen, Lucas Stasi, his first podium since round 1 at Winton in February.
Yeah, I just looked at Gert going back through the field there. I hope that's not some sort of mechanical issue in that car, because he was running around mid-pack for most of that race, and we just saw him sort of go down the field a little bit later on in the race. There you go, Damon Sterling by 8.3 seconds over Harry Strick, the young gun who's coming through for his first time here in the Australian Drivers' Championship. Lucas Stasi, very quick every time he gets here. Hayden Crossland just couldn't piece it together, and we saw him go that off-track manoeuvre, which may have damaged the aero on that car just a little bit. Bradley Smith, who's had a couple of glimpses of podiums here throughout the year, in 5th position there. Embark, another one of the newcomers to the series. Dean Crook managed to get up a position into 7th. Nico French in 8th, and Zachary Caitlin 9th. Josh Gardner managed to make it into the top 10. Ewan in 11th, which was nice. Rory Kircher came through into 12th, so it's a great finish from him. As we have a little bit further down, Hamish Leighton, who's leading the Masters category. Not good to see him down in 17th position, but looks like he might have finished that race. It's great to have our Cottery Capital wall cam up there as we saw them come across the finish line. A slight breeze here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's a warm day, a couple of clouds just putting some shadows out there, but nothing like we saw yesterday where there was lots of cloud cover. A little bit of rain. Today is sunny, clear skies, and the racing is absolutely fantastic as our winners will unstrap and pull themselves out of these cars. We get the thumbs up from Damon Sterling, who has been laser focused this weekend. I mean, you go down and try to talk to him, and you can tell he's going through the lap in his brain. It's really hard to get his attention.
Yeah, he's a quietly spoken young man. He does his talking very much on the racetrack, and we've seen that again here today, taking his 13th victory of the season in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. Mel is down there with our race victor.
I sure am, Damon Sterling. Another victory for you. Great job.
Yeah, simple as that. Just drove start to finish. It's really hot out there, so it's a bit slidey, but I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's it.
And tyres are going to be a thing for the rest of the weekend. How are yours?
Definitely. It's pretty hot, so I don't know if I'm going to have much tyre left even for the final 2 races. So we'll have to see what happens, because there's a few guys behind me who are on fresher rubber, so it'll be an interesting battle.
Yeah, look, it's been great racing all year, but you've obviously won more races than anyone and done a fantastic job, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Up next, we have the Australian Super Trucks. Can you find 2 more different categories going from the light and nimble hyper races to these, the trucks for the first team race of the weekend? There's Frank Amoroso watching on from the sidelines. His co-driver O'Connor behind the wheel now of that truck right there, the number 96. So here then is the grid for our team's truck race. We've got a couple of lightweight trucks on the front row of the grid. Lachlan Prilwitz alongside Riley Fern. Then the first of the big rigs is Robert O'Connor. They'll start alongside Lachlan Fern. Then we've got Brett Dalglish, Mitchell Prilwitz, Harvey Dale, Dylan Veet, who's new to the series this weekend, ahead of Travis Williams and Mark Noonan rounding out the top 10. And then from the very back of the field, look out for Dale Cornfoot in the number 19 machine. We say this is the co-drivers championship, effectively the team's championship, but the regular driver can still compete in it, and Dale Cornford is one of those who does compete in both championships. So look out for him from the very tail of the field. Even the legend car boys, there's Dylan Thomas coming to the fence line to watch the truck racing action. Yes, give us a wave, Dylan. Good to see you enjoying the action of the Australian Super Truck Series. We're about to get things underway. 6 laps are ahead of us here at Winton Motor Raceway. Who is going to win the drag race to turn 1? The question is, can any of the big trucks make their way past the lightweight trucks before turn 1? That could be crucial in determining the outcome of this race.
Yeah, position key with when you've got vehicles this type of size. We're going to see the diesel soot is already coming out, and we're about to get this horsepower party underway. Have a look at this, great little start, but it's the lightweight trucks leading us into turn number 1, but they're very loose as they go in as well. We saw how tail happy they were yesterday through some of these laps, and want some fresh rubber, and we'll just see a little bit of break there. They make a bit of room as Fern comes out in the lead of this one.
Certainly does. The lightweight trucks have made, the big heavyweight trucks have made their way through on the drive that started from P2, as up the inside comes Dalgleish, and he moves up into P2 and potentially up the inside into turn number 4 as well, and does. So he takes the race lead, and he's going to be followed straight through by Harvey Dale as well. So those two move their way up to the front of the field. Mitchell Prilwitz is not too far behind either in the Hi-Tec Oil sponsored Mack truck. Can he make his way through on Fern into turn number 7? You bet he can. Dives up the inside, moves on through and into the top 3. You can really see the speed difference being shown in front of us between the big rigs and the lightweight trucks.
Just saw that understeer from Dalgleish. That was a massive move there as he turned that truck in. Obviously, they're very accustomed to how the trucks react out there, and they're probably still looking for a little bit of time to hear a very short race to get things underway. And unfortunately, no. We can see Fern starting to drop back, so didn't quite get the drive out. That one went very wide, but the big boys are at the front. Have a look at them go. Dalgleish, Dale, Prilwitz, and Fern. Sorry, that's O'Connor at the back there. No Fern, actually, no. So we've got the other Fern there. They're everywhere this week.
Yes, correct. It's there's so many Ferns that jump behind the wheel of the trucks. It's quite hard to keep up with. Don't worry, not the first. You won't be the last to get a little bit muddled with all of them. But you can see the Cornford has moved up a few positions. Is now on the tail of the fuel doctor as O'Connor runs wide around the final corner there. Lost a hell of a lot of ground, so through goes Noonan, and he might potentially lose out to Cornfoot as well. Down towards turn number 1, I'm looking at the back there side by side. In fact, Cornfoot has got 2 for 1 on the straight and moves up into the top 5. Good stuff from him, but out in front it's Dalgleish from Dale.
Just having a look at Prilwitz, he's doing a fantastic job as well. You can see that truck well balanced, like you say, late braking in it, slightly smaller of the super trucks, but also the acceleration he gets out of the corner. We know the top line speed might not get there quite as fast, but that initial, 50 into 100 metres can really accelerate away. As there's our race leader at the moment, Dalgleish, under attack from Dale. Pull it up, Dale. We'll go a little bit wide, and we saw a bit of a manoeuvre around the outside there, so I'm not surprised to see trucks go wide. Oh no, here we go, one of the trucks already retiring, and that's Prilwitz as well.
Yeah, it's Lachlan Prilwitz.
That's Lachlan Prilwitz, yeah. So that's unfortunate, the PRT in through the Isuzu.
Indeed, a real shame for one of the lightweight trucks. Great to see that one back out there. We've only had a couple of lightweight trucks the last couple of rounds, so great to see that we got 3 out there this weekend. Sadly, it started this one, the Tringali Racing truck. The bright purple machine has not made it out onto the start of this one.
Bit of bump and grind going on in the background there, but it looks like Lachlan Fern just trying to straighten that back bar. It looks like they've already straightened the back bar by pulling it off there of the Prilwitz number 31 machine, but I thought maybe Fern was trying to... Well, that could be potentially a little bit of payback from the primary drivers earlier on in the weekend after they already had a little bit of contact between those. They seem to have those magnets between them.
Understeer for Mitchell Prilwitz. points in the final quarter. The truck became unsettled over the curbing, and he, as a result, relinquishes that position, falls down to 4th. Cornfoot now is right there as well. Lap number 3 of 6. Dalglish from Dale. You can't separate these two at the moment, can you? They are nose to tail into turn number 3. This is great racing. Pruitt's forced to go defensive into turn number 3. Nice exit from Cornfoot. He's going to have a crack up the inside of 4, but that is very clearly not going to be an overtaking opportunity. Pruitt's defending that one off very smartly through turn number 4. But Dalglish in the number 1. Of course, we saw Stephen Zammit take a race victory in that very truck earlier on today. And he's coming under pressure, though, Dalglish from Harvey Dale. And was there a bit of contact? The one machine running wide. So Dale, oh, big contact there. Big contact midway through the corner. Despite that, though, Dale's been able to stay around the outside and takes the position. Good stuff from him. So he moves up ahead and takes the race lead in truck number 60. And their big fight has allowed Lachlan Fern directly behind to vie into contention as well here. So he is up into position number 3 and is flying out there. Purple in both of the first 2 sectors, and might set the fast lap of the race as around the outside goes Cornfoot. But here is the Max Truck strength under brakes, is able to hold on to the place, although, having said that, did run a little bit wide and propped up Dale Cornfoot a little bit there around the penultimate corner. Halfway through this race, it's absolutely flown by, hasn't it? It's been an absolute spectacle for everybody here at Winton Motor Raceway as Cornfoot goes back around the outside again. But again, the Mack truck late on the brakes, but this time Cornfoot is able to hold the position. He moves across his nose down into turn number 1 and takes the running of position number 4. What can he do, though, now? Can he close up into the top 3 positions? He's got just 3 laps to do it if he does indeed want to take the race victory. Harvey Dale, though, is out in front, as we saw that move around this section of the course last time by. And he has pulled a near 1 second lead. Look at the lean on the Kenworth. That is a real sight to behold here at the nation's action track. Dalglish is sort of going with Harvey Dale. He might have lost the lead, but he has reset. He's trying to go with him. These two were first and second in the team's championship last year. Harvey Dale taking the championship by 25 points ahead of Brett Dalglish, but a bit of a mistake there for Dale on the exit of turn number 9. He's going to be able to hold on, though, to the lead at this point in time. As they exit turn number 10. This is back on again. This is well and truly back on. I was expecting Dale to waltz off into the distance, and even with that mistake, I thought he'd reset and be all right, but no. Dalglish has stepped it up a notch here at the midway stage of this race and really taking the fight to the race leader. Behind that, Fern is just 2 seconds behind. Cornfoot, though, 2 purple sectors. He is on a mission. The bright yellow machine, 3 purple sectors, fastest lap of the motor race. Last time by, he was 2 seconds faster than all 3 of the cars ahead of him on the road. This man is on a mission at the moment in this first team's race of the weekend. He's now only 2 seconds behind Fern in position number 3. This is really going to be an exciting end to this race. But is it too little, too late? I think he'll have 1 lap to try and move into the top 3 positions. Last year, the trucks teams races really were dominated by Harvey Dale. He won 5 of the 6. Lachlan Pruitt won 1 of the others, the only other race, I should say, of the 6. So it's very much Harvey Dale. Dalglish, who's been racing alongside Zammit for over a decade in the team's championship. and he's thoroughly enjoying his time in the #1 machine. For him, it's been a bit of a victory drought. Somebody that we're so used to seeing taking wins in the team's championship, as we say, last year. Not a single win for him, but he can taste it at the moment, can't he? He really can. He's right back on the tail of the defending team's champion in Harvey Dale, but he's running out of time. Two very similar Kenworths out there at the front of this field. Fern in position number 3 in the MLC Fern earth-moving Volvo, built back in 1987. He's going pretty quickly out there as well. A lot of these trucks are from back in the early days of truck racing, back in the late 80s and the early 90s, and it's really cool to see so much history with all of these trucks. A series that's going to go from strength to strength in coming years, and even in the coming months. I'm hearing that there's a couple of trucks that have recently been sold and a couple of new trucks being built as well. So we could see up to 4 or even 5 new trucks out there on the racetrack come round #1, or midway through anyway, the Super Truck Series next year, which is really, really cool. Imagine 16 of these things going around Winton Motor Raceway. It will be a real spectacle. But great to see this series really getting back to its glory days. As we see Dale just half a lap to go now from his first race victory of the weekend. Team's Championship race #1. This year they've really gone new ground, covered new ground. Round 1 at Malala, first time there. Oh, big mistake, running 2 wheels through the grass on the outside. Big kick of oversteer as a result for Harvey Dale, and that allows Dalgleish to close right back in with just a couple of corners to go. This is going to go right down to the wire now, but if he goes defensive, holds it to the inside, that should, I would think, be just about enough. But Dalgleish is going to throw everything at it into the final sequence of corners. A bit of smoke there, a bit of dust being flicked up into turn number 11. Dale swings it into the final corner. Great race between those two, real quality, and it's on. A drag race behind, but out in front, Harvey Dale takes the race victory ahead of Dalgleish. Look at that, side by side across the line for position number 2. Just a 1/10 of a second between them. Fern holds Cornfoot off. I said it'd be close at the end. I didn't think it'd be quite that close. That was quite something as they came across the finishing line. Harvey Dale there taking the first race win in the team's championship. Dalgleish in position number 2. Fern and Cornfoot just a 1/10 between the pair. Noonan in 5th. Robert O'Connor had a couple of moments. He finished in P6 ahead of Mitchell Prilwitz, Riley Fern, Dylan Veet. Unfortunately, Lachlan Prilwitz was a non-finisher, and then Williams a non-starter. We're going to take a break here, the live stream coming to a close, but we'll be back in around about 10 minutes time with the first TA2 muscle car race of the weekend. We'll be back in just a few moments time.
Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We're back at Winton Motor Raceway where it all began in 2025. Yes, it's been 9 months of racing, round number 6. We're just a couple of hours north of Melbourne. I tell you what, fantastic racing conditions. I'm Matt Cavanagh, joining me Jared McLean. It's going to be a river weekend.
The Winton Wrap, we've had 6 rounds, this one included. It's been a long season, a lot of trials, a lot of tribulation, but we've made it, and what a show we've put on.
One of the dominant forces in TA2 muscle cars has been Jared Hughes, and last time out in Malala in South Australia, he managed to clinch the championship. Yes, he can't be caught here at this round. Unfortunately, we don't have him here, though, because he's over in New Zealand racing GT4s this weekend, but super dominant throughout the TA2 Muscle Car Series when it came to 2025. We caught up with him earlier this week to talk about his championship win.
Hey guys, Jared Hughes here. Unfortunately, not going to be at Winton this weekend for the last round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, racing in New Zealand, Hampton Downs in the GT4 Series. Unfortunately, those 2 rounds have clashed, but unreal to wrap up the championship with a round to go. Can't thank my whole team enough. The whole group of people that are behind me have been amazing this year. It's been a massive team effort from myself to my mechanics and Laurie on the data and engineering. The whole team has been awesome. So I can't thank IES Motorsport and Encore Motorsport enough for all the support they've given me this year and for all the working together we've done as well. Obviously, it's a hard thing to win a championship, no matter what championship it is, and it took a lot of hard work and a lot of time and money and everything like that. So can't thank them enough for everything they've done for this year, and yeah, looking forward to where this takes us. It's awesome to wrap this up, and it's a great thing to add to my resume as well. There's obviously some pretty fast people and some awesome people that have won this series in the past, so it's awesome to be added to that list. But we'll see where this takes us now. It's been a great 2025, and then we'll see where 2026 takes us. But yeah, can't thank everyone enough that's in my corner, and look forward to seeing what the results are like this weekend.
Well, Hughes may have wrapped up the championship, but the battle for second still wide open between teammates Josh Thomas and Ben Gomersall. It's going to be awesome here today.
Haven't they been super close too when it came to qualifying and practice times this weekend as well? So they're going to battle that out. It's going to be within the team. Of course, it's a jam-packed schedule though this weekend because we've got 8 categories racing across the entire 3 days of competition here at Winton Motor Raceway. But this afternoon we're going to see, of course, the TA2 muscle cars, but the Formula Fords are going to be out too, have put on some fantastic racing. We're going to have the Innovation Race cars, the Australian production cars, Legend Cars Australia, who incorporate their Australian title into this weekend, the Aussie Tin Tops, and of course this weekend for the first time ever we've seen the Australian Super Trucks.
These hulking heavyweights put on a show here around Winton. I mean, I've never seen them in my life, but man, what a day here at the final round.
Well, the flies are pestering us here in these warm conditions this afternoon. It's going to get up to 25 degrees at the moment. Could get a little bit warmer, though, but it's been a different weekend yesterday compared to yesterday.
Yeah, we saw a wet session of practice yesterday. A few drivers opting to come out and take advantage of the time to acquire some data. We actually saw Brock Payne come out, go top of the charts in that practice session. But, of course, vastly different conditions for the next 2 days.
Well, talking about qualifying, let's head over to our Pole Sitter Award winner with Melinda Price.
And yes, our Pole Award, the Road Active Suspension presented by Matt McKeldin, goes to you, Brock Payne, in a new lap record, pole record for TA2. Well done.
Yeah, I actually didn't know about that, so that's unreal. Look, I just couldn't be happier for the team. We put in a major effort last night, changed a few setup changes, gearbox and that, so to put it on pole for them is awesome. See what we can do in the race. A bit nervous, but I'm sure once I get going out there, I'll be fine.
I mean, great to see you up here, and I think I speak for everybody. New team, your first season in TA2, you're the reigning champion. Welcome to the front row and have a great race.
Yeah, thank you. Big shout out to Road Active Suspension too for the pole award, as well as Jacob's Well Montauk Tavern for sponsoring us this round. We couldn't do it without them.
Well done, thanks.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, here with the CEO of AASA, Stephen White, and of course V8 Supercars, 2-time national champion Marcus Ambrose. Steve, it feels like forever ago that we were at Malala. It was only a handful of weeks, but the work has been frenetic behind the scenes with some big announcements.
Yeah, massive week for us. Obviously, AASA has been working hard behind the scenes. And look, the series is going from strength to strength. We've been able to get, if you like, attract more people to the same philosophy we've always had. People that have been involved in motorsport and motor racing. And who better than Marcus Ambrose to join the team? Marcus has joined us as our competition and commercial director. And look, great things are happening in AASA.
Marcus, you're bringing a wealth of passion, knowledge, experience, the list goes on, but this is a massive role and a massive, massive coup for AASA to attract you into the series. Tell me, what's on the list? What are we hoping to achieve? What are we going to achieve?
Well, thank you. AASA is the home of true races, and I just want to tip the hat
to Gary Rogers, one of the great racers of Australia. Good friend of mine, sad to lose him, but he's always in our memories. But AASA, he's got exciting times ahead. They've sold it to me and I've bought in, so I'm really excited for the future of what we can do. We've announced just this week TA2 coming back on the Hi-Tec series. Hi-Tec oils are coming back on board in a big way with AASA moving forward, and Formula Ford are coming back for a national championship also. So lots are happening behind the scenes. Just can't wait to get started, really. I've got 3 cars running here this weekend, so my duties haven't really started officially because I'm still wearing my team sponsors and I've got a car on this grid for TA2.
Well, it's about time that we get into it. An absolutely wild day of racing about to come at us.
Well, we're about to have a look at Winton Motor Raceway, 3 kilometres, 12 corners to get around, and who better to show us around than the pole sitter from 2002 in the V8 Supercar Series, Marcus Ambrose, the legend. Mate, what's it take to put a car on pole here at Winton?
Well, you better hold on. It's drizzling with rain, it's an old school track, and there's oil down on the racetrack, so let's go have a lap. The track hasn't changed much here at Winton. It's an old school country track. It's one of the great ones, lots of twists and turns. We're coming down to turn 1 here, one of my favourites. You bounce the curb on the left, you ride the curb on the right, you aim towards the wall, you take 4 strips.
You get close down there, don't you? You're really close to the wall.
You do, you have to. You've got to use all the track here. It's a small track. Look out, we're trying to spin ourselves out. Front wheel drive, very fast Hyundai though, I must say. It's a lot of fun to drive this car.
Oh, there we go. We've got the Hyundai N-Line sideways now.
We're still on the old track here. It really hasn't changed shape since they built it, I think in the 60s here. So they did a great job just to really form a beautiful track. This is the fastest corner on the racetrack, the big long sweeper. It's got a lot of oil down, I must say. I'm hanging on here.
Oh, that rain's getting a little bit worse too. I tell you what, there's got to be a couple of flashbacks here. Oh, we're really sideways now. Have a look at the car go. All the safety features trying to do everything for you. Oh, I remember seeing some footage of you actually over here in turn 9, bogged at one stage, having to get out and let your tyres down to get out.
I'm never going to forget John Bowie. He served me coming off this corner right here and got me stuck on the right-hand side. It'd been raining all week. I was bogged in the grass and in the water. My crew chief at the time, Paul Forg, he told me to jump out and let the tyre pressures down, and I got out. It was the best forward drive manoeuvre I've ever heard of. But we didn't finish well in the race, but I certainly got John Bowe back by the end. I can guarantee I did that.
So down to turn 11 here now. We've seen so many dives. Is this where we're going to see the overtaking this weekend?
It's the best spot to make a pass here. It's a dead straight line, really tight corner. If the guy leaves your room, you're just going to fill your nose up in his mirror and try and make a pass here.
Yeah, there's a couple of exciting parts of Winton Motor Raceway. Marcus, we're on to the main straight now. This is where it all comes down. You've got to get the final part of the lap done. We're out wide. We're grabbing a bit of dirt.
It is, and again, another great spot to try and pass into turn 1 here. But the secret of Winton is to qualify in the front row and never lose track position.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the legend, Marcus Ambrose. Thank you for a lap around Winton Motor Raceway. Put a big smile on my face. Let's get to some racing.
Let's go.
And that's how it looks on this track that opened back in the 60s. In fact, November 1960. Yep, 65 years ago was the day. And one of the great tracks on the Aussie motorsport calendar, bathed in sunshine after yesterday's changeable conditions and a massive thunderstorm overnight in the Benalla region. But clear skies ahead as the TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo on the track, ready for the 4th last race of 2025. We were only here yesterday in Feld. Brad Gardner's alongside me. He's dropped the helmet for a headset this weekend, brother. Great to have you along. Your season come to a premature end.
Yeah, great to be in Olds, and yeah, beautiful day here at Winton. Nice warm track for the drivers, but yeah, picked up the headset this weekend, which I'm not minding. It's a bit cooler in the comp box than what it is out there.
Comfortable 18 degrees inside here at the moment. Don't want to brag, but it's quite nice. We look at your starting grid. Hey, well done, Brock Payne. His first pole position, the 22nd different driver to score one in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Ben Gomersall, who's likely to finish in 2nd position for the Eel Stud on the front row. Josh Thomas and Blake Tracy on that next row. Josh Webster and Hayden Hume raced last weekend in Toyota 86. Graham Cheney, who celebrated a birthday yesterday, starts out of 7. Diesel Thomas with some gearbox dramas in qualifying early today starts inside the top 10. Lee Stibbs, who jumped since the 92 Chevy Camaro after Ben Cabbage vacated it after practice, and Danny Reedy down the order there in 12th with Glenn Ebert. Hayden Pullen makes his debut, and Warren Wadley at the back of the field in car number 88. So a 20-minute race. That will start when they get to the control line on this 3-kilometre course with 12 turns at Winton Motor Raceway. Great crowd here on Saturday afternoon. The first race across the nation is underway now with Brock Payne, The Chevy Camaro that leads us down here into the S's for the first time. Gomersall trying to cover off Blake Tracy, who's taking no for an answer. As we look from Diesel Thomas. Thomas' perspective in the middle of the S's and loses a spot in the process. And it's feisty in the mid-pack already. That's Josh Webster. Buccini goes wide in the IES Chevy Camaro and might lose 2 positions, and does. Wild start.
Yeah, real wild start. I think Blake Tracy was a bit optimistic there, trying to go around the outside at 2, but yeah, Gomersall was not having a bar, so he sits back into P4.
Up to turn 6 and 7 for the first time. So Brock Payne, who debuted at Sydney Motorsport Park earlier this year, come off a qualifying best of 4th at Mallala at the previous round, but scored that pole position and a new qualifying lap record earlier today by 0.2 of a second. Leads us through around the Gumtree section. We chase the cars coming out of turn number 9 and down what was the old back straight in the day, chasing the unit racing car of Ben Gomersall. They make their way down to this second gear left-hander, really sharp, more than 90-degree turn, and a long straight that takes us up to one of the great passing spots.
Awesome start by Mark Cruncher. He's up 2 spots already from his late qualifying runs. It's awesome to see, and I'm sure Lee Stibbs will be trying to come through as well, also up 2 spots from the start.
So Payne under pressure already from Gomersall, Thomas and Tracy. That's Diesel Thomas and Mark Cruncher, who's up a couple of positions already. So they come through to complete the first lap. Oh, it's spine-tingling hearing these V8s roar down the Hi-Tec oil main, straightened up past the old start finish line. A lot of fans taking liberties with the shade here today because it's quite warm conditions out there. 26 degrees. It feels a lot hotter than that out there in the spectator areas, but it's much hotter in the track as we jump in car with Josh Thomas.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be real warm out there for the drivers, and Blake Tracy does not look like he wants to be hanging around in P4. He told me he made some great changes to the car, and he does not want to be hanging around where he is, but Gomersall definitely looks racy for first year.
Gomersall, who scored pole position back here in the second race of the weekend back in February, the first round of the series, looks racy here, knowing that some winds here will put him into the summer with a bit of confidence for the 2026 championship. They start stacking up on the exit. I love that shot. They're so low down. Gives a different perspective of how much attitude these cars have got. All off the track. And that looks like Lee Stibbs. And I don't think that's been an incident. I think he's just pulling over there in the 92 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro at turn 9. He's doing double duties. No, there is damage to the front of that car. And he's trying to go left. The car wants to go right, and I think he's going to call it a day. He's in a really tricky spot, a long way off the course there at turn 9.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see after he stepped up into the Hi-Tec car for the weekend, doing double duties after Cabbage has dropped out. But yeah, disappointing to see for Lee. Interesting to see a replay, see what happens there.
Thomas on the inside. Both these cars prepared by TFH Racing. Gomersall covers him off. Behind is Tracy. Let's jump back in with the 69 of Josh Thomas. He feeds at third gear. Back to second for this left-hander. Blake Tracy pickpockets the spot. Nice move then from, we could say, the local here this weekend.
Yeah, he's been absolutely itching to get in a car at his home track after the Trans Am event was cancelled here. But he looks like on the move. But I'll tell you what, that car out the front, the 33 of Blake Payne, he's got some proper drive out of the corners. But Gomersall looks strong up under brakes.
That car was great in qualifying today and preserve those Hoosier tyres. Just 4 laps. Hitting back-to-back flying laps today, and that could be the key with 4 races remaining.
Yeah, 100%. Blake Tracy, I think he got up to about 7 laps and put it off the track twice, and a couple of lock brakes. So when you look at that, the cars out the front have got, 5 less laps on their tyres and no off-track excursions. So I think Blake will be finding that hard come the last few laps of this race.
Good to see Josh Thomas in a much better frame of mind this weekend after a tough Mallala weekend where they had differential issues with that car in the first race. He had a string of second-place finishes earlier in the season, was second outright at Sydney Motorsport Park, but 11th only at Mallala has really hurt his points chances in 2025. The beauty about the TA2 series, I'm sure you agree with this, if you have a bad day today, at least tomorrow you can come back and qualify and go again.
Yeah, perfect opportunity to re-qualify. Obviously progressive grid for race 2 this afternoon, but then to re-qualify tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. And yeah, redemption if you have a bad day today. It's a bit different to last year when we were out there last year. If we get a DNF, it's definitely a hard Sunday. But yeah, Blake Tracy must have went off there. There's a bit of dust on it, or a bit of grass.
Yeah, and he'll need to monitor that. It's a very dry in and outfield here at Winton Motor Raceway. It needed more than a thunderstorm. I think it's quite dry up in this region for this time of the year. So that grass clippings is right across the front of the radiator grille. So they'll keep an eye on the engine temperatures. Also noting too, Hayden Pullen has 10 seconds additional penalty added to him. So that may be for a start infringement. May have been out of line there with that 75 machine, his debut in the Ford Mustang. So watch the cars round through the Gumtree section. So Thomas closer, but can't really do too much in this section. It's a really narrow, where patience will reward you if you get it right out of here.
Yeah, definitely. And that 66 car of Blake Tracy and the Hi-Tec Camaro is definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. That thing is full of grass in the front. And it's looking real loose too.
He needs to watch this. It's a couple of mistakes already. And compared to the conditions we had at Mallala earlier this year, at the previous round where it was more windy, if anything, today it's just real hot conditions. And that UV really does mess with these Hoosier tyres. They're quite sensitive to hot temperatures. He'll need to manage that with still 14 minutes as Thomas goes a long way around, feeds it fourth gear on the way down to the S's to start another lap, clears him and moves up into position 3.
I don't know what's coming out of the front, or whether it's rocks or grass, but there's something coming out of the bottom of that car, Blake Tracy's.
As it got hot, those grass clippings are really cover that. There's an engine temperature up on the 66 because they're swamping him now. Josh Webster goes past him. Hayden Hume also made the move on the previous lap. So we'll keep an eye on that 66 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaros. We're in board with Diesel Thomas, up in a 7th position after a gearbox drama earlier today. Saw him back in the pits during qualifying. It was enough, though, to start from P8.
Yeah, no, he done a great job. He was lucky enough to get a lap done pretty early and, yeah, keep his top 10 position after Mark Crutcher put on a late run. But, yeah, Blake Tracy's out and done in this race, I reckon.
Yeah, he's cruising. He's dropping away now behind Crutcher, who's up into 8th position. As he joins Diesel Thomas ahead. Just see the car starting to skate away with these tyres. Back at the front, Brock Payne, Formula RX8 champion of 2024, who jumped into the category at the midway point. And they've really found the sweet spot aboard the Hutchinson Builders Montauk Tavern-sponsored car for the weekend. And Ben Gomersall would love to end the season with a couple of W's next to his name.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting to see Gomersall's got all 3 fastest sectors, but Brock Payne the fastest lap time. So Gomersall's definitely turning it on for the front here, but Brock Payne keeping a cool head out front.
So into lap 6 with 12.5 minutes remaining. Another race to come up later today at Winton Motor Raceway in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The Winton wrap-up for 2025. And into pit lane comes Tracy. That is a lot of grass on the front. I'm sure the temperatures are in H for help me.
Yeah, no, that dash should be lighting up in all sorts of colours right now for Blake, so it's really disappointing to see, but yeah, it's going to make his Saturday afternoon pretty hard coming from the back.
Yeah, his second run as a solo driver after getting the nod to drive the Hi-Tec Oils team, a driver you spent a lot of time with. He's got a big future ahead.
Yeah, massive, and what he's doing with his social media and his driving, his performances right now for a young kid, just unbelievable really. The performances in Trans Am and clean sweep on a weekend, you know, his 3rd start is, yeah, really promised to him, and was lucky enough for him to jump in my car, and he put on a great show at QR2 for us as well, so it's awesome to see.
Yes, he hasn't gone a lap down here. He's rejoined the race, but he's back down the field in 14th position, so he'll be praying for a safety car at the moment with 11.5 minutes plus a lap remaining here at Winton Motor Raceway. We look at youngster Hayden Hume, who's in the Toyota 86 Series this series, in fact 5th in the standings after last weekend's event, and behind is Josh Webster in the La Machina entry for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport in the Ford Mustang in 5th position. Fastest lap so far at 26.1 for our race leader, and here he is, Brock Payne, on the way down into the S's. Gomersall just glued to the back of this Chevy Camaro.
He's putting all sorts of pressure on Brock Payne, but he's doing a great job to keep his head cool, and yeah, I reckon Gomersall is not going to move away from that rear bar.
Gomersall, who picked up a win here in the final race in the dying stages. In fact, with 2 laps to go in race 4 back in February, pretty much in this section, and went on to win the 2nd race when it was a class victory at Mount Panorama with the Bathurst 6-hour support race. But from there, has had some up and down results during the year. 6th in the co-driver tag team enduro event at Queensland Raceway. He was 5th outright at the previous Queensland race and 6th at Sydney for the weekend, but runs in 2nd place outright. If you haven't heard the news, Jared Hughes not here. He's won the Series 4 2025. In fact, it's racing over in Hampton Downs in New Zealand today in the GT4 Australia Series. But safely secure as your 2025 TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo champion. We have 10 minutes remaining. As down to the final turn we go to complete lap number 7.
Gomersall looks like he's the much faster car in this situation here, but I think when you got two cars such similar pace, it's going to be hard to find a way through. So he's going to have to play his cards right, and sitting in behind there is going to be real hard for his tyres. And these cars do tend to overheat pretty quick.
Nothing in their lap times too, Brad, with a 26.9 for Payne, 27 flat for Gomersall, and 26.5 now behind for Josh Thomas, but it's nearly 4 seconds away. Interesting to note, when you get two guys like this, and you've been in a situation before, normally when you scrap like this, you bring the drivers closer to you. They've managed to put a margin on the cars behind.
Yeah, it's incredible to see both driving incredible. They're just doing lap time after lap time, and none of them, don't want to put the curse on them, but have either of them made a mistake. So it's really good to see. Hopefully they can take this race right to the end.
I'll handle the cursing, you just handle the comments. Down here into the hairpin at turn 7 from these cracking drone camera shots through the right hand, left hand around the gum tree, which I'm sure is going to be heritage listed at some point. It's had many a star go past that over the last 65 years. Back out of turn number 9 and down this straight. So the gap back to Thomas is nearly 4 seconds. It's another 1.4 seconds back to Hume. Then Webster, Thomas, Mark Crutcher 7th. There's Collier 8th. Graham Cheney, and now Danny Reedy comes up into position 10. They work their way down towards the final set of turns. Turns 11 and 12 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Gomersall up on the curb. It's almost teasing from Brock Payne, who has his first little moment of the race. Those Hoosier tyres just pleading for mercy on the exit, but his straight line speed is really good.
Yeah, I think the corner drive for the 33 is unreal, but Gomersall's real strong under brakes. I reckon it's not a matter of if, it's more a matter of when he gets past this Payne car. I reckon he'll check out, but the lap times and sector times are bang on.
He's in a hurry, isn't he? Yeah, you look at those two last lap times, 400ths between the two of them. And they're racing as close as you can. Gomersall will need to keep an eye on engine temperatures too, staying this close to the car ahead.
Yeah, his tyres will be getting real hot staying in behind there, but their pace is just exactly the same. It's really good racing for the two out the front, and it all comes back to qualifying. They're the only two cars that have done their flying laps on the second.
So down through the left-hander we go. So lap 9 of this first race. This battle is raging here in race number 1 of the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. It's Payne, Gomersall, Thomas, Hume and Webster leading here at Winton. So looking back down the field, here's Hume and Webster through the left-hander. So Hayden Hume, who was one of the drivers who persisted in those changeable conditions during practice yesterday. It wasn't raining enough out there to cause drama, but he just did lap after lap just to learn the track and learn how these cars will behave in the wet if we were to get wet conditions.
Yeah, if we get wet conditions, I'm going to have to steal a seat because I love the wet. But yeah, at the moment, it's looking like it's just going to be hot. But yeah, new race leader here for Ben Gomersall. It looks like he's finally got past, and that Mustang looks mighty fast. So I reckon we'll check on out.
Must have happened on the way up to turn 11. Now you watch to see where this Ford Mustang goes now. As he goes into the lead, he'd been knocking on the door for the last 9 laps and finally got it done. So the son of Ben Gomersall, who was a regular for many, many years of the Utes and Touring Car Masters himself, a noted Super 3 driver, and that's tough luck. Blake Tracy being pushed back into the garage, so obviously those temperatures might have got hot. Well, there's another sinister drama with this 66 Hi-Tec old Chevy Camaro. Tough day for both of them, with Lee Stibbs going out on the first lap, subbing in for Ben Cavenagh in the 92 car that Robbie Farr's been driving all season. So that promotes a few drivers now up inside that top 10. Gomersall's leading now by 0.6 of a second. It'll be interesting to see what the lap times will be at the end of this lap.
Yeah, he's got a good car in the first sector. Gomersall, he's checked out by half a second in that sector alone. So he's he looks pretty comfortable out the front. He'll have clear track now. It'll be the best thing for his car right now.
Watching Hayden Hume and Josh Webster behind. Hume, we just did the Queensland Raceway round this year with a 5th position in the second race. Did the first handful of races back in 2023. It was plagued with DNFs at Winton and Hidden Valley. Ditto that at Queensland Raceway. Sat the season out, then joined us for the QR round. Total Parts Pro entry, car 45. This is ahead of Webster right now in the battle for 4th and 5th position. Hume just almost set his fastest lap of the race. In fact, his fastest first sector of the weekend aboard the 45 machine as he tries to stay in touch with Josh Thomas. Diesel Thomas is now 6th but 3 seconds away from these two cars. So we take it from the drone cam once again through the long left-hander. It's another patience turn really through here. You don't want to crack the throttle too early when you change direction back here. Many a car have lost an exit stage left over the years.
Yeah, you want to make sure your car's set up pretty good, especially on a real hot day with these Hoosier tyres that move around a lot, because a waiting corner like that, as soon as you get hot tyres, it makes your race really hard.
Can you feel when they go away? Oh, here comes Glenn Ebert into pit lane. So the Alien Tech Chevy Camaro is now heading to the garage. Are we experiencing some engine temperature dramas today with these? We've ran hotter conditions this year.
Yeah, definitely ran hotter conditions. I think with the dry grass on the off-field, it's probably the only thing so many cars going off or pick up, and it's probably having a little bit to do with it, especially with the Blake Tracy car. I think that's the biggest thing, whether he had issues before he went off, which caused that, but it looked like it was that.
So through comes Gomersall to complete another lap. It's 26.3 to 26.8, so half a second quicker. Then Gomersall continues to lead here by 1.3 seconds now, and a further half a second quicker on that previous lap to Brock Payne, denying the Formula RX8 champion perhaps of a magic day with his first pole position early today, $250 thanks to road active suspensions. But at the moment he runs in second position. And this is how it went down a few moments ago in the Hi-Tec Oils replay. So the mistake coming out of turn number 10, he got wheels on the dirt, and that was the target fixed for Ben Gomersall. You'll see the unit racing car sit down the inside here. A popular place to get the job done if you've got the drive, and then Payne had to yield and let him go by, and the unit racing car moved to the lead about a lap or two ago, and the gap sits at 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, if you lose your run out of 10 there, it definitely makes it probably the second biggest braking zone on the track into 11. Definitely makes it difficult, but Gomersall was bound to make his way through, and he definitely has now, and up to a bit over 1.5 seconds now, so he's checking out.
He'll control this race. Going back to my point about tyres before, do you feel them starting to go off? And if they do, can you get them back?
Definitely don't think you can get them back, but you can definitely manage it. I think the best thing is just knowing you've only got 6 tyres for the weekend, so it's not about this race. It's the long game. It's obviously points rewarded for the podium, not finishing position. So I believe if you can just manage your tyres, you've got to know the whole way through.
Let's go to pit lane. J-Mac.
And understandably disappointed Blake Tracy having to retire the Hi-Tec car from this race one. Tell me, there were a few different issues going on out there in this machine.
Yeah, no, it was obviously had a pretty all right start. I copped a fair whack from someone. I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was Ben Gomersall, I'm not sure, but copped him, and I had a fair bit of vibration, but I was just trying to adjust to the driving style of that, and then I've turned in, and something in the rears let go, and I just every time I got to the apex, I tried turning in, I just was about wanting to spin out on me, so I went flying off a few times, and just got really hot. But it, I just don't want to have that big money bill at the end of the weekend, so don't want to get it too hot and blow it up.
Well, now it's time for the crew to do their magic and get you ready for race 2.
Yeah, that's right. Just a bit disappointing. All the local boys from Albury have come up, and it's right. We've got one more day tomorrow and one more race at Saro to.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a great year for the 18-year-old who almost won on his birthday at Sandown in the Trico Trans Am Series this year. And doing the right thing. It's very odd to hear multiple issues with a car when he's talking about vibration, dramas in the rear end, and ultimately it was a high engine temperature.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, going off and getting the high engine temperature was due to issues prior to, which we thought might have been the case. But yeah, obviously copped a little bit of a whack on the outside of turn 2 there on lap 1 off the start. But disappointing to hear. Like I said, he's got all the locals here. It's his local track. He's been begging to race here. But I think the best thing for Blake Tracy is not involved in the championship. Hi-Tec Oils are giving him a great opportunity. He's probably just out there to win races. So the best thing is he can come back, and tomorrow he can win races.
Meantime, the battle up here between Thomas, Hume and Webster has closed right up. It's less than half a second. So Thomas might be under siege here for third position with the youngster behind and Josh Webster. Diesel Thomas is a long way back, 5 seconds behind this crew of cars now through this long sweeping left-hander through turn 6, change of direction over the top of those curbs. Interesting to watch down there yesterday for practice at turn 7, how many cars have multiple lines through there, and also cars that would really come in hot. Is there a style to it perhaps? Is it just how you feel at the time, or is it genuinely a mistake?
sometimes a mistake. It depends also how your car's set up. If your car's real pointy and good, you can break it straight to the apex and turn around. But if it's got a bit of understeer, and you want to open the corner up and try and get straight to under the tree. But I assume you'd want to try and make it open so you get the power down as quick as you can. But yeah, sometimes normally when you see them flying over the turn 6 curve on the right, it's maybe a mistake.
They're in trouble, perhaps. There is enough off-roads over there. Not too often you hear cars hit walls here at Winton Motor Raceway, even though they're quite close in some sectors. We're on the last lap now, hearing from race control with Gomersall, 3.2 seconds. He won't get the fastest lap unless he's got something exciting for us in this one. The gap is 3.2 seconds, and looking for his 3rd victory of the season. He collected his first career one in the final race and the first appearance back of 2025, and setting sail for home.
Yeah, it's a great race he's driven here. He's tucked in behind, waited, and got the job done, and he's driving away. He's doing 8/10 a lap now on Brock Payne. So if I was him, I'd be backing off, managing the tyres, but I think he's in a great spot. His tyres have been in a great spot. Car looks good. He'll be keen for the Savo's race.
This is looking good too for Hayden Hume. Regardless, he needs to stay where he is to get his career best finish of 4th. Josh Webster might have something to say about it. Thomas ahead had a wild moment at the change of direction and turned 6 up to 7. So around the Gumtree we go for the final time in race number 1. This is the 15th lap. They'll be back out later today with the result of this race setting the grid for the second one of the afternoon. We'll regroup overnight, ready for qualifying in the morning. Another 2 races to wrap up this TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo in 2025. But this youngster, who's been driving for 888 in the Super 2 Series, powers down the Hi-Tec Oils main straight to pick up a convincing win by over 4 seconds. Ben Gomersall back to Brock Payne, who'll have to wait till later today. Josh Thomas home for 3rd position aboard his TFH Racing entry in car 69. And behind them was Hume, Webster, Diesel, Thomas, Mark Crutcher. It's his 2nd best result of the season with 7th. A much happier day out for the Crutcher Developments team in that Ford Mustang, with Jordan Cox doing the engineering on that car. Behind him was Des Collier, Graham Cheney. Behind him was Danny Reedy scoring a top 10 result too aboard the Danny Orr Earth Moving entry. Yeah, hands up. Why not? That Mo is going to grow maybe another couple of mil overnight perhaps, as he supports Movember here at Winton Motor Raceway. Ben Gomersall, the winner by 4.5 seconds. Fastest lap of the race going to Brock Payne with a 26.1. Back on lap 3. Then it was Thomas, Hayden Hume, his best result. Then Webster, Diesel, Thomas, Crutcher, Des Collier in 8th position, Graham Cheney, and Danny Reedy 60 seconds behind. Hayden Pullen will drop 10 seconds, but should be safe to stay in that spot ahead of Warren Wadley. Glenn Ebert came back in the pit lane, and tough day for Blake Tracy. And Lee Stibbs out in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. Highlights, thanks to Hyundai of race number 1 of the TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series. They played nicely into turn number 1. There's a bit of bump and grind at the back. Maybe that was the moment Blake Tracy was talking about.
Definitely. Looks like that could have been the contact. I think he got a little bit in the front and the rear in the first couple of corners there. But disappointing you had that issue to go back to, lap down.
Graham Cheney off the track in the IES Chevy Camaro, dropped in 2 positions. Lee Stibbs with damage on the front of his car, didn't get past the first lap, and he was sprinting back to the pits to jump into the IRC car. He plays double duties. This was Josh Thomas working the back of Blake Tracy down the Hi-Tec Oils main straight, reeled him up around the outside and comfortably got the job done before the 100-metre board mark into the S's. And in this moment, just a little off the track there for the Hutchinson Builders car. The Chevy Camaro was the only invitation needed for Ben Gomersall to move into the lead. And from that point, he just disappeared down the road to be nearly 4.5 seconds when the checkered flag came out at the end of 15 laps to score his 3rd victory of 2025 and puts himself comfortably, remember, dropped the worst round rules left to apply, keeps him at 50 points clear of Josh Thomas in the battle for 2nd and 3rd in this year's TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series. The car prepared by the TFH team as the youngster jumps out of that 35-unit racing prepared car. Todd Hazelwood comes in for a pat on the back as well, who's here helping out as he does. He gets getting suited up for the Mallala round of the Trico Trans Am Series in November. Brock Payne, well, they've unlocked a secret with this car because it has power to burn. But it's come up a whisker short here today, but stoked with that pole position. He'll start from the front row for second race of this afternoon. Real family effort, this one. Brock Payne racing the Chevy Camaro. 12 months ago, he was being crowned the Formula RX8 champion and now playing in the big leagues of the TA2 Muscle Car Series down there in Victory Lane. So it's Gomersall, Payne and Josh Thomas who scores a great result after a forgetful weekend on the streets of the Gold Coast in the Aussie racing cars just 7 days ago. We'll go down to J-Mac, who's in Victory Lane with our top three.
Josh Thomas started from P3, brings it home in P3. Ordinarily, when cars in front are tangling for position, they get sucked back into the competition, but these guys put the gap on you. What's to come in race 2?
Yeah, no, I think we actually got a lapped car in the end there when I was finally starting to make a little ground, and they seemed to get all right, and then completely ruined me, and the boys behind me had helped them. So, yeah, no, I had to fight a bit harder that one than I wanted to, but we definitely got some car speed. I was battling with them at the start, so now looking forward to see if I can give the boys a run.
Well, let's see how it pans out.
Thanks, mate.
P2, Brock Payne just couldn't hang with Ben there at the end. Tell us about that race.
Yeah, look, I just couldn't quite manage my tyre for the length of that race, so I could see Ben had a lot of speed behind me. I was holding him up a little bit, but I just tried to maintain that lead and was hoping his car would kind of fall off a little bit as well. But yeah, we had a good battle out there. He drove awesome, so credit to him for the win. Hopefully this afternoon we can tune it up a bit and survive the length of the race, so looking forward to it.
So you just sit back when that happens and save your tyres a bit and try and turn it around next time?
Yeah, once I saw Josh was battling with the boys behind him, I knew I could back it off a little bit and just save it for the next race. So.
Well done, thanks.
Thank you, cheers.
Ben Gomersall wins race 1. I have to say, Brock Payne coming in second place. Your lap times were locked at the pole. An incredible job.
Yeah, awesome race between me and Brock. There wasn't a lot between us. There was some spots where he was stronger, some spots where I was stronger, so it was all about just, setting up the mood. But no credit to him, he drove a great race, so stoked to come away with the win.
How hard was it to follow at such close proximity? Did the car feel it?
Yeah, these things still generate a bit of dirty air. So, yeah, it is tough, especially in the hot weather. The motor's getting hot, I'm getting hot, just sitting there. So, no, but still, good to get the win.
Well done. Let's see you from pole on race 2.
Cheers, thank you.
Third victory of the season for the youngsters. He takes in a bit of H2O. He'll regroup. They'll be back out later today for race number 2, the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We're off to a break. The Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series pumped up in the dummy grid. They'll be up next. We'll come back to Winton Motor Raceway soon. Some idiot kept bloody sending me messages and it just vibrates. Yeah. It's really off-putting. Yeah. And you don't put it in your pocket. Then in front. No. No, I'm not that keen.
Robbie's getting all sorts of noises on air. But you tell me to keep ringing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's why I seen your name pop up. Don't need the vibrations. I'll leave that.
Ring me.
Want to go again, Savo?
Yeah.
Well, what a fantastic weekend of racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. The sun is out and we've got 8 categories already. We've seen the TA2 muscle cars out for their first race of the weekend. It wasn't that super exciting there. Brock Payne unfortunately couldn't hold off a fast-charging Big Domicile. But next up, it's a lot of futures to the sport of motor racing. It's the Formula Fords and Renegades series as they come to their final round. Of course, they split this over 2 days, so technically it's actually round 9 and round 10 for us here. Dan McCarthy joins me here in the commentary box, and they put on some exciting racing throughout the year. Kobe Williams looks like he's probably going to take this championship out. It's going to be nearly impossible to catch him here. A few of the drivers are off doing their Year 12 exams, so we're missing them.
Certainly are, yeah. Evanet, one of those drivers doing his exams, and then, yeah, I should say a couple of others as well. But that's because these guys are young kids, as well as potentially being a motor racing driver. They do want a potential backup option as well. So they do want to do all right in their exams. So got 8 here this weekend, but we expect big numbers next year, with the announcement earlier on today that the AASA will be holding the National Series in 2026. Great news.
Yeah, 6 rounds there, and we've seen some draft calendar come out already, so we'll wait and see more of that media to be released over the following months as well as we head to the end of 2025. It's definitely looking like an exciting 2026 season. Obviously, Marcus Ambrose coming on board as that national competitor, and obviously with you know, also behind the scenes as well, that director role there. So he's going to bring a lot more to the sport in terms of what the racers are talking to, and a direct line, I suppose, to what they want to see in 2026. But yeah, it's looking forward bigger and better as we head on to the next year. But we're still going to get this round done, because potentially we're going to see some changes in positions. Lachlan Evident not being here means Joseph Fawcett could jump ahead of him when it comes to the points in the championship. Also Jamie Rowe as well. So let's have a look how it's going to start for race number 1. Kobe Williams has been dominant all year in the ACM Finance, and this is Spectrum 012B chassis. Well, look, he is super fast when it comes to qualifying. William Lowing is second, then Joseph Fawcett. Jamie Rowe will be alongside him in 4th position. But there's so many other cars. I mean, 8 of them only here this weekend, but they're going to put on some fantastic racing. There wasn't much in them when it came to qualifying either. It was super close together, and the gap overall was 1.5 seconds between 8 cars.
Yeah, incredible, wasn't it? At Malala last time out, the top 6 were separated by just 0.07 of a second. Unique to the AASA Stars and Renegade Series, rolling starts for Formula Fords as they come on down pit straight. The lights are out. We're underway. Very equal jump on the first row on the grid between Williams and Lowing, but under brakes, Williams pulls through, and Joe Fawcett's going to try and follow him through as well, but not able to do so. In fact, off goes Ambrose at a vast rate to knots. Her front right was damaged, and she's not made the corner at turn number 2. Not sure if she would have made contact with the barrier down there, but she has. She's just nosed in, unfortunately. She sustained right front damage and has gone nose first into the barrier. What a shame for the young lady. Her race come to an early end, and understandably, as you can see, recovery vehicles are out there and the safety car has been deployed.
Yeah, an unfortunate start here for their first race in the Formula Ford. Of course, race number 1, half points here this morning. Yeah. We have the big race this afternoon, goes for a little bit longer, and then they end up doubling what they earn here in the first race. But a safety car deployed at the moment, and so that'll have to round up our Formula Ford races, and we'll get this back underway. Tap with Ambrose. I'd like to see what happened there, but yeah, shot off straight after turn number 1. Didn't actually make turn number 2, where there is a big tyre barrier potentially there. Luckily for us here, look, Tabitha's out of the car, so that's the first thing. Secondly, is it's right near one of our pit exits there for our safety crew to go and recover that vehicle. So this shouldn't take too long. I dare say we're only going to see a lap or 2 behind safety car conditions. But yeah, massive announcement, obviously, today that we're going to see them, the Australian Championship joining the AASA categories here next year. Let's have a look, though. This is how it's going to start after the safety car. It's Williams, Lowing, Fawcett for your top 3. Then it goes to Jamie Rowe, Brad James, Demmerweek, Johnson and Ambrose. Unfortunately, Ambrose is not going to get any points, though, with that unfortunate incident there, the car being lifted up, and if we see that turn around, hopefully there's not too much damage on the front.
No, I think it's just a case of wheels interlocking. She was right by Jack Johnson, and I think that those two have come together, just tangled wheels, which of course is very easy in these open wheeler machines. The wheels really hang out, don't they, from the rest of the body, and it's not a rare sight to see wheels tangle in Formula Ford competition. Demoweek in the number 36 machine there. The lanky lad is Demoweek from New South Wales. Just about gets his figure into the cockpit of the Formula 4 machine. Wasn't he a star at Malala? Came in on debut in the series and finished in position number 3 in the 4th and final race of the weekend. The previous round we had, round number 8, race 2 of round 8. And yes, we can see the safety car is out, brought to us by Hyundai and Speed Cafe.
He was impressive too. 3rd fastest in qualifying on day number 2 of competition as well.
Yeah,
so you know, definitely has found a groove week in that car out of New South Wales. So unfortunately there's the 92 has been recovered there, and that's Lee Stibbs who's doing double duties this weekend now, and that only made it into the first lap unfortunately of racing. So 2 Hi-Tec Oils TO2 muscle cars not finishing the race, so there'll be a very unhappy team owner down there. We hope they can try and turn a bit of the luck around. It hasn't really gone their way this year actually for the entire team, no matter who's been behind the wheel, so hopefully that misfortune can turn around. We don't want to say anything because it's always a commentator's curse when we say things up here, so definitely want to stay away from this one. So 7 cars remain in this race at the moment. It's Williams, Lowing, Fawcett, Rowe, James, Demoweek and Johnson, with Ambrose retiring at turn number 1, unfortunately. The safety car, I assume, will probably pull in on this lap and we'll be about to get underway, as I think the lights have gone out on it. It will zip away the Hyundai i30 N-Line. I went in that yesterday with Marcus Ambrose. Can confirm that's a fun car to have around a circuit if it's in stock standard form.
I'm sure it is. Very lucky man to have a ride alongside Marcus Ambrose. But we are set for a restart. It is Williams from Lowing from Fawcett, as they were in qualifying. When is Williams going to go? Is he going to leave it as late as possible, or is he going to try and go early? He's gone already. Pedal to the metal down towards turn number 1. Fawcett's made a good restart. Look at him. He's drawn alongside Will Lowing straight away. Late on the brakes, but not late enough. Will Lowing broke even later, but he broke a bit too deep. He missed the apex there through turn 1, and that's going to compromise his run up the hill out of 2. And Fawcett attacks once again up the inside, side by side. Fawcett has the inside now for turn number 4 as well. Great racing between these 2 youngsters. They're leaving each other just enough room, and Lowing holds on.
Talk about the potential to interlock tyres. That's exactly where we've been out of turns 3 and 4. Now they'll just settle down a little bit. I think the single file restart was a big advantage compared to where we saw them grit up just before. But I tell you what, this race is getting super exciting at the moment. We'll wait and see how it all unfolds as they come around this back half of the track. I'll come up to this section now. This is an area where potentially you could try and see a braking manoeuvre for an overtake. I don't think anyone's close enough at the moment though, Dan. You see them sort of concertina effect. They come together there, but as they accelerate out of turn number 10 down to 11, they're just starting to spread out a little bit. The competition though, for me, Williams looks like he's driving away already, but Lowing and Fawcett, half a second between them.
Yeah, it's on, isn't it? The race just gone back to green here at Winton Motor Raceway, and Kobe Williams on the first lap on the restart has been able to pull a small margin, but the fight for second has been well and truly on. This is the closest Fawcett has been for about half a lap, and he had a little look once again. Let's not forget, Fawcett was really fast here at round number 1. He missed his brake pedal in race number 2 in the first round, shot off the road, and as a result let victory slip away. But on Sunday he did take victory, so he has good form. Here's a replay. Let's look to the far right of the screen. Johnson was balked by Demoweek, and Ambrose just ran up the tail of Johnson. Great work from the team to find the replay there of exactly what happened. So that is why Tabitha Ambrose out of the race. That was just concertina effect. She misjudged it and hit the back of Johnson. This was the action at the start when the race went back to green. Fawcett had a look up the inside and forced Lowing to run a bit wide, make a mistake and compromise his line. And he had a real good attack around 3 and 4, but in the end couldn't quite make it stick. So they remain in formation. Williams, Lowing, Fawcett, and then just behind that we have Jamie Rowe and Brad James up inside the top 5. Did a good job in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine. Let's not forget, a lot of these front runners have a good couple of years experience in Formula Ford competition. Brad James has only been in a Formula Ford car for less than 12 months, so he's doing a really good job considering.
Didn't quite see how much damage was done to the prior to that replay, though, didn't we? I thought it might have just been a wheel lock or something. That sustained quite a lot of front-end damage there in terms of the steering and the suspension components. We know that's easily changed. There'll be plenty of spares down the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport pit lane, and they'll get their car sorted. But yes, it was quite a hard hit, and you can just see how easily at that speed, wheel-on-wheel contact can cause issues. He goes off and he loses some drive, and have a look at Fawcett. Now he's got the nose in there. Lowing, though, makes a small mistake as they go past our Cottery Capital corner. They come down here. Oh, Lowing, he's been a little bit faster, just minutely by a few thousandths per second each time they go around, but a costly little mistake, and now Fawcett is breathing all over the back of him.
Certainly is. Looking left, looking right, but can't find a way through at the moment in the Construct Build Forth Construction sponsored machine. It's pretty much spectrums all the way through the field this weekend, apart from one McGale out there that's being driven by Will Lowing at the moment. There's normally another one driven by Lachlan Evernet, the three-time race winner this year, missing the final round of this series. But it's going to be an interesting fight here at the moment. Lowing and Rowe in the fight for position number 4 currently in the series. They are very tight coming into this weekend. So these are important points for Lowing as Fawcett comes up the inside, forces a defensive move. He's judged that nicely, got a nice run through turn 2. Can he fire it up here? Up the inside into 3. No, not close enough. Again, this is really good driving from Lowing. He's just placing the car exactly where he needs to, and it means that Fawcett can't not only overtake it, but can't get a run at the next corner either. But as they continue to do this, Kobe Williams has skipped away, hasn't he? He's already got 12 wins this season, looking for win number 13. Oh my goodness me, we have a tent on the racetrack. There's a marquee box.
Who needs a book? Who needs an echidna or anything like that when you've got a tent to show out there as we go off the track? And unfortunately, that's Demelwick, who's been super impressive in his time, but a safety car, no surprise there to see that one of the shades has made its way all the way over onto the track. So a safety car will have to be deployed by our staff to get out and remove that. But Jamie Rowe in the Fabcon Gas and Water Mains entry, he was within 2 tenths of Fawcett. So while they're having their Lowing and Fawcett having their battle, it's brought Rowe into the competition. A restart might not be advantageous to him because, again, you're going to see tyre temperatures cool down. Like we didn't, that's at the start. We had cold tyres. The safety car doesn't bring up a lot of tyre temperature either, so they start to find their rhythm. You know, some people want a lot more grip at the start of the race, so you might see them run different tyre pressures compared to those who want to be a bit quicker at the end of the race. So maybe a couple of different strategies playing out at the moment out there. But the safety car out on track at the moment as we remove one of the shades. It's decided to become a little bit of a paper aeroplane, I suppose, and go flying out onto the track. Like a bit of a kite.
I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I must have been seeing things, but no, that was a tent on the circuit. So yes, safety car undoubtedly the obvious choice there. So the race has been neutralised. Perfect time really for Demelwick. We just saw him go off through the gravel trap on the outside of turn number 7. That could not have come at a more opportune time for him. He'd fallen 8 seconds behind the rest of the pack, so that was good news for him. Couldn't have picked a better moment. But we reset once again then. Second safety car of the race. Kobe Williams remains out in front. As we say, just finished off the podium once all season long, and that was at the last round at Malala Motorsport Park. He had a couple of mechanical issues with the gearbox, and one of them was in a race, and that's what meant that he didn't finish inside the top 2. But that's one of the things in Kobe Williams' title charge this year. It's not just been consistency, it's also been race-winning pace as well. And to match those two together, that is an unstoppable force.
Amazing view. Drone shots here, aren't they, here at Winton Motor Raceway. Have a look at a lot of the farmland in the background as well. Our camping grounds that have opened up in the last couple of years here. So, you can also come to this with the family if you want to come to Winton Motor Raceway. It's not always, you've got to get a hotel accommodation or something. There are camping grounds available to come and enjoy motorsports in all its forms here throughout the many series that they have here at this historic raceway, and this extra bit of track that we're going around now, just added in 1997. So that was a short 20 years ago.
Yes. There we go.
Nearly 30 years ago now. The race back underway as the green flags are out and the safety car is back in pit lane. Hopefully we don't see that deployed again. Let's have a look if we're going to see the same effect down into turn number 1. It's a little bit more sedate this time. Forcer can't quite get up on the inside there, but watch for Rowe because he was catching. And can he do it? Coming out of 4th, can he potentially put himself on a podium position? Not too far away. Brad James as well now in 5th. So the restart may try and equalise this.
Absolutely. Lowing has made a much better restart this time. He's not under pressure from Fawcett behind. In fact, he's applying the pressure to our race leader through the sweeper. He's hit that second apex beautifully. And in fact, shows the nose down at turn number 7. All season long, it's been dominated in the victory terms by 3 drivers. Kobe Williams has taken 12 wins, Evan at 3, and Fawcett 1. Will Lowing yet to take a race victory this season. He's going about it the right way at the moment. Got his best finish at the last round, a P2 in race 1 at Malala. Notably though, he's been consistent. He's picked up podiums at every single racetrack we've been to so far this season. He has been collecting a lot of podium finishes in the 4 rounds so far. He's got a podium at each one of those. So 4 podiums in the 4 rounds, but this is his best showing yet in position number 2 at the moment. Behind that, for a top 6 position, it's the fight between Jack Johnson and Isaac Demerweek as they come across the line down in towards turn number 1. There's action all over at the moment. Where do you look? Do you look at the 2nd? Do you look at 6th? It's a director's nightmare.
Williams at the moment, he is a dominant 3/10 of a second faster around that last lap, and the rest of them, there's not much between them, maybe half a tenth between some of the drivers out there. So you're right, although it looks like Williams might be a little bit dominant. He hasn't broken away yet though. He's got a few laps still left in this race. Let's see if they can try and stay with him. Lowing and Fawcett have just got in their own little battle there in 2nd. Now Rowe took that opportunity to catch up to him, so I think maybe not this lap, but next lap we'll start to see Rowe chip away. I mean, it's only 5/10 of a second he's got to catch up to get to that little battle pack.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. We said about Williams winning a lot of races this year. He's not been dominant. That's the remarkable thing. There's been a 10th here, a 10th there that's determined the outcome of all of these races. And there's only been 2 races this year that have been won by a margin of over 1.5 seconds. That shows how close the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series has been this year. It's just been that the number 94, the ACM Finance machine, has been on the right end of it more often than not.
And not necessarily going into the final lap. It's been the final corner where he's got the manoeuvre done.
Yeah,
Him and Lachlan Everett would have some of the best racing we've seen throughout the series, and changing the lead 2 and 3 times in a lap. So, you know, it's been some fantastic racing from the young guns. A shame not to have Lockie Everett here, and a big shout out to him. I hope he's getting through all of his exams up there in Queensland. But yeah, this weekend we focus on what's on track at the moment, and Lowing and Fawcett there in 2nd position, just losing grips with the leader just slightly. He's almost out to 6/10 of a second. Now Rowe needs to watch out because James is coming up on the back of him because it's less than half a second now.
It certainly is. Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series, all the Renegades, all the Stars out there at the moment, they are running the Duratec engines, the older spec Kent class cars are for the Renegades, but we don't have any of those this weekend. I'm sure there'll be a few of them out here next year when it becomes the National Series as Johnson backs it in sideways into turn number 7. That was sideways all the way through turn number 6 and all the way into turn number 7. That would get some really good points in drifting for the way he backed it into the apex. Very good drifting quality there.
He initiated nicely. Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for.
He didn't follow through though, see? So that's the difference there for you, Dan. I'll give you some education on that a little bit later.
You are the drifting expert.
Don't worry. Let's not go expert. Let's not get that excited. Williams though, I tell you what, he just extends this lead a 10th every time I see him go round. It's about half a second through every sector at the moment as he's just dominating the times. As the tyre temperatures come up, they get a little bit faster as they go on. We saw that earlier today in their qualifying. Obviously, they have a little bit of a practice sessions. It looks like the final lap board is coming out. So one more lap in this race. Williams just needs to hold on. He's got 6/10 of a second lead, and it looks like he might have just backed off a little bit in that last sector of the lap. And have a look at Fawcett now, just dropping off the back of Lowing, or is Lowing putting on a charge? And with the final lap board out, he's really going to have to push if he wants to try and get himself a race win as we go through turn number 3. This is a good section to get the flow of the car through. Not too much curb. It can unsettle the suspension just a little bit here. It would be rough inside one of these. You want to have one of those sawtooth curbs.
Yeah, certainly would. Look at them back it through there. Lowing is coming on really strong, isn't he? This is a great showing, the best we've seen all season long from Will Lowing, a father and son duo running that car. It really is a family operation, and great to see him mixing it amongst the best in the series this weekend. It is only race number 1, but this is a good sign for him. Of course, this year the Stars of Renegades, they are fighting for prizes on the line. The winner of the series will get a Marcus Ambrose Motorsport test drive, a TA2 test drive. So that is something certainly to play for. And that goes all the way down to position number 3, prizes on the line. But the man who looks like he's going to get the big prize, the victory in race number 1 here for the Formula 4s is Kobe Williams. He slides it out of the final corner. And once again, for the 13th time this year, it is Kobe Williams that prevails. Will Lowe threw everything at him on the last lap, fastest lap of the entire race. The only person in the 1 minute 26s, he gave it his all, but he came up just shy in the end. A great performance from Lowing. Really, really good to see him put in a great show, the New South Welshman, pushing hard and finishing a season best equaling P2 on the road in that one. Here then are the full results.
Yeah, Williams takes out the win over Lowing and Fawcett. That's going to round out our podium there. Jamie Rowe is still fighting for a 3rd position in the championship, ends up in 4th position, and it's James Demowick Johnson, and unfortunately an early retirement there from Tabitha Ambrose, who unfortunately made contact with Johnson, just that rear tyre to front tyre, broke some suspension on turn number 1 at the start of the race and ended up just making contact with the tyre barrier down there, and that car craned off and trucked back to the pits for some repairs. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights. This is what we're talking about. Have a look at the start of this race. Then you see the final couple of cars potentially there. There's just shoot off in the corner, and you can see this. Our leaders, they went side by side. Fawcett almost forced the point there, but then in the background here we saw Tabitha Ambrose. Look at the damage on that front right there. Lucky to pull the car up with minimal impact into that tyre barrier.
Yeah, just nosed in, didn't she? Just as that was happening, Isaac Demwick went off the road a couple of laps later. He regrouped and the safety car came out at the right time to get him back in the action. Huge slide for Jack Johnson in the Xena-sponsored Spectrum. He kept it on the road though. Out in front, Lowing closed in late on, but he couldn't find a way through. Williams prevailing in race number 1, or round 9 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series.
Kobe Williams, he's that much closer to holding onto that championship trophy, but it's really the fight now. Can Joseph Fawcett catch up to Lachlan Evanet's points? That is the question this weekend. A 2nd place will definitely help him out. 3rd place will definitely help him out in that respect, but I think he's got to push on and try and get as far up as possible to accumulate as many points as he can. Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. Oh, you can hear the V8s going out now. The Innovation Race cars are out on track in just a second there as they go out to warm the tyres up there, but have a look at this. Williams just again gets himself another victory, and like you say, hasn't been dominant this year. Definitely when you look at the scorecards, if you just looked at the points, you'd think so, but he's been winning by just marginal times there. But super racecraft there when him and Evanet go at it. Did very well in there. I think just maybe trying to conserve tyres at the end there. We saw him just back off just a fraction. Take nothing away from Lowing though. He was pushing hard, and potentially we could see a fantastic battle in race number 2. It's a little bit longer here this afternoon. Double the points up for grabs as well, and he looks pretty cool, calm and collected, doesn't he, at this point of the season?
Yes, absolutely. Then down there in the pit lane with 3 people on the podium is J-Mac.
Joe Fawcett bringing it home in 3rd place. Hot cars, hot track, hot driver. That was a big battle.
Yeah, it was really hot out there. Like, as soon as I sort of got close behind Will, I couldn't really do anything because the car just got too hot. Hopefully we can figure out something for this afternoon and we'll see how we go.
Doing a fantastic job. Just another thing you've got to juggle.
Exactly. Thank you.
And Will Lowing, P2, a couple of safety cars then and a last lap dash, but couldn't quite get near him.
Yeah, it was close. Car came on in the end, but yeah, it was a good race. Joe had a few moves on me, so it was a fun race.
Oh, well, that gives you confidence then and something to look forward to for the next one.
Yeah, it does. We'll make some changes and go again.
Well done.
Congratulations, Kobe. A fantastic run out there, punctuated with a couple of safety cars, one for which was a marquee. Did you even spot that thing? No. A marquee blew out on track and it did bunch the field up, but a fantastic controlled restart from you. Saw you bring it home. How's it feel?
Yeah, I was struggling a little bit towards the end there. Just the rears went away a little bit, so we'll just try to tune it up before the next one and see if we make it a little bit better. Well, best of luck. Thank you.
He's cool, calm and collected. The Flyers, though, they're playing havoc. You almost want to keep your helmet on so you don't have to eat any.
Yeah, it's fly season down here at Winton Motor Raceway, isn't it? As we move our attention to the ultra-fast GT machines, the Aussie-built GT machines of the Innovation Race Cars. What a glorious category this is. They're pretty much GT3 performance, but a bit cheaper in price.
Australian design, manufactured up there in Queensland as well. Great to get behind the wheel of now. Lee Stibbs double duties this weekend. Unfortunately, didn't make it past lap 1 when it came to the Camaro and the TA2 series, but he's back in this car now. Let's talk about qualifying, because they qualified for Saturday and Sunday yesterday. Today, Jeff Emery is off the front row of the grid in the Otway Adventures Motorcycles. Entry there. Lee Stibbs in second, the Hi-Tec Oils car, but had clutch issues. They had to push start that car, so I don't know how much that impeded his performance. They have done the 5-hour return trip to Melbourne last night to get parts. It's back out there. Danny Studdard in the Innovation Race Car, sales car in third position, who's very quick. John Hollinger, who's second in the championship, in fourth position, and Timothy Lathead rounding out in one of the Mark cars, which is the earlier versions of the Innovation Race Cars.
Correct, absolutely. So we've got a couple of iterations of the Innovation Race Cars effectively, and a couple of different body shapes as well up the front of this field. We'll talk you through them as this race goes on. A bit of a smaller grid this weekend. That's because a few of the competitors are doing the final round where Jared Hughes is over in New Zealand, but I've heard that those guys are committing to a full season next year, so if there are any clashes, they're going to be doing this. So looking forward to that. But we're expecting big numbers for these guys come season 2026. Of course, let's not forget, it is the inaugural season of the Innovation Race Cars, and what a fine addition they've been.
And they put on some great racing as well. I think Malalā surprised me with such a small circuit. These cars like a fast flowing track. I mean, they've got all their Innovation Race Car. They've got ABS, they've got traction control, 550 horsepower of V8 LS in the front of them too. The body styles are unique. A new one just released as well, so we're going to see something slightly different next year for those people that want to get that body type. As we warm up the brakes, they are massive on these cars as well. We get the engines fired up and the tyres are warm. We're on board with Lee Stibbs. He's coming out of second position. Emery, he doesn't mind putting the elbows out. We've seen that before as well. He loves a race win, but it's still going to be on. 25 minutes here of Innovation Race Cars. We're going to turn number 1. Danny Studdard. John Hollinger on the outside in fourth position. And what are we going to do into turn 1? Lee Stibbs, he sticks it around the outside. He's going to go dirt though and get a little bit of grass in the front. Oh no, he digs it up like a shoveler, drops him back 2-3 positions now. Can he stay in front of Lathead though as they go into turn number 3? He'll have to try and trim that up. He's on the inside of John Hollinger and he just misses him. Pulls out of that one, but Lee Stibbs, after clutch issues yesterday and getting into a TA2 muscle car that has no ABS, definitely doesn't have the low-profile tyres on it, and now jumping into this, it's going to be a big switch.
It looked like a big mistake, but it wasn't really. He only outbroke himself by maybe a metre, something like that, but it was just a bit too much. The right wheels just dribbled into the grass, and that was it then. He was off the road and forward to pretty much the tail of the field, but he's recovering quickly. Look, around the outside underneath the gum tree on John Hollinger. Hollinger cuts that one off, though, and says, no, you don't, mate, not on this particular occasion. You're going to have to try somewhere else, I'm afraid. So Hollinger just about holds on, but Stubbs is looking left, looking left and looking right, trying to make a move. See the car getting a little bit squirrely out at turn number 10. Surely Stibbs is close enough for a lunge down here at 11. No, not quite. Hollinger late on the brakes. You can see how late he was. He actually missed the apex there of the penultimate corner. This is good racing here straight away. We can see that Hollinger, he's not going to just let Stibbs through, is he? He's going to fight and try and hold on to P3.
Got 3 wins out of 4 races in his first outing in Innovation Race Car. Lee Stibbs, the South Australian. It was closer to his home, I suppose. Malalā's done a few laps around there. He's done plenty at Winton Motor Raceway as well, but he'll be upset with himself, I think, to drop back there, because John Hollinger is no stranger to making it hard to overtake. He can make that Hollinger engineering entry a little bit wider. Let's have a look at the replay here of the race start. Now, Emery's down the inside and Lee Stibbs goes out, so he outbrakes himself, just goes wide, and once you're out in the dirt, you're going to get a lot of wheel spin there. It's a little jump at the end too, so he's just had to settle the car back down and he'll want to get back in the groove. Things have changed a little bit since last time he was out on track in the TA2 muscle car. Look, have a look at this. Oh, It just feels, you just know these a GT3 style car obviously comes with a price tag, and to jump it, we saw Emery already jump his at Queensland Raceway.
Yes.
All you're thinking is, please don't break. Please don't break something.
Yeah, that's it really dips away there right to the apex of the corner, and that's where he's sort of bottomed the car out. But fortunately, he's able to continue. If only cosmetic damage, I think, would have been done then. We talk about this series, we say that it is a bit of a smaller grid this weekend, but the quality is fantastic. You've got Jeff Emery, a former GT Australian Series winner, doing it back with Garth Tander. Nearly 10 years ago now, it's quite a number of years ago that he won that series in an Audi R8. Behind him, Danny Stoddard, a regular in Porsche Carrera Cup and Porsche Sprint Challenge competition. And then as well, Lee Stibbs. Let's not forget, Lee Stibbs is a TA2 muscle car race winner.
Yeah, definitely, and look at the pedigree amongst them in terms of they go overseas, they're racing at the Nürburgring, they go to America, race at places like Cotter and all that. So, like, they've done so much worldly experience when it comes to GT3 racing. Hence, the Innovation Race car is very, very similar to that. They can adjust the ABS, they can adjust the traction control. It's like you grabbed the DNA of a GT3 car and you came to Australia and you said, well, we're going to design something that's probably a little bit more modular in terms of if there's an accident there, we can take the front end off these cars, we can bolt a brand new front end on. Much like you see in a TA2 car, much like they talk about supercars now, where you can change the front part of the chassis and all that very easily to get them back out there, but it's still got that GT3 DNA underneath it.
Lee Stibbs had a couple of loose moments on this lap. The first one I noted was at turn 3, and he had to jump back on the brake pedal to try and catch it. And then again, out of turn number 8 as well. So they do have traction control settings on these machines. So 12 settings of traction control, 12 settings for ABS as well. Weirdly, I can't quite compute, but 1 is when it's on a lot, and 12's when it's off a lot. Don't ask me why that is. So, but he's clearly got that turn down quite a lot, because that is sliding out of the corners, and they're getting all sorts of sideways at the moment. It was notably an interesting point that we kept bringing up at Malala, that because of the bumpy nature of that circuit, they were turning traction control down as much as possible, because the traction control was kicking in out of the slow corners and actually limiting their traction. It was better for them to do it manually. Look at the wheel work at the moment for Lee Stibbs, who's lost the rear. He's gone there, surely. Yes, he has. Oh, what a catch. What a save. He should become a cricketer with a catch like that.
And what you talked about trying to do what the drifters do around this section of the racetrack, well, that's Lee Stibbs having to go at that as well. So, unfortunately, it really just hasn't been a comfortable weekend from that car. Obviously, coming off the clutch issues yesterday, where it was still reasonably quick, but Emery's just got the setup in here this weekend, and have a look, he cranks out another lap there at 1:25.08. Started matching him for lap times at the moment and has the best lap out there by 0.003 of a second.
Here's a replay of what we saw from the onboard. So he tried to go wide, but it was too dirty out there. Look at that. That's a catch you don't see often in an innovation race car. Normally, when they get any sort of lateral sideways movement in the rear, they are very, very hard to catch. You could see him working all the way through turns 5 and 6, but out in the marbles, there was no grip. I think we saw the Super Trucks try that one earlier. He thought, I'll go around the outside here and have the inside for the next one, but in the innovation race car, that move doesn't clearly work quite as well.
Question will be whether he settles it down on that tyre too. All the drivers have been talking about, if you get stuck behind someone for a number of laps, the temperature rise in the engine, the temperature rise in the tyres, and brakes throughout the cars. I mean, these are still a big car. The aero is a little bit different there, but if you're behind them in race pace and too close, there's not going to be a lot of air going over that radiator in through those front cooling ducts either for the brakes. So that may have played a little bit of a part in that as well, but I'm sure there is plenty of rubble out there if you go out wide as well. As it's rubbered up, we get the rubber pebbles, and once you hit that, it's very hard to control the car. Here's our race leader though, Jeff Emery, who's leading the championship at the moment. He's got a slim 16-point lead over John Hollinger as we come into this weekend, and you never know. John Hollinger hasn't accumulated a lot of podiums this year. He has had a couple of wins. Sydney was a real good one for him, where he won the final race there, but he has consistently been in the top 4 or 5 throughout the entire season, and coming in the last round, he was leading.
That's right, correct, absolutely.
absolutely. John Hollinger has just been there picking up the pieces, hasn't he? And really collecting the points like you cannot believe. Emery's had a couple of DNFs, a couple of incidents of note. He had 2 incidents, let's not forget, at Queensland Raceway with Jeff Taunton. He also had an incident as well with Danny Studdard as well last time out at Malalā, and that cost him a few positions, and it's those two that are 1-2 at the moment. So it's a little bit of a case-off battle resume from the last round, but they do get along. They are good mates, those two. But yeah, Emery, that's where he's been all about race wins this year. He's taken 5 race wins, 12 podiums, but he's had a couple more DNFs. And John Hollinger, who, as we say, has just kept finishing, just kept collecting points. It's been 2 very different approaches to a championship battle, but come the final round, they are pretty equal on points, as you say, just 16 separating the 2 of them coming into this, the final weekend of action. Out there at the moment, I'm seeing PB sectors, I'm seeing purple sectors as well out there on the racetrack. So these tyres, these Michelin tyres, do take a little bit of a while to come up to temp, come up to pressure, and now they have. We're seeing some really good lap times out there.
Well,
right on board with Lee Stibbs, and we're going to take a break and let you enjoy the show.
On board with Lee Stibbs, so now speaking to Chris Pithard, driver coach crew team. You've had an interesting morning. Let's start with turn 1 of this race.
Yes, a fair bit going on down here at the Hi-Tec Wars team, but yeah, turn 1 obviously a little bit hard to see from here, but Lee had a crack. He tried around the outside and didn't manage to keep it on the road, so dropped off and lost a couple of spots there, but the car looks like it's coming on okay now. He's found a bit of a rhythm again. The tyres on these IRC cars do take time to come up. They're talking 6, 7, 8 laps until they start to you know, come into their own, and you've got to be patient at the start. So we've got good pace now. Hopefully we can make some spots back, but Lee's a busy man this weekend. He got a late call up for the TA2 car as well, so he's jumping between the twos. Action-packed.
Well, plenty more to talk about. We'll be back with you shortly. There's just been a crash.
I'll let you cover that. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, Timothy Lathhead just going off there in one of the marked cars. Unfortunately, that was a big moment there. Backed it into the tyre barrier, Dan. We were watching it in the background, weren't we? That was big speed.
It certainly was. It looks to me like he's got crossed up over the curb at turn number 6, and he's gone into the gravel trap at a vast rate of knots, and he just clipped the tyre barrier with the rear of the car, so he's picked up a little bit of cosmetic damage, but other than that, the car has got away with that one. But that was a fast off, that is for certain, and certainly a spectacular one. Here is a replay of it. car entering backwards effectively and bang into the tyre barrier. Not too much damage, but he is bogged in the gravel trap, so we have required the need of the Hyundai i30N safety car.
Yeah, I'm going to say we're going to get one of our forward drives out there with a snatch strap as well to try and get that car out of there. The 6.7 car, unfortunately, bogged out there at the moment. The Lathead 67 Engineering entry, the Mark car, one of the early iterations of these vehicles, really, where it all started and they got out there. Obviously, that's now transformed into the Innovation Race car. We've seen that new body come out for next year as well. They're talking about some junior categories as well. Tell us a bit more about that, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. You are correct. They are set to launch in the next couple of weeks. There's going to be a media release out about it. But yes, effectively, this year it's been a series for the elder statesmen of the series. But next year that will change. A few youngsters coming in.
Want to know a bit more about Innovation Race cars? Well, let's find out exactly how they're put together and what it's all about.
GT levels of performance, but at a fraction of the cost. That is what the incredible IRC GT can deliver. It's an Aussie-built race car designed to take on the world's best. So, let's check it out. Designed by highly regarded engineering outfit Pace Innovations and distributed and supported by Innovation Race Cars, the IRC GT was quick to taste victory, locking out the Invitational Class Podium on debut at the 2024 Bathurst 12-hour, proving popular with both pro and AM-ranked drivers. At its heart, a thumping 6.2-litre LS3 V8, boasting 550 horsepower and 705 newton-metres of torque. This is paired to an Australian-made 6-speed, paddle-shifted sequential transaxle gearbox via a 3-plate sintered metal clutch. This powertrain is housed in a well-balanced chrome moly space frame chassis that prioritises not just weight and handling, but also repairability, with modular front and rear clips designed to be completely interchangeable in the case of an incident. But it's not just the modular chassis clips that are interchangeable. So too are the striking composite body panels. These designs are inspired by the biggest brands in motoring, and there are new, exciting plans on the horizon. All body shapes feature a highly efficient aero package that includes a striking front splitter and swan neck mounted rear wing, plus a carefully crafted rear diffuser. Under the skin, you'll find double wishbone front and rear suspension with fully adjustable settings, a Brembo brake package that features 380mm ventilated steel rotors with 6-piston calipers on the front, and slightly smaller rotors on the rear with 4-piston calipers. This is controlled by an adjustable Bosch ABS system that can be altered from the driver's seat, along with the front to rear brake bias. What else will you find inside the cabin? Well, instantly your eyes are drawn to the Australian-designed multi-function racing steering wheel, as well as the Motec 15-button keypad. Motec also supply the electronic control unit and data logging system. For comfort, there's an adjustable seat and steering column, a helmet fan, optional rear view camera, and optional in-car driver cooling and hydration systems, while safety is at a premium with an FIA-compliant roll cage, 6-point safety harness, and an onboard fire extinguisher. All of this is combined to tackle anything between a 1-hour sprint race or a grueling 24-hour slog. The end result is a package that can push for GT3 lap times without pushing anywhere near the same amount of cost. For more info, you can check out the Innovation Race Cars website.
Yes, a wonderful insight to how these cars are built and prepared. Like we said, very modular. They go together like that, all similar horsepower. But I mean, I think it is the repairability of the track, the fact they have that GT3 DNA inside of them. And, you know, they just love getting the cars out here and doing long stints. So there's the opportunity, not only at the Hi-Tec or Super Series, but things like the 12-hour and the 6-hour where there are those invitational classes and things like that where they can go and compete in those with multiple drivers, like they can do here this weekend, which the Lathead Mobile actually does have. It's got two brothers in there, so like you can have 2 drivers in these cars and share some of the costs.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen them race not only in Australia in endurance racing, but they've also gone overseas as well. Danny Studdard, We've seen Axel Donaldson and Jacob Curry as well that have raced over there throughout the years in 24-hour races at Spa and the like. So really, really cool that those cars can go over there. The likes of Darren Curry, Donaldson, and of course studded. So yeah, great to see Australian-built machines. Who says Australia doesn't build anything anymore?
Yeah, a couple of them live over there too, those cars. They tend to find, there's one in America there, there's a couple over in Europe there that seem to find their way. I think they're up to building car 19 at the moment for the innovation race cars too. So they are multiplying, people are getting more interested in these, and there is that area I think with some of the up and coming young guys that are 86s and places like that. Where do they go? If it's not Porsche, it's got to be somewhere on that GT3 level if they want to try and get those different licensing. And it's very hard to understand from an outside view of where you want to be a bronze or a silver license and things like that, so you can get in those co-drives where you've got to have a certain mixture of drivers with their licensing levels to go and do some of those overseas events as well. So, or the international events in Australia. So this is a perfect opportunity to probably show the class of driver you are as well as being in there, because if you jump into any GT3 car, you've got to be able to adjust all those things that you just saw on that promo. You've got to be able to adjust the traction control, the ABS module, you've got the brake bias, all that. So it's all the very similar things. Right-hand drive in these cars, which we see a lot of GT3 cars are right-hand drive, so that's good as well. But I think the best part is it's made in Australia, and it's really honing in on the market, I think, in the future.
Yeah, the Focus, as you said, that's an older iteration, one of the Mark cars, so that's got different engine configuration. It's quite different, so that's got a 5-litre V8 Coyote engine, 550 brake horsepower, Pace Innovations dry sump. That's got a sequential gearbox, so not flappy paddle like we just saw there from the little promo video, and we can see from the onboard of Lee Stibbs flappy paddles there behind the wheel. The older spec Mark 1 machine that has a 6-speed paddle shift activated gearbox, but it's got same sort of brakes, Brembo front and rear caliper and disc package, Bosch ABS system, as well as a Motec traction control. So in terms of the electronics and stuff, they are quite similar, but the gearbox and the engine are where they really differentiate.
Yeah, well, looks like we're getting that recovered now. A bit of a slow recovery to get it out deep, wedged into the sand trap down there. Unfortunately, that was a big moment there and backed in there, which we saw it really dig into the dirt, which the gravel trap's done its job and slowed that car right down. In the meantime, let's get some updates down in pit lane with Mel Price.
Down here at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport with Adam Macro doing frantic repairs to Tabitha's car. What's the extent of the damage?
It's just the front right corner. Not too much, not too bad to fix. We've already got the parts, and we've got it apart, and she'll be out for the next race.
Good news, and obviously Tabitha's okay. Was there any feedback about what happened from her?
She's fine. I'm guessing. I haven't really spoken to her. I've been flat out trying to get the car apart to see what we needed. But I think she's just touched another car, and it's just she's ridden over the top of the wheel or whatever it is, and bent the arms. And yeah, but she'll be fine. We'll put all back together again, and she'll be out for the next one.
Well, we better let you get back to work, because we look forward to seeing Tabitha out there in the next race. Thanks.
Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard to repair. That car was pretty, I suppose, minor incident out there, and luckily enough, like we said, a very minor impact on the front end of that car as well. That could have been a lot worse if they were going a little bit faster, especially if they'd made it out of turn number 2, because we have seen numerous cars over the last few years get wedged into that tyre barrier. For more updates down in pit lane, let's head down to J-Mac.
Well, we saw an incredible piece on the construction of the IRC cars, and one of those facets was this multi-plate construction clutch. Now, there's 3 plates in here. What's incredible is just how small this is. This has to be at least half the size of the average clutch in your road-going manual car. Now, what that means when you downsize the amount of surface area of the actual clutch package is you really need to increase basically the spring pressure, the clamping force, to be able to transfer all 550 horsepower from the motor to the transmission. It's an amazing job for these very, very small clutch packs.
And that was the one that got pulled out of Lee Stibbs' car as well, so that got replaced overnight, the 5-hour drive down to Melbourne just to grab one of those small pieces of equipment. Luckily, you could probably take it on the plane with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That could be in hand luggage.
Indeed. But, yeah, that was a problem for him yesterday. That has been repaired overnight, and Stibbs sitting in position number 4. But good news, everybody at Winton Motor Raceway and watching on from home, the safety car is in. We are set to go racing. Emery's gone early very, very early, and he's pulled a significant margin before they've even got to the start line. Lee Stibbs was wise to that one, and he's up the inside of John Hollinger in towards turn number 1. Great opportunistic move from him, took full advantage of that restart, and he swings on past. Good stuff from Stibbs. His next target is Danny Studdard, the man that currently owns the man behind Innovation Race Cars.
Yeah, and that's only a couple of races old too, that car in front of him. He seems to take him out for 2 or 3 races, doesn't he? 2 or 3 rounds of racing, and then he sells them. So he's got to build himself a new one every time. Lee Stibbs focused in, though, on the back of Danny Studdard, and Danny's going to have to hold on to this for just a few laps. Because have a look at Lee Stibbs, super aggressive down to that corner, and he's had a moment now, I think, to cool down Lee Stibbs after what has been a great start in TA2 today, and yesterday's issues with the car. I think maybe just getting a little bit anxious to try out there and push, and Studdard makes a mistake in the 702 machine. The Innovation Race Car sales entry, but Stibbs can't take advantage of that in the Hi-Tec Oils entry.
No, he couldn't. Studdard with the wider line, was able to carry a fair bit of mid-corner speed, and that saved him really. He was able to hold on. But it's the Camaro body shape against the sort of more Mustang-looking body shape out there at the moment. As we look at the replay of that great move from Lee Stibbs, took full advantage up the inside under brakes, as easy as that. Great pass from the man at the wheel of the Hi-Tec oil-sponsored machine, who under very late circumstances is also, of course, doing double duty this weekend as well in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. But they've gapped John Hollinger, haven't they? This is good news for Jeff Emery. He's got a couple of cars between he and his title rival. That's exactly what he would have wanted. So he has pulled a good margin. Jeff Taunton was right in the title fight as well for much of the year, wasn't he? It was a 3-way fight, but sadly Taunton had an incident in a sports sedan race at Sandown Motor Raceway, and he picked up a little bit of an injury, and I'm sure he'll be watching on at home, chomping at the bit to get back behind the wheel next year. But we do wish you a speedy recovery, Jeff, and we hope to see you at the racetrack again very soon.
Really see the difference in race line there between Lee Stibbs and Danny Studdard. We saw it too when he was following John Hollinger. So Lee Stibbs for a slightly different approach to how he navigates around Winton Motor Raceway. He's really not catching up to Danny Studdard now. Studdard's just found his little bit of a groove, but any mistake could be problematic at this point. As Lee Stibbs in the Hi-Tec Oils, number 66, breathing down the back. Emery's shot away at the moment. It's already out for 2.2 seconds, and we'll get a little bit of an update here as the checkered flag is out. It's not going to be a last lap. It's going to be run and done. Emery with the win started in second. Lee Stibbs rounds out the podium, followed by John Hollinger, who just missed out on that restart there where Lee Stibbs got him, and unfortunately Lathead retires early after backing the car down into the gravel trap there at turn number 6. So that's unfortunate for all of them, but Emery extends his lead in the championship now over John Hollinger. He'll have to keep fighting, but like we've seen before, Emery has had moments throughout races where he's come unstuck, and that's what can really hurt you if you don't finish a race.
Absolutely. That's for Emery, his 6th race victory in the Australian Innovation Race Cars Series. And he did it in the end by 2.2 seconds. He was never really threatened in that one. Always had Danny Studdard covered. Studdard did finish in P2. Lee Stibbs with that great move on Hollinger late on to finish inside the top 3. And then, as you say, Timothy Lathead, an unfortunate DNF with that accident midway through the race. Here's the highlights then from race number 1 of the Australian Innovation Race Car Series. It was a great start from both of the front 2 rows. Lee Stibbs tried to go around the outside of Emery, but he ran out of road, ran out of tarmac, and had to take to the grass. That meant that he fell all the way towards the tail of the field, and he had to do it the hard way from there on in.
Yeah, he was pushing really hard, wasn't he? Then he got this fight here at the moment with John Hollinger, and he went a little bit wide. You saw him just clip the curb. The car went wide, out on the pebbles there, got the car sideways, managed to pull it up somehow without going off track. I don't know at that speed. I mean, I know all the ABS and all the functions on the car, but got it back on track and got back in the fight. While we were off talking about some other things, Timothy Lathead, unfortunately, with a big off there in the 6.7 engineering car there, and that car backed into the wall where it had to get towed out of there. On the restart, though, have a look at Lee Stibbs. Brave under brakes once again. He wasn't deterred by that opening lap, was he? Got straight back in there and up into 3rd position very early, but there was only 2 laps to run after that, and Jeff Emery got away with a 2-second lead and took the checkered flag to take out race 1 of the weekend.
Certainly did. Studdard
position number 3. But nobody could touch the West Coast Windows sponsored driver, Jeff Emery, taking his 6th win of the season.
Well, there's your race highlights for the Innovation Race cars. Our winners get ready down there in pit lane. You can see them lined up. The Australian production cars, the umbrellas are out because the sun is beaming down here at Winton Motor Raceway and it is warming up. Earlier we said it was going to be about 25 degrees, but I think it's really topping that, especially if you're in the direct sunlight at the moment, as we'll unstrap our race car drivers. You can see them start to get the gloves off Emery. Well, he starts to extend his lead in the championship at the moment and making it much harder for John Hollinger, so he'll need a bit of good luck there. Jeff Emery looking very, very content here at Winton Motor Raceway, really suiting his driving style. Lee Stibbs, I'm sure there's a little bit of frustration under that helmet at the moment, but great fight back in there and great to see him have that understanding at the restart of the race to really have a look at where the restart was when he saw Emery take off and try and get that move done, and got that done really early. But let's head down, though, with our race winners of Race 1 of the Innovation Race cars with J-Mac.
Lee Stibbs brings it home in P3. Not the result that you would have wanted, but still a fantastic recovery after falling back down the order. That second, or rather that restart, really helping and playing in your favour.
No, it was unfortunate that I didn't have enough tyre temp to achieve the move on turn 1. And then just, Hollinger drives probably the widest IRC car purchase. So, no, look, I enjoyed it. She's pretty warm. I need a cool suit, I reckon. But, thoroughly enjoyed it. Just got a bit of work to do.
Well, let's get it turned around.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
Danny started P2. I bet you were relieved to see the checkered flag that lap.
Yeah, I was actually. It was getting on. Stibbsy was trying to get me, and it was quite exciting there for the last couple of laps after the safety car. So, yeah, I was happy to see the checkered flags. Got hot in the car following the safety car.
Lee just mentioned he didn't have a cool suit. I see your hose hanging out there. I bet you appreciated that today.
Yeah, I'm older than he is. I need it.
Well done.
Thanks, Tar.
Jeff Emery just filling me in on the restart there. You were able to skip away. It was almost like the restart didn't even take place.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start, actually. I napping, to be honest. I thought I'll take advantage of that and get out of the way and leave him to battle with Stibbs.
And he definitely battled. It was a great finish there. But race 1 in the books, you must be happy.
Very happy with that. Obviously, it's good, solid championship points for us today, and that's what we need to do, keep finishing races as close to the front as we can.
Congratulations.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, great to see. Warm weather out there, and they've got the cool suits on, those who have them. But I tell you what, still plenty to play out. The Australian production cars aren't too far away here with the Winton wrap of the Hi-Tec All Super Series.
As well, so it's not.
And when there's 5 cars and one crashes in.
How long was that safety? I was like 10 minutes.
It was wild.
What was it on?
I didn't see.
No.
It's professionally done, like they said. So obviously, it's used to work from home.
Yeah.
They would have done that.
Okay.
Done the package. Run down on what it is.
Yeah, right.
2-3 minute package.
Sheesh. I said a budget. I heard his voice. I thought it might have been just another ad.
No, it's like an advert.
It's a length.
Back at Winton Motor Raceway and the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. A sensational Saturday afternoon here in country Victoria. A lot of fans, albeit under the shade. Minus one shade that made its way onto the track during the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series earlier today. But getting set now for the Australian Production Car Championship and race 2 of the weekend. Final round in this year's series. Dan McCarthy alongside me for the next 30 minutes. They gear up for a 2-hour endurance race. And as I was saying, can they stop that Ford Mustang of Hadrian Morale and Tyler Mecklem? Mecklem dominating earlier today in race number 1.
Yes, certainly did, and it'll be his teammate starting from pole position, Hadrian Morale in the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang 1-2 with Bradley Carr alongside of him. Michael Cavic in the BMW will start out a third alongside Glenn Walker. Beyond that, we have Graham Wakefield, Andrew Milford, David Ling in the FPV FG Falcon, Mitch Randall, Luke Vanner and Aston Davies rounding out the top 10. Rounding out the field, we have Hugh Zockling, Oscar Butt and Carly Buccini, who is back in the repaired BMW 341i. That's good news. I'll come on to that in a few moments' time, but we're about to get things started with the race. It's going to be a rolling start, as always, in the Australian Production Car Series.
Dominated by the A2 class cars, extreme performance, naturally aspirated class. We've got a couple of Class X cars out there too, which are our ultimate performance cars you can see run at the Bathurst 6 Hour. So waiting for the safety car to peel away. It'll be a rolling start for today's one. And for the cars with 2 drivers, which is pretty much everybody bar one for this penultimate round, you swap around for this second race. And that will then set the grid for later on. We look at the David Ling insurance entry, which was almost burnt to a ground. 14 extinguishers it took to get that fire out at Queensland Raceway, and only repaired in the last couple of weeks. We'll keep an eye on them as the lights go out. And the 2 Mustangs, the ponies, charge down towards turn number 1 for this 30-minute sprint in the Australian Production Car Series.
Ran the outside, car tried to hold it there, but no, ran wide through the grass and has lost a lot of touch as a result. Look at them, they're swarming like a flock of bees down there into turn number 3 around the outside. That's the 92 of Cavic. But up the inside for turn number 4 is the car that we're riding on board with. They're still 2 by 2, side by side. And look, the A45 is going to come into this fight as well. Randall is now launching a move around the outside of the fast sweeper. Brave stuff to do it there, and he's made it stick. Awesome.
Did you say 30 minutes or 3 minutes? The way they're racing on this first lap, trying to find for position. This is looking back at Randall's Mercedes-Benz. You've got the Cavic brothers back in the field for this final round. We're regulars in the Bathurst 6 Hour. So they come out of the turn 7 hairpin and work their way around the gum tree and into turn 9 and down this back straight for the first time. So the Cavic boys, Michael Cavic behind the wheel of the Thrive Race for a Cure entry, the BMW M2 competition entry, makes the move down the inside here to move up into 3rd spot.
Nice move, clinical stuff.
Whoa.
Oh, lost the rear on the exit though, and bang, into the rear goes Walker, ploughing into the tail of the M2 competition. So that was the traction control coming in there on the BMW. It stopped, a bit of power going to the rear wheels, and into the tail there went Walker, but they have just about been able to escape with no further damage, no spinning or anything like that. So across the line they come. Morale leading the way, 1.5 seconds down the road ahead of Carr. Cavic moving back up to P3 in the X-Class BMW ahead of Walker. But Randall, the Mercedes A45, has been slapped with a 5-second penalty, probably for being out of position on that rolling start. You must remain in those grid boxes in line. He was probably jinking out.
And I wonder if he read that straight away, that he was going to get that penalty, because he was racing in that first lap there, trying to right the wrong of it, as he stays in 5th position now, up through turn 6, this long, ongoing left-hander. We're checking with Michael Cavic in the BMW M2. His brother Ben was scheduled to run in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, has elected to climb out of that car and focus on the exploits here in the Production Car Championship, the finale for this season. Fair to say, got off to a fairly quiet start this year with only a handful of cars, but gee, those endurance races we had at Queensland, particularly that 3-hour race, was a memorable one.
It certainly was. Lots of drama in both of those Queensland endurance races. They remain the real flagship races of this championship, don't they? It's good to see that a few have made the trip to Winton Motor Raceway as well. We saw earlier on today that this Ford Falcon, the number 14 in this race, with Ling at the wheel, that was smoking quite badly, and it's doing the same again in this one. Last time I saw that car yesterday, it had plumes of smoke bellowing from the bonnet and oil pouring from underneath it as well. It was in a very sorry state, but they've worked on it overnight, and it's back out on the racetrack.
I didn't think they were going to get that car back out, honestly, last night. The condition it was in. We saw a moment then for Mitch Randall, who went massively wide at the final turn there. And Mercedes-Benz, the 91 machine, leading ahead of David Ling, who suited up once again with Troy Williams. They've been a strong combination all season long. Of course, Lingy from the Northern Territory has raced just about anything that has possibly been made to race in that 6 decades. And it's been instrumental in getting a lot of great events to the top end. It's had a lot to do with the Northern Australian Motorsport Club over the years. Raced the Commodore Cup car up there in the local championships for many seasons too. 5-time national HQ Holden champion. Like, he's done it all in his life, and now just out there purely to have fun in this FGX Cup. And another car that we thought we wouldn't see back here after that incredible fire in the pits in the 3-hour fight in the night. As we go back to the leaders down at the bottom of turn number 10, the Mustangs leading the way here by 3.5 seconds.
Morale really backed it in there, down into turn number 10. He's pushing hard, trying to keep Carr at bay, but he's flying behind in the number 25 machine. 2 purple sectors to start this lap. He's coming like an absolute train. That margin has been slashed on this lap as they come across the line. The official margin is 0.7 of a second, but it's on for the race lead. Fastest lap last time by for Carr. He is absolutely flying through turn number 2, putting the power to the ground. And down towards turn number 3 again. Morale a little bit late on the brakes. You can hear the tyres protesting as he tried to turn it into the 90-degree right-hander.
Third in class this year at the Bathurst 6 out, 8 outright in the 2025 edition. Jumped on a plane and went over to Le Mans, raced in the Mustang Challenge, where he finished inside the top 10 in both races on that day. Teamed up with the evergreen Tyler Mecklem, who's been doing this gig for a long time in Australian motorsport. Let's go back down the field here. Great to see Carly Buccini making her way. She's up to 9th position from the back of the field after Paul Buccini suffered those dramas in the first sprint race earlier today.
Yeah, I went down in the lunch break to see what had happened. It was a battery that came loose, and unfortunately it caught the wiring and it shorted out. So they've made sure that that will not happen again. The battery firmly secured now. So that was a real shame for them. It's just those little 1%ers, isn't it, in racing like this that can cost you so dearly.
They've had electrical dramas all year with that car. Queensland Raceway, they had the same thing in the sprint races, but managed to be fine for the endurance race at night.
It's not been a great season for those sort of problems, but it is out there running well at the moment, up to position number 9, just ahead of these 2 cars on the screen. These 2 were in combat throughout much of the earlier sprint race. This time, though, it's the co-drivers behind the wheel of Wakefield and Milford, and into the 11th turn. It's hard to believe that the Evo for so many years was the production car of choice, wasn't it? And then these days it's all of the M-Class BMWs.
Yeah, BMWs have dominated the 6 hour for the last few years, and they are the highest point of production cars. Class X that was introduced many years ago to allow them to make their way into production cars. I guess we'll see a whole fleet of them heading to the mountain once again for the 2026 edition, which I hear was already at capacity in the first week. In fact, there's going to be some non-qualifiers get in or not make the race there next year. We've got up to 72 cars entered there this year. Incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. One of the biggest grassroots races in the country. And again, the BMWs have moved on, though, haven't they? That car that we saw on the screen, that was the dominant BMW in the early days, but now it's the M3, the M4s and the M2 competitions that are the star performers of the race. And we've seen some real star names join the grid in recent years, but out there on the racetrack, that margin remains at around 3/4 of a second. Car just can't quite get close enough. 2 very different, they are both Mustangs, but they are different. One is a Mach 1 and the other one a GT. As we look further down the field at Ling, who's coming under pressure from Luke Vanner, who people might be familiar with that name, did very, very well in Toyota 86s for a good couple of years.
He's back home at 86 this weekend. Yeah. Emily Casaviello sharing duties in the 213 entry, the Castrol-sponsored car. And Vanna, of course, was a co-driver during the tag team enduro event in TA2 muscle cars over the course of that Queensland Raceway event. They finished 9th in the first race later today. And Luke Vanna running back in 7th position as he stays with Ling. Look further back down the field here to Derwin and Zockling. It's like a move on for position here. Dorr was left well and truly wide and manages to hold the position. Good racing from these two. A lot of respect between the two of them.
Yeah, really good respect. Side by side on pit straight. Who's going to have the straight line speed? That is the question. You would think it's the A1 Evo, but the Astra's not too bad, is it, in a straight line? But around the outside, the Evo will swing. Are they going to leave each other room? Yes, they are. Side by side through one, side by side through turn number 2. And the Astra, with that wide sweeping line, got on the power a little bit earlier, but just lacks that top-end speed in comparison. Slots back in line. But this is one of the great things about production car racing. Strengths and weaknesses. Every car has its plus points and every car has its negative points. And it's cool to see battles like that.
Meantime, back at the front, that BMW is just lurking in the background. Michael Cabbage is flying aboard the Thrive Race for a Cure BMW. He's brought that gap down to 1.8 seconds, and there he is. So third on track, first and the only class car in Class X this weekend. He's going to line up for a battle here, perhaps. Is he just waiting with 20 minutes remaining? And just to see how these cars ahead will play out, because those Mustangs have been unstoppable in 2025.
Yes, they certainly have. Through they go. Cabbage swinging it in. Great addition to the entry list this weekend, the Cabbage brothers. Great to see them taking the fight to a couple of the title contenders. Of course, coming into the weekend, the little Polo driven by Jarvis was right in the fight and potentially there if any of the Mustangs hit troubles over these 3 races this weekend. However, itself, the little Polo, hit mechanical problems yesterday. Unfortunately, the hubs broke and they didn't have any spares, so they had to pack that one up. Real shame, because that car all season long been punching well above its weight. But in the end, retirement from this final round. It opens the door, though, for the fight between Morale and the number 18, currently driven by Walker. So, crucially, there's 2 cars currently in between the person first in the championship and the person second in the championship. The question is, will it remain that way? We've still got 19 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just like that. 7 laps in the books this time by. They take the drone shots from high above Winton Motor Raceway back into a section of track that was built back in 1997 to allow the V8 supercars at the time to come and race back here. Sometimes I'd like to see them back on the short track, just for a one race maybe over a weekend. A bit like we always argue about at the Bend, whether we should use the West track or the international track there. Watching these cars back as they run through that ball ring. It was one of the most spectator-friendly tracks you've got in the country. Moment for our race leader, in fact, moment for first and third coming into the S as they both went wide and were lucky to keep it on the island.
Come back to your previous points. Yeah, I've called a bit of racing recently here. The VMRC, the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, the AASA Run Series, runs quite often on the short track, and it's a fantastic little joint, and there's more overtaking than you might think because people have to get the elbows out and really set up a move. It's a different form of racing here at Winton, but it does work as a racetrack. It's really cool. Particularly the trucks have a lot of racing here, and yes, the Australian Super Trucks are here this weekend, and they'll be on the coverage throughout tomorrow's coverage.
How good have they been so far? They started the morning here. They'll be on again this afternoon, and a track tailor-made for truck racing here. It's a lot of stress that goes through that field because there's only a couple of passing opportunities, and patience is the key to racing one of them around here.
They don't always show it.
No, they don't.
They like to get the elbows out and have a little bit of rubbing and bumping, but for the most part these days they have cleaned up their act. It's a lot cleaner racing series, and that's why they're able to go so many different tracks in this day and age. But let's turn our attention back to this race, because those 2 Mustangs continue to lead the way, but the margin has come down once again. Further back up the inside slots the little Toyota 86. Oh, a bit of elbows out stuff there, squeezing Ling out wide.
Is Lingy in trouble here? Because he's lost a handful of positions here. He's back to 8th position out right now. And to second in Class A1. Buccini's got past, and so too has Luke Vanner. So is there something popping up maybe with the 14? We'll keep an eye on it. Seems to be pulling away now from Davis's Toyota 86 just behind.
I'm just keeping an eye on Randall and Luke Vanner, 5th and 6th. 5 seconds, as we said, penalty for the Mercedes A45. He's currently just over 5 seconds ahead of Luke Vanner. It's just gone out now to 6.3 seconds. But just keep an eye on that one in the back of your mind. We're only halfway through this race. Luke Vanner is a very good steerer. He'll be able to keep pounding out the laps over and over and over again. Actually, just as I say it, he's dropped down the timing behind Buccini, so I'm giving him the commentator's curse there.
That's not me for a change. this is refreshing. I like this. It's Michael Cavanagh. You can see the Tom Randall name still on there. The trio raced at the Bathurst 6 Hour this year. A strong performance up there at Mount Panorama. Down to pit lane, here's Mel Price.
So, Paul Buccini, firstly, tough luck for you in the first race. We'll have a quick chat about that.
Yeah, unfortunately the battery came loose and it shorted out, so I lost power and, yeah, I just couldn't get the car going. So a bit of bad luck there, and something that, you know, we checked yesterday was okay, but today wasn't.
Oh, well, and in true driver of the year form, and here's Carly's trophy that she was presented with last night. Carly, from absolutely last, is charging through the field and fighting for 6th now. Where do you think she can end up?
Oh, look, I'm looking at it at the moment. I think she's in maybe 5th or something, so she's doing really well. She's charging extremely well through the field, and seems to be getting a car per lap. So let's hope she catches up to those Mustangs and we can show them what the BMW can do.
Let's hope so. Look forward to watching you guys race together, and congratulations, another proud dad moment.
Yeah, very proud dad moment. That is very special. So
thank you.
Thank you.
And check out the grip he's got of that trophy. It's not left their hands since last night. That was well done for Carly. She caught her by surprise, didn't it, down there at the awards?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, race leader. We'll come back to the moment. The race leader has had a moment here at turn 7. Will only drop a couple of positions, but we caught the tail end of that. In fact, we'll drop back behind into 4th position. Let's have a look at this on the replay. So turn 6. The red Mustang ahead. It's that change of direction. And was it just a little bit too much speed? Or did he get back on the pedal? He was off the curbs. Just came in too hot. And around he went. Watch the drivers around. Which way do we go? Inside, outside. So a mistake from our leader has put him back into 4th position, some 10 seconds away.
Yeah, I think, just a bit wide on the marbles, and we saw in the race just before Lee Stibbs in the Innovation Race Cars showed at that same section of the road just how little grip there is offline there at the moment. If you're half a car width wide, you are in the dirt and the debris, and you are a passenger. So second person to be caught out there in just a couple of races. So that's something to really keep an eye on throughout the rest of racing here today.
Rare mistake from the 9 car, drops him back into 4th position. It puts Carr up to the lead from Cavanagh and Walker. They are the top 3 with 13.5 minutes remaining. The Australian production cars here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Here we are into the sweeper, swinging it through. And new race leader then, Drama, here at Winton Motor Raceway. The championship leader making a big unforced error, allowing the not only first place person through of car, but to Cavanagh and to White as well. Importantly, White is major championship rival as well, so it has championship implications. A championship that's going to go right down to the wire. While a lot of the lower class titles have already been determined, B1 has already gone to the Buccinis, D has already gone to the Ling Falcon, the Ling and Davies Falcon. A lot of the other ones have yet to be determined up the pointy end in the A-class battle, and also outright as well.
Digging the steering wheel inside the Mustang here. Obviously not production standard. And it runs up in 3rd position now. Back to 2nd gear for this series of right-handers. And just has a moment in car, so it seems to be a catchy thing today, and he caught that well in the middle of the turn. Back to David Ling in 9th position now with Wakefield behind, and Tony Milford in 11th position. Zockling and Derwin running back in 12th and 13th position. So the moment of the race, Adrian Morale, who's teamed up with Tyler Macklem, 8 seconds. But they have got time to catch up here. 35.6 on the previous lap. They're the fastest of the cars ahead. But is there enough time, or are they going to pray for a safety car?
Huge armful of understeer for the Evo that time through turn number 9, the 88 machine. Clearly struggling for tyres at this point in the race. Let's see down at turn number 11. Maybe it's just carrying a bit too much mid-corner speed, and that's why it understeered, but pouncing up the inside of the Falcon. Great opportunistic move to make the move at the final corner. You don't see that too often. He's made it stick. Has Ling got a problem? Coming onto the pit straight, no, looks all right. I think that was a deceiving camera angle. They're side by side towards turn number 1. He comes back through. The power of the Falcon blasting back past the Evo.
That's bringing Milford into it as well. The B2 class car back at 11th position, so he's just reeling these two in while they scrap it out for 9th and 10th position. Ling will lose a spot. Seems like it's an intermittent issue because the way it come out of that second last turn, I would have thought maybe it was a missed gear, but he would have been in second through that complex of turns. So something complex going on with the David Ling Insurance number 14 car that he'll share with Troy Williams later today. And now puts him back into 11th spot.
Love the little tribute nod to the, of course, the Alan Moffat and Jackie Hicks Ford Falcon winning car from the Bathurst 1000 back in 1977. And of course, yes, one of the most famous days on the mountain for the Blue Oval Camp. That's a really nice tribute livery, just subtle, but for those that know, they know. As we can see, they come around turn number 10.
And he's lost a lot of ground already to Milford, who's moving up the field. Brad Carr's lead still at 3 seconds. So the Mustang continues to lead, so welcome you back to Winton Motor Raceway in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, the Winton wrap-up for 2025. Hard to believe it's the end of the season already. Feels like we were here just yesterday for the opening round in very similar conditions to what we have. We're back tomorrow, of course, for plenty of on-track action to wrap up this year's Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Just the margin, first to second now, with Carr 2.8 seconds clear, and Michael Cavic, who's sharing with brother Ben. Of course, they were the sons of Tony Cavic that ran for many years in the 80s, former Oscar champ at the Thunderdome and a regular at Mount Panorama in the Yellow Pages car for a long time. Cavic boys have been in all kinds of motorsports since, whether it be V8 Utes or production cars that we see now, with their first appearance in the APC for 2025. As here comes Morale, trying to get back towards the front after that rare mistake on the way up to turn 7 a few laps ago.
Yeah, rare mistake, but a costly one.
Yeah.
Down to position number 4, and the title rival directly ahead. So this is going to be fascinating here in the final 9 minutes of this race. They are fighting for something quite important as they swing it through turn 2, over the brow of the hill towards turn number 3. Brilliant section of road. The first part of this lap, very fast and flowing. The middle sector of the lap is very tight and technical. And then the third sector is different again. That's quite stop-start, so long straights into tight corners, a lot of tight 90-degree corners. So each sector poses a different challenge around this Winton Motor Raceway layout. Belinda Price is down there in the lane, and she's got an update for us.
So, Tyler Mecklem, nobody wants to be standing there watching when their co-driver is in the lead of the race and drives off the track. How do you feel about that?
Oh, look, you know what? He won't be the first. He won't be the last. Sorry, he's not the first, he won't be the last. But honestly, easy mistake. Tyres are starting to go off at that point. I think he just got a little bit hot and heavy into the right-hand hairpin and just lost the rear and around it went. But look, he's back and forth. Dropped a few spots, but he may catch the guy in third. We'll see. I might give him a hurry up on the radio.
Yeah, give him a bit of a hurry up on the radio. Now, who's going to start the race tonight?
I reckon I am now after that, because I think it's pretty hot. It's really hot out there, you know. And I got a slightly cooler race. It's bloody hot out there, and I think, yeah, if the pressure side of things is a lot, it's a lot to handle. So it's up to him. He's the boss. He can make the call, but yeah, I might be starting.
Well, I think that sounds fair. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
It's an each-way bet from Tyler Mecklem on who's going to start tonight. That'll get back to Hadrian Morale, but aren't they a good combination? Put that mistake aside, these two have been really, really good all season.
Well, they've won the last 2 editions now of the Fight in the Night.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that shows what a gun combo they are. And it was a really stacked field this year. They had to beat some real quality combinations to prevail this year, and they did just that. Last year they took the win by using a bit of an alternate fuel strategy, and it paid dividends for them at the end of the race. But this was, I wouldn't say the previous one wasn't legitimate, but this was down to pure outright pace that they took victory in season 2025.
There's a much tougher edition up there at Queensland Raceway. Pinch the brake there, so we go back to Carly Buccini. He's just peeling them off one by one here. She goes up to 5th, and she stayed behind the Mitch Randall car. He's got 5 seconds added to the end of the time. No pit stops today in these 30-minute sprints. It's from go to woe, so that 5 seconds will be added on to the end of the race time. And Luke Vanner about 10 to 12 seconds behind at the moment, should stay on for 6th position and win A1 class in this sprint race today. Carly Buccini is just tearing through the field. She's 45 seconds away from the leader, but about 35 seconds to Hadrian Morale. I'm not sure she'll catch that Mustang, but what a turnaround from 13th on the grid to be now running the top 5.
Yeah, phenomenal performance, driving the BMW 340i 3-litre engine, inline 6 turbocharged engine, produces 285 kilowatts and 500 newton meters of torque. Like a lot of modern day production cars, a hell of a lot of gears, 8-speed Steptronic gearbox at the wheel of that, and yeah, sports automatic, so just the flappy paddles that she'll be using, of course, rear wheel drive.
Is that a technical term?
Yes.
The flappy paddles?
Yes.
You're teaching me some new words today. I like this. Back to Milford, who says this car, the 19 machine with Richard Shinkfield, who finished in 6th spot today in the BMW M3, the E92 version. An Axis survey still working the back of car 88 on the way down towards the final turns right now. So it's settled out in front. The gap between 1st and 2nd, keep in mind they're not running the same class, is still 2.4 seconds. So it looks like Brad Carr has got Cabbage covered off here in that Thrive Race for a Cure entry. The BMW M2, the sole X-Performance class car in today's field as they come past the Kateri Capital Walcam to complete another lap. This is lap 16 and just under 5 minutes remaining in the Australian Production Car Series. Race 2 with a 2-hour endurance race to come later on this afternoon at Winton Motor Raceway.
The Class D leader is in the pits. Clearly some sort of an issue for Aston Davies in the Subaru BRZ. So that's a real shame. Was right up there fighting in and around Wakefield, Milford, in around 8th position. So that is a real shame. So late on in this race as well. We've seen all day so far a lot of cars suffering with problems due to the heat out there. But it shouldn't be new to these cars. They've done a lot of warm rounds already at Queensland Raceway and a lot longer race distances as well. But there's a real bite to the sun today.
Yeah, there is. Yesterday was quite muggy here until those storms blew through overnight, but today it's really the sun beaming down on this course. We used to come in here when it's quite cooler than what we see here today, but we'll take this over thunderstorms any day at Winton Motor Raceway, but it is going to wreak havoc with the turbo cars in these kind of conditions. The race that will run tonight will sort of finish at sunset. This car right in front, the 88's really starting to use these tyres up. That's the 2nd mistake in this lap alone in the battle for 8th and 9th outright.
Yeah, I saw the BMW struggling as well, so I think they are both at the very end of the tyre life out there at the moment. Further forwards though, Morale has just remained, hasn't he, right behind the number 18 machine of white, both in the A2 class, but not able to do anything about the car ahead. You may be wondering, A1, A2, so A1 is extreme performance for force-inducted cars, and then A2 is for extreme performance but naturally aspirated machines, and of course these two very much naturally aspirated out there. The likes of the A45 that we've seen, that of course is in the A1 class with the turbocharger.
That was brought in several years ago when the traditional ones used to be Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D. But with the additions over the years, it's opened up production car racing a lot more to allow different mates and different engine sizes, different engine builds to be part of this series. So go back to 8th position, Wakefield and Milford. And Carr's lead has just gone out over 3 seconds, so he's starting to shut this race down. But the talking point will be, can White, who usually has Glenn Walker sharing with him, he's running solo this weekend, can he hold down 3rd position? Not just outright, but in Class A2 today.
Yeah, that is the question, isn't it, in the closing stages of this race. Just looking at Randall at the moment, that 5-second penalty hanging over his head. He's got a 10-second lead now over Luke Vanna, so he should be comfortable, barring a mistake late on in this race. But Luke Vanna, yeah, he's really put a good performance in, considering the capabilities of that little 86. He's punched above his weight, and a 7th position in a field with the cars around him. He is doing a mighty fine job ahead of an A1 class car, 3 A1 class cars and a B class car as well. That's a really good performance, showing the talent that he is.
David Ling goes a lap down here in the process. The leaders go past, and he's back in 10th position, just trying to get that car home here, one would think. Vanna, that is a strong performance, like you say. The Invitational class car, the only one out there in 7th position. So here's that battle. We said for 3rd and 4th position, the red Mustang, Hadrian Morale, with Tyler Mecklem, who won the race earlier today, watching on from pit lane. Can he get 3rd position in the closing stages? We're less than a minute away, plus a lap remaining. The Australian Production Car Series, race 2 of their final round of 2025 here at Winton Motor Raceway.
As we say, add in the extra complication that these two are title rivals. So this is really going to go right down to the wire, and every point might count as we head into the Enduro later on this evening. So White will be very keen to keep morale at bay as they go through the sequence of hairpins, the tight right, the tight left underneath the gum tree, and then back to the right once again. A unique section of road in Australian motorsport, that one.
Absolutely. Heritage listed?
Yes, definitely. 1961 this place was open, definitely.
I dare say some of the bitumen might be down there as well from those days. There's a Neptune touring car race that was the first ever event here back in the 60s. Some 10,000 people showed up that day, but since then it's had some incredible racing, whether it's been 4 wheels, 2 wheels. As we go into the last lap of this race.
Seen some iconic moments here as the checkered flag has actually fallen. Yes, so Carr taking the race victory in the number 25 machine. So that car's 4th victory of the season. Cavenagh in 2nd, and White just about holds on by a car length at the end, 0.3 of a second. The margin between the two. Morale tried hard, but came up just shy.
Man, they'll take that to tonight. So 0.3 of a second, considering he was about 4 seconds behind at the end. And David Ling found some pace at the end, but I don't like that telltale smoke out the back of the number 14 Ford FGX Falcon.
It's been doing that all day, so it's done an hour of racing now with that smoke. So who knows? Might be able to do another 2 hours later on this evening. But no, I was concerned when I first saw it, but I've been watching that now for all day, really. It's still going.
Must be part of the act. Also, Mitch Randall did just hold on there for 6th position with that 5-second penalty that will be added on at the end. But out in front, Brad Carr, P1 by nearly 4 seconds back to Michael Cavenagh, who at one point was less than 2 seconds away from the leader. Trent White 3rd, Morale the big talking point of the race. Carly Buccini, the bigger move today, from 13th up into 5th. Mitch Randall, Luke Vanna, Andrew Milford back there in 8th. But Graham Wakefield and Hugh Zockling inside the top 10. The first the cars a lap down. David Ling home for 11. Troy Derwin and Aston Davis that came to the pits late in the race. And that little Toyota 86 will be classed as 13th at the end of race number 2.
Certainly an action-packed race, that one. Plenty of talking points throughout. Here are the race highlights. It was a very equal start down towards turn number 1. On the outside, Carr broke later and tried to go around the outside, but he just ran out of room, ran out of track, and lost a lot of ground as a result.
Thought this first couple of laps had a feeling of a sprint race. The way they're all carving each other up, trying to find the best positions and not lose focus of those 2 Mustangs out in front while they set out away from the field. We're watching that BMW, the 999 BMW, tear the way through the field. That was Michael Cavanagh up on the curve there in the Thrive Race for a Cure entry. The BMW making the move down the bottom here at turn number 10, doing it nicely to move up into third position at that time.
Good move, that one, and there was the contact. We were on board at the time, weren't we, with Cavanagh, who just lost the rear and got that hit from behind.
And this was the moment, the lose for the race leader on that very narrow racing line that we have here today at Winton Motor Raceway. Dropped him 3 places behind, some 10 seconds away from the lead, as Aston Davis called it a day down here in that Toyota 86. Checkered flag would come out a lap early. Brad Carr would win by 4 seconds in a Mustang-dominated race. The CMA Car Mods Australia entry picking up the win with 2 hours of racing remaining for them later today.
Absolutely. We've got plenty of action though before then. Up next, a huge field of legend cars. It will be their second race of the day. But jumping out of the car is Brad Carr, our race winner in race 2 of the Hi-Tec Oils Australian Production Car Championship. Pat on the back from the team, and rightfully deserved. Did not put a foot wrong in that one. Taking the race lead off Morale, who made that error down at turn 7 and kept on pushing from there to take the victory by just shy of 4 seconds in the end. The BMW M2 competition finishing in position number 2, and White rounding out the top 3 in the second of the Ford Mustangs. Mel, you're down there with our top 3 finishers.
I am P3 Trent White. One more lap and you could have been in trouble.
Yeah, Haydo was definitely hunting me down there at the end, so I'm glad the race finished when it did, but happy to hang on for third.
How were your tyres? It's nice and hot out there, I bet.
It's extremely hot. I was getting hot in the cabin, and the tyres were a bit average, but yeah, just hung in there, so happy with the result.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, and now P2, just balaclavas and hats. Congratulations, Mike. You were right up there at the start and still a few seconds away at the end, but a good race, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good race to Brad, actually. I sort of stuffed the start-up. I buggered the start-up, which was my own fault, but they made a gap to 2 Mustangs. I just couldn't quite bridge that gap, but it was good, fun.
2 podiums so far, well done.
Thank you very much.
And our winner, in front of the number 1, Brad Carr. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was very hot out there, but yeah, managed to just keep the pressure on Hadron. He was missing a few apexes, and I think he just had an unlucky lose there, but it made it a bit easier for me because it was...
Surely he cracked under the immense pressure you were putting on him.
What was that, sorry?
He must have cracked under the immense pressure you were putting on him.
Exactly. Yeah, no, so great race, and Cavanagh was coming for me there, so I had to put a bit of effort in, and yeah, managed to come away with the win.
Great job. You take a win when you get one, don't you?
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, great to see our production cars there. 30-minute race, and they got a big one tonight. 2 hours. Medicab back here in the commentary box. Jared McLean, you join me because we're up next. We've got the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia.
Yeah, we've already seen one race early today. Young Ruben Dan taking out the top honours. Can he go 2 from 2? An absolute gun behind the wheel.
He showed up at Malabar, really. All he'd done is tested in the car. He'd been over in the Junior Series over in Europe. He'd done that for a while. He'd been in the Scholarship Series for the 86s as well, and he shows up in Legend Cars alongside Dylan Thomas, who's a legend of motorsport, raced just about everything with 4 wheels, and yeah, all of a sudden he's fast.
And of course, in the running to be the Australian title holder for 2025.
I suppose that's the thing about this weekend, isn't it? I mean, you've got a championship which has gone across 6 rounds. On top of that, you've got an Australian title that is being held this weekend. So that's why we're seeing the large numbers of cars that they've maintained throughout the series. Great to have them here this weekend as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series in their final round of racing. They've been all over the place. A couple they've raced with us for most of it. A couple they went out on their own, but Malabar, they did some fantastic racing. Ruben Dan was dominant, who's going to start off the front. Aidan Williams, though, in the green and gold machine in the second position. He's leading the championship over Dylan Thomas. Now, coming into this weekend, it was about 40-odd points, but that's changed a little bit now with that first race run and done. But Dylan Thomas, with lots of experience, former TA2 champion there. He's raced production cars. I mean, seriously, if it's had wheels and a steering wheel, he's done 12-hour races, 6-hour races. He's been overseas. I mean, it's fantastic the experience he has, and he brings it into the Legend Cars Australia. This is how race 2 is going to start off. Ruben down alongside Aidan Williams. So that's going to be 2 young guns going at it. Dylan Thomas and Robert Hogan, 2 of the more mature gentlemen there with lots more experience alongside each other than Hourigan and Skinner, Chase Tippett and Maverick. Manavari. Blake Hayne will be there in 9th position though, as alongside him will be Gibson.
Yeah, Ryan Pring starting from P11. That's one that I was not expecting. He's looking to try and go back-to-back Australian title, but obviously with race 1 out of the way, that chance is getting slimmer and slimmer.
He's a 2-time Australian champion, and last year he won the 2024 championship as well. So he wrapped them both up at one Raceway in our final round of last year. So he's got a lot to play for. Missed the setup in qualifying. They've had cracked chassis, brand new motor they had to run in. It rained yesterday in one of the practice sessions. Qualifying did not go their way, gone from 15th to 11th, and it looks like they're still struggling with some setup. But the experience of the team, that might be different, but we've already got cars going off at the moment, and I'm just trying to see that the 27 there going off. That's an unfortunate one already. We don't want to see that happening this early so far in the race, as we haven't even got started.
Well, cars on their formation lap.
Nathan Locke from Queensland that was, so that's unfortunate. We don't have a lot of Queenslanders here. It's dominated by New South Wales and ACT. A few Victorians, a couple of South Aussies, and a couple of Queenslanders here, but a big field of cars.
The Triple One machine starting from the left side of the track on the home straight will be the first to lead us to the control line. Ruben Dan is going to have to do battle with Aiden Williams. Williams, I mean, absolutely unimpeachable degree of skill out here.
Definitely does. Showing a lot of experience for a 15-year-old. Doesn't have a road licence, yet can come out here and drive incredible in one of these cars. My eyes are on Ryan Pring, because they find the setup in that car. He could be dangerous. There's plenty more in there as well. Rob Hogan's just coming off a tour of America as well, where they had a big weekend over there. I think they had 6 Aussies, and they got 4 podiums out of 6 races or something over there. So he's back in Australia. We get the start underway and have a look at this. There could be some Morse code coming into the 93. That's Hayne. But have a look at this. Ruben Dan leads us through turn number 1. Aiden Williams blocks out Dylan Thomas, and he'll have to look for another way through. Maverick's in the mix of things as well, as he's down the position a little bit in position number 8. But we've got cars out off the road already.
Yeah, that was a run into turn 1. A couple of drivers making the grassy shortcut there and rejoining. It looked like we were about to have CXC 1 and 2, but Ruben Dan leads us out. Dylan Thomas will have to be happy with 3rd place for now, as Hogan slots himself up into P2. There's dust on the horizon as there's cars dropping wheels, but we are off to a frenetic start for race 2.
Chase Tippett, you can just see him in 9th position. Ryan Pring already up 1, so he'll be fighting forward in the Aussie number 1, the 333 entry there. You can see him behind, but he's got to watch out, because alongside of him, Sims, I believe that is. Hayne just behind. It's all happening. So much to play for here, the Australian title. So if you're not in the championship, you haven't made it for the year, you can still walk away with an Australian title out of this weekend. Our round winner will get that. Ruben Dan leading us out. The young gun. He's really taken the category by storm after Malala, where he had some dominant wins there. He got 4 race wins. It was only the reverse top 10 where he didn't get a win.
Yeah, Tate grabs a position through the left-hander there and puts himself, having a look now, up into 13th place, about middle of the pack there on our screens. A couple of right-handers, and it's the run to the start-finish line. Ruben Dan with a slender lead. It was half a second over Rob Hogan last time around, and that gap is going to stay fairly static. It's a quick standing start, or rather rolling start lap time of 1 minute 40. Watch those numbers tumble. He was quickest in all sectors across that opening salvo.
Oh, I saw them 3 wide in the background. They're going into turn number 1. It's still like, when we compare them to the Australian super trucks we saw, it's probably the same win.
What I want to see is, us grab an Aussie Legend car and pop it onto the back of one of the super trucks, just to sort of cover both ends of the spectrum.
If we could strap it down and do a lap, you reckon? Use it as a bit of aero.
Have the Legend just doing a standing burnout on the back and add to the smoke.
What an end of the weekend that could possibly be. Here, look at Aiden Williams all over the back now of Dylan Thomas. He puts the pressure on, fighting back where he dropped back to 4th position. They've been going at it all season. It's a father-son team out of Bateman's Bay there on the east coast of Australia, just south of Sydney. The young apprentice doing a fantastic job compared to the experience of Dylan Thomas, where you can hear him down in the pits just I don't want to say barking orders, but he's definitely telling his crew, I want that down half an inch, I want you to turn that, I want toe out to be this. So there's a lot more experience in that crew than what we've seen from Aidan Williams. His old man, obviously engine builder. They've got very limited engine builders when it comes to this class. Most of them now running the three-cylinder 890cc engine, and it looks like you might have a look here.
Aidan Williams has got a heap of straight line speed. Now, obviously, Winton isn't the straightest, flowiest track, but he's looking to try and make dividends where he can. What's that out the window? Dylan Thomas gesturing. There we go. Williams on the attack. Thomas covers off. He's looking to run him out of room. Side by side in the run into turn 1. And Thomas will hold this down in P3, but Williams not giving up.
If there's one person out, well, there's probably a couple of these more experienced racers. Dylan Thomas is one that could make that legend car as big as a super truck.
It would be very hard to overtake him. Even if you had the speed, you would have to find that opportunistic moment. Mind you, he has made a couple of errors this year. There's been some finite errors we see Dylan Thomas get around. So it's getting hot out there. It's going to be a long couple of races there. Maverick just in the background too, in 7th position, coming up behind Hourigan, who's chasing Skinner. Then Williams, Thomas, Hogan and Ruben Dan rounding out your top 7.
Yeah, Thomas was able to put a car length on Williams here. They're coming out of Mark Crutch's favourite part of the racetrack. So he did it an onboard last season. That was a great one. That's still locked in my favourites. But he's just looking to try and not nurse the car, but bring it into the operating window and just put in good, consistent times. Try and get away from the pressure that Williams poses. Skinner holding down P5. And at the moment, quick time belongs to Ruben Dan with a 136 flat.
Yeah, Kevin Avera, he's you can see that car sliding around from New South Wales there, the Queensland Drill and Blast entry. He's just in front of Chase Tippett. Great to have those onboard shots to see how much the cars move around on this little road tyre, basically, is all it is. It's obviously set for the category what tyre they're allowed to use, but it's something you can put on one of your... It's a very small... You don't often see like a 13-inch tyre anymore on many road cars, but that's basically what it is.
On the trailer, perhaps?
Yeah, potentially, yes. Ruben Dan, he's still leading, but have a look at Dylan Thomas. Back in 3rd position, and the green and gold of Aidan Williams. This is what the championship fight is between these two cars. It's going to be very hard for anyone else to be involved in that at the moment. Ryan Pring's a little bit further back. He's had a bad start to the weekend. Take nothing away. There is a reverse grid race tomorrow morning. So you never know what is going to happen because it puts you back in the field of races. But these two fighting it out, and they've got a little bit of a lead over Ryan Pring. So last time out, Aidan Williams got in 2nd position, Dylan Thomas in 3rd, so maybe he can reverse that with the points.
Yeah, just over 9 minutes left of this TFH High Legend Cars Race 2 of the day. Williams just looks to have dropped the aggression a little bit, trying to conserve. As Thomas checks it up in the middle of the corner here. Williams, this is the number 50. That is heartbreaking with just on 9 minutes. Looks like we've also got issues there for the number 3, rubbing a guard.
Oh, they might have been coming together there. We'll have to wait and see. That's Jack Charles out of New South Wales. The I2R Riverina Skips and KB Raps entry, the number 50 sitting there in the middle. John Holder in the In-Tune Motorsports is the number 3 with the damage on board. Chris Spicer in the 33 just tries to keep it on there, and alongside, have we got Mr. Morgan, do we? In the Red Rocket.
Yeah, Morgan and Spicer going toe-to-toe. Morgan on the attack. Onto the home straight now, and Morgan will really try and tuck in behind the number 33 as we come back to our battle for P3 and 4. Williams just climbing all over the bar of Dylan Thomas.
Have a look at this, defensive driver, but now down the inside, takes advantage of it, and that's Riley Skinner. Another young gun in the sport goes under Aidan Williams. What a move from him just behind Hourigan, who's got plenty of experience. Just over the border there outside of ACT. He's just waiting in the background, and he's a former Australian champion as well, so a lot of experience. And then in the background you got Maverick as well in 7th position. So they've closed this up, and it looks like it's Diesel Thomas actually holding up this train of cars at the moment in the battle for 3rd position.
Yeah, the CXC Racing Machine has got a train of cars right behind him as they head around the Gumtree, and it's like a balloon that's full to bursting. Once it explodes, it's going to go absolutely everywhere. Legend cars are just renowned for going 3 and 4 wide through the turns.
On board with Ryan Pring, last year's Australian title and championship winner there. The Morgan Motorsports mechanical care entry. Pushed himself up to the top 10 now, started out of 15th in race number 1, 11th off the grid this morning, currently in 9th position, but yeah, having a hard, tough weekend, I should say, especially when you show up and you find a crack in your chassis after the first practice session. Have to do a lot of running repairs on that car. They've fought a gearbox at Malala. They've had brake issues as well up in Queensland, so it hasn't been the dream run they had last year when it comes to the championship fight, but he's still in it. Would have been one of the favourites coming into this weekend.
Ruben Dan checking out as we see a move on the run into turn 1. There's overlap there. Here we go, that's Ryan Pring under pressure. He's found himself to 10th place now as Gibson gets up. And the number 25 machine in the pits, that's the Boynton.
Yeah, the SCBC HLB Recovery Club Penrite entry.
Say that 3 times quickly.
No. Tell you what, there's plenty of battles going on up and down the field at the moment, because behind this one, behind Bring and Hayne now, you've got Tate and Benno who are going at it as well. The budget car rentals entry just a little bit further back, but he's got the number 1 on the side at the moment, but will he walk away with it this weekend? We'll have to wait and find out. Skinner's still held out Aidan Williams now, who maybe those tyres have just gone away slightly, with Dylan Thomas doing everything he can to keep him at bay to try and stay in a podium position. Ruben Dan has checked out another fastest lap of the race. Purple sectors 1 and 2. He's got all 3 of them though. He's 3.7 seconds in the lead. Rob Hogan coming off the United States strips where he got a lot of experience over there. He is another 3.7 seconds up the road from this lot.
Dylan Thomas fighting with 3rd place here, or rather is 3rd, fighting with Skinner, who's in turn trying to run defensive on Williams. This is actually helpful for Dylan Thomas. If he can keep Skinner between himself and Williams, the points start to stretch out.
Not a lot, but he's clawing back. It does claw him back just a fraction. It definitely gets him back from that first race, gets him a little bit further, claw back into position there. Look how much the cars slide around as they're on board. At the moment, you can see how much the cars want to try and oversteer there. Grabbing a lot of wheel, that's Hourigan of the 51 machine.
Williams gets the move done on Skinner. Turn 4. Has to secure it, has to hold it through that big left sweeper.
Yeah, Aidan Williams has just sort of dropped off the pace just slightly there. Maybe sitting behind. We've spoken about so many other categories. He's just got past Riley Skinner now, so you'll have another go at Dylan Thomas if we can try and make up that gap. It's the smallest mistake. We may have missed one there from Skinner, I reckon, where he's just lost it for a moment, maybe slid the car out, given an opportunity for Aidan Williams to go by. And have a look at this. Pring needs to watch out, though, because they're all up on the back of him, and I think this is going to be Tate on the back of Pring who are on board there. I can just see the back of Pring's car, so the budget car rentals entry is now as Pring dropped back into 12th position.
There we go. If he's outside the 10, he won't be able to take advantage of the reverse grid race tomorrow. It was looking good for a front row start, but it's still not over yet. Just under 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. These TFH High Legend cars.
It definitely needs to fall back into 10th position, because then the brains trust can get together and lead the race tomorrow morning, and then if they find that sweet spot in the car, potentially they can try and maximise all the points till the end of the weekend. It still brings them in with a shot in the Aussie title. Currently still sitting in 3rd when it comes to the Australian Championship. We'll update some of our numbers here this afternoon and double check that. We'll just keep watching our screens as well to find out what the points are like. At the moment, Ruben Dan on perfect points, who finishes the way he is. If they continue to go this way with 3 minutes remaining in the race, Rob Hogan and Dylan Thomas will be on equal points with Aidan Williams as well. So there'll be a 3-way tie for 2nd position for this weekend in the Australian title race. So there's so much to unfold. In the meantime, Ruben Dan's going to have to go back to 10th though in the reverse grid race. So can he get through traffic? He's fast out in front, but he's got to fight through some really experienced races.
We saw him make his way to the podium with the reverse top 10 race.
The podium
he was close.
6th or 5th, yeah. He got halfway through.
Well, he's got a couple more races under his belt now. Go on, he's sneaky. A dark horse.
In race number 4, though, he finished that off and got back in the lead.
Exactly.
So, you know, he knows how to race. So that's the battle now for 12th position on the back of Brian Pring's car. Shane Tate right behind in the Budget Car Rentals entry.
About a second between Pring and Haynes, currently occupying 11th. Then you've got to go another quarter of a second up the road to find Gibson, who holds that crucial top 10 spot.
Anything can happen, though. Have a look at this. Back in the fight, Aidan Williams now all over the back of Dylan Thomas. And there'll be a bit of a fight back here. Thomas is going to have to go defensive as they go down to turn number 3. Unloads the car, gets it sideways. Williams gets a nice drive through here. The green and gold 95 machine. Can't quite get the drive, can he? Almost. I was holding in anticipation.
Menacing in the wing mirrors. There we go, the 33 machine of Spicer. Up against the 24 of Walden.
They really throw it in there on the brakes, don't they?
This has been great. We've been looking at last year's Australian title champion and the battle for sort of 3rd and 4th. Now we're getting through some of the other battles happening. This is back to Thomas and Williams.
It's a podium position. Ruben Dan 6 seconds in front, almost out to 7.
That gap blew out very quickly in the last 3 laps.
Still doing purple sectors. He's still running best lap times every time he goes around. I mean, how do you keep getting better? Like, surely there's a point. At one stage during practice, he was 8 tenths faster than the rest of the field.
Williams trying to duck out into the clear air, trying to grab that position. Is overlap now, and Williams forces the issue. Dylan Thomas already with the hand out the window. He is not happy. Both hands off the wheel.
Yeah, that was a wheel-to-wheel contact of that. But have a look at Maverick, though. Cavanagh, the Queenslander, now up into 4th position, and he's all over the back of Williams. And if there's potentially any sort of penalty for that, he could get himself up onto a podium. We'll have to wait and see what the DSO thinks of that one. And the points are now changing. As they scatter the field, everything's changed up. Dylan Thomas won't be happy about that one. The good news is your teammate Ruben Dan keeps showing you up, and he's now 7.5 seconds in the lead.
Oh, Dylan Thomas, I mean, you'd be happy on one hand, but absolutely livid on the other. It's going to be interesting, like you mentioned, to see what the DSO's got to say about that one. But now, Thomas has the added barrier to entry that is Cavanagh. But he's looking for a great finish.
When he took both hands off the wheel, I want to know if he had his knee up there, just trying to hold it. Ruben Dan broken away from the pack. He doesn't need to keep pushing the car, but he's down to 1:35.52. That's 5 seconds faster than what they started off at the start of this race per lap. And another purple sector this time round in sector number 2.
He's the only person lapping in the 35s. Everybody else is 36s back to, and you have to say the pace is good, but back to 9th place to Gibson. As we collect a checkered flag, Ruben Dan with an 8.5 second lead last time around. That'll reset as we see Williams surging towards the line, but Hogan will collect 2nd, Aidan Williams for 3rd. Cavanagh was menacing right there at the finish line.
Yeah, he's right up there because it wasn't a great start from him, but he's moved up a number of positions as well. But that's going to jostle the points up as well. That'll put Aidan Williams in 2nd position so far out of 2 races over points in the Australian Championship fight. Rob Hogan will go into 3rd, and I reckon Dylan Thomas is going to be 4th in those. Ruben Dan leading, perfect points so far. 2 wins, 2 races, 200 points up on the board. So the Australian title is well and truly alive. This is a replay of the incident, though. Dylan Thomas goes wider, invites Aidan Williams in. Now, he's up on the inside. Let's have a look at this. Does he really push it? They make contact. He almost hits the curb, and you can't tell whether he straightens the wheel up there.
Yeah, if he opened the wheel up, then that'd be a big slap on the wrist. But here, watch this. Williams running away into the distance. Dylan Thomas is absolutely ropeable.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a tyre down there. I reckon be kicking him as he gets out of the car. Ruben Dan, your winner in race number 2 here in the Legend Cars Australia. Their last race of today. They will go to a reverse top 10 tomorrow morning. Rob Hogan in second position. Didn't he stay out of trouble? Then it's Aidan Williams, Maverick Menaveri, Dylan Thomas, Brendan Hourigan, Josh Beno, Chase Tippett, Drew Gibson and Blake Payne. They're the 10 that are going to reverse around now. It's going to be very, very interesting. There's some experienced names in that top 10.
Ryan Pring finishes where he started, ahead of Shane Tate in 12th. Jordan Symes, Jack Love, Scott Morgan for 15th place with Luke Walden, Spicer, Morgan, Simpson and Goodridge rounding out your top 20 in race 2 for TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia.
Well, the skies are clear and we're going to have plenty of race highlights here. It all started at the start of the race. Now, how many wide can they go? We always ask this question. It looks like we're only going to go 5 wide at the background. And now there was a little bit of a break like up here. So there you go. We've got the well-spaced red rocket of Scotty Morgan in there. Benny Goodridge is involved in that one too. A bit of bump and grind there as they get jostled around. Now, at some point, Dylan Thomas was upset earlier in the race. There might have been a little bit of contact somewhere else. Ryan Pring fought through, got a couple of positions very early, but that soon just started to level itself out. Ruben Dan, it's almost like it took about 2 laps to get those tyres up before he just started to pull off those impressive times. Now, this went on a number of times. Potentially there could have been a little bit of contact when they do the crisscross. Sometimes we see the bars. Riley Skinner, though, dives down the inside of Aidan Williams at that point and follows Dylan Thomas, just locks it in.
This was the move from Williams on to Skinner. Got it done cleanly. Rode a whole heap of the curb. Skinner right up the back. And Williams just applying the pressure. It's hard to tell from this angle whether he opened the wheel up, but that set the scene.
There's not a lot of grip in these cars, so potentially it's slid and he's tried to grab it as well. You're not really going to know. They're going to have to look at that from a number of angles there, but the checkered flag was out for Ruben Dan. He's had a perfect weekend once again. This is exactly how it started in South Australia for him. The young gun, just 15 years of age, and leading the CXC team this weekend once again. I'm sure he joined Dylan Thomas's team so he could try and get some experience off Dylan, and now he's the man doing the schooling.
I tell you what, talking about schooling, I can see you're about to start warming up the abacus to start working out where the points lie. But what an incredible race. Young Ruben Dan lapping in the 35s. How's that? The fastest lap happening on lap 9 as we head down to Victory Lane with Mel.
P3, Aidan Williams. Dylan Thomas didn't look too happy about that last move there. What's your take on it?
I feel like to me it was a racing incident because, as was said in driver's briefing, if you have that front tyre ahead of that rear tyre, you do have the overlap going into the corner. But he was squeezing me a bit, so I did hit the curb, which forced me to go into him. But the whole race he was defending, but I just tried to get through on that last lap, basically.
Well done on P3.
Thank you.
Okay, find our second place getter, Rob Hogan. Did you learn some tricks in the US that have helped you out in this one?
Oh, not really. Same over there, just a lot more people. But yeah, it was a good race. Had nothing for Ruben in the end, but yeah, just tried to keep it clean and bring it home. So,
well done.
Thank you.
And our race winner again, Ruben Dan. You cleared out on the field. Has it occurred to you that this time tomorrow you might be Australian champion?
To be honest, not really. Trying to take every race as it comes, you know. A lot can happen tomorrow. I've just got to focus on what I can do.
Level head as always. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got a big smile, doesn't he? And they give him the post-race donut, and he gets him if he wins. That's part of that's how they get him. Dan McCarthy should join us back here in the commentary box. The young gun needs a little bit of sugar to keep his energy levels up. Dylan Thomas, I'm sure we'll have some choice words down there in pit lane. What an exciting race. The Legend Cars Australia, always exciting. I did the maths. It's about 51 points between Aidan Williams and Dylan Thomas for first position. 300 points still up for grabs. So I think there's still potentially about 6 or 7 cars that can take the championship out. But we move on to the Eastern Sleepers. Aussie Tin Tops race number 2. Their starting grid. Benny Arnold and the Arnold's Fruit Market R33 had a terrible start last race, but managed to claw it back into first position. Mark Tracy in the Twin City Roller Doors entry. We don't know if that BMW will be back. He said it was out, but you never know. The crew might get behind him. And it's Stephen Chilby and Corey Gillett. Chilby chasing some fueling issues once again every time he goes around a right-hand corner. Brent Edwards, well, he lost control for a moment there and ended up back in 5th position. Todd Herring was very quick in that MX-5, so let's see if he can work his way through. Then it's Peter Ryder, Matt Sears, Ryan Bell and David Bunsen to round out your 10 here for the final weekend of the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops Championship race number 2 about to come your way. And I'll tell you what, Brent Edwards leading the overall championship. Wait to see if the Victorian can bring that home this weekend. It's fairly dominant. Came into this weekend with 70 points up his sleeve overall. And although he's in 5th position, he's definitely got that at the moment. We'll do some calculations overnight, you and I. We're spreadsheet people. We'll go and put the numbers in and we'll have a few updates for you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Have to say, race number 1 earlier on today, I think was the best Aussie Tin Tops race of the year. It was an absolute barnstormer. So much going on, so much action, and a few mechanical dramas late on in the piece as well. If this is a 10th as good as that first race, we're in for an absolute cracker. But this is going to be fascinating. What can Arnold do? Can he just take off into the distance? What about Chilby? Are those issues, those gremlins, are they wiped clean? Are they gone? That is the question, but he will be starting from 3rd. And I did note there that Mark Tracy is not out there on the racetrack. So he said, didn't he, post-race, he said, yes, I finished in position number 2, didn't have 4th gear, won't be able to do that for the rest of the weekend. And it turns out to be true, unfortunately. He is done and dusted. So that means that Corey Gillett from position number 4 has clear road ahead of him down towards turn number 1. That could be a big advantage. He might be able to box in Chilby up behind Arnold if he makes a good start. But all that is what will be going through his mind. It's saying it and doing it are very, very different things. And there is that vacant 2nd grid position. Brent Edwards and Todd Herring, look for them on row number 3. We are set for a start. The final couple of cars have come into position. 5-second board has gone out. That means we await the lights to come on. When they go off, we'll be racing. That was a short jump, and Arnold, for the second time, bogs down at the start. Chilby goes hard right, boxes in Gillett. And he is going to hold the lead late on the brakes for Todd Herring. He's going to try and go around the outside of Gillett around turn number 1. Can't quite do that. But that was a real slow start from Arnold, and he has been severely punished for it. He's down to 4th, and Todd Herring now attacking Gillett up at turn number 3. Good stuff out in front, though. Chilby has pulled a margin.
I reckon Chilby went back and watched the replay of that last race start because he said, Corey Gillett, I know what you're up to. I know what you'll do. Big dive down into 1, and he did the exact same thing. Managed to get to the lead. Gillett looks like it takes a few laps for those tyres to get the temperature. Look how loose the car is at the moment. I'm not quite sure how Herring's ended back down into 4th position, though. We'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. Sears in 5th, and it's Reiner in the orange S13, followed by Anthony's, who's out in that BMW. Jägermeister entering, and then it's Ryan Bell, who's actually in the Ultimate Tin Top class, is actually in potential, although he's missed 2 rounds. Unfortunately, Simon Cox had some issues with the coil pack, and they mustn't have got that car fixed, so we haven't seen him out, because he was in 2nd position for the Ultimate Tin Tops. And Daniel Natoli has missed 2 rounds now because he's had some mechanical issues on that Audi, so he's not here this weekend. So Ryan Bell could do oh no, Corey Gillett off the track there, but Ryan Bell could potentially get himself up into a podium position for the Ultimate Tin Top class.
There's more drama out there on the race circuit. Chilby might be leading the race, but he's been slapped with a 5-second penalty. He started out of his grid box. That's the big no-no at the start of a race. So he is going to potentially lose out because of that. He's got to try and win the race by more than 5 seconds. So that will be looming over his head for the rest of this race. There's a lot of dirt and debris flicking up in the background. I can see that Sears in the BMW has fallen down to the tail of the field. So I think that he might have been the victim there at the final corner. Brent Edwards has fallen down the order as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him because although he's got a strong points lead overall in the championship and in the Outlaw Tin Tops, he still could come under attack. This is a replay, though, what happened to Corey Gillett. Oh, big brake lock up there in the front. I think he's still looking for some tyre pressure there. He managed to recoup that and gather that up. That's probably very fortunate for him that happened there. And here's a big moment. Is that Arnold?
No, that's Sears.
Wow. Oh, there's a moment. Holding my breath. BMW almost makes it to the tyre barrier.
That answers my question. I thought it was the dust brought up by him, and it was. It was more spectacular, though, than I thought. I thought he might have just dribbled off the road, but no, a full 360 spin 10 out of 10 for style. Unfortunately, 0 out of 10 for speed around the final corner. So he is all the way back at the very tail of the field now in position number 18. I did just see Brent Edwards, he's back up to 11th, so look out for him to continue to march on forwards. He's now behind Gleeson, who's a regular in the Victorian Super TT series. So this is the big national version of that Aussie Tin Tops, the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops. But great to see a lot of the Victorian contingency here this weekend. Their final round, the Victorian final round, is at Calder Park next weekend, so 2 back-to-back weeks for them.
Yeah, I'm having a look at this. I reckon Brent Edwards might have been impeded when Sears went around, potentially trying to avoid contact there. That's why he's lost so much. But he's very quickly going back up through the field, isn't he, in the cable source entry? Already back up to 9th position now, so he'll be fighting back in that one. In the meantime, he's going to get involved with Ryan Bell and Dave Bunton, who are having a great little stoush for 7th position, both in the Ultimate Tin Top entries as well. And this is back on again. Gillett just gets past Herring, back into 3rd position. Wants to get on a podium. He loves to have his face on the social medias, but he wants to get on TV. That's what Gillett wants. Family here this weekend. Obviously, he's only up there in Albury, so this is the home track for Cora Gillett. It actually is for most of the races when it comes to the Tin Tops. Very Victorian, I suppose, dominant in terms of the entry list.
Well, that comes from the point that I was saying about the Victorian series is very strong. A lot of them step up from that series. Here's a replay of the move down at turn number 7. The traditional overtake down there, fling it through turn 6, fire up the inside, and that's exactly what he did. Herring tried to fight back, but he was on the wrong side for the hairpin and had to fall back in line. But Edwards has moved up a further position ahead of that man on the screen, Ryan Bell, in the 101 machine. So position now, number 7. For Brent, sorry, 8 for Brent Edwards. He might very well make it 7 here up the inside of the little Lotus, the nimble machine, British built. Made that look very, very easy. So through now on David Bunton and now as well on Antonis. Jeez, that was very easy. 1, 2, 3 in the space of just a couple of corners. That's like in a PlayStation. Oh, Ricketts up in smoke in a big way. No. There's smoke coming from the cockpit, the cabin, as well as under the bonnet. That has gone up in spectacular fashion. That is a real shame for Mick Ricketts, who's in the fight, crucially, against Helena Maris in the Supreme class. So this is championship-changing stuff because all the momentum was with the Nissan Pulsar driver. He just needed to keep finishing ahead of her and he would have just pipped her at the post. But this is big. This now means that unless she retires from tomorrow's 2 races, she's practically wrapped it up.
It looks terminal too. That didn't look like maybe a gearbox or something like that. Oil leaking on the exhaust. That looks fairly terminal. We'll wait and see if we can see any trail down there as well. Whether we have any cars come out for a clean-up. That's going to be the question at the moment. That'll be hanging over the top, but that'll see him push back, and yeah, hopefully we will see the race continue. So here's a little bit of a replay. Going down the main straight, Ricketts in the red Pulsar. Looking very engine-like, isn't it?
Yes, unfortunately, I'm trying to look for any oil trail. Look at it, all coming out of the exhaust, out of the engine bay, even out of the cockpit. That is a huge engine let go down there. I'm sure we could smell that if we open the commentary box door down there as Bunton fires up the inside of Antonitz. 2 retro liveries out there. Really cool to see the Golf livery and the Jägermeister machine as well. Really cool little tribute liveries. I don't think that they are actually sponsored by Golf and by Jägermeister.
I'm going to say probably not. It's a very large corporation.
Yes, correct.
It might not be coming down to some of these people, but yeah, I like the livery though. The cars look absolutely fantastic out there at the moment. And Ryan Bell though needs to try and push his way up the Ultimate Tin Tops because at the moment it's Herring leading that one. So he's going to get the maximum amount of points when it comes to the Ultimate Tin Tops. He's right in front. He has a look down the inside of Anthony's. Can he do it? It's a little bit different. Anthony's going to have the inside line here, but Bell around the outside. Pedal to the metal, sticks it to the bitumen. And the 101 machine, the 370Z, looks like that is going to go through. So that's another good one from him as he gets by Ryan Bell in the Avondale Bodyworks entry. I know they haven't quite taken the red paint off from Michael Ricketts from the Winton 300, but that co-driver's in there just exchanging a little bit of bodywork. sure they'll clean that up. That's the word. They're going to clean that up for the 2026 season and maybe add a couple of cylinders to that car, see if it can go a little bit faster.
Very good if that is the case. Here is further back the recovering Sears, just ahead of Helena Maris in 12th and 13th. As I say, that's really good news for Maris, the demise of Ricketts. I'll be honest though, she's a lovely young lady. She won't wish that upon anybody, even a title rival or class rival. She'll be disappointed to see that Ricketts has gone up in smoke as we see them go across the line. 6 minutes left here at Winton Motor Raceway in the Aussie Tin Tops. There's time is ticking by, not too much long left in this race. 6 minutes remaining on the clock, as I say. I'm looking at the lead battle at the moment. Arnold is keeping that under 5 seconds, which means with the 5-second penalty hanging over Chilby's head, that he will be the victor. It's remained around about 2.8 to 3.2 seconds for the last 2 laps. Last time by, they were separated by just a couple of tenths of a second. Just as I say, Chilby, a little bit of a lock-up down there at turn number 1. He is pushing hard. He's trying to eke that margin out a little bit, isn't he? He's trying to get it over 5 seconds, but sometimes if you push, you over-push, you're trying to make a margin, you can actually lose time, and I think that's what's happening at the moment. It was pretty static, and just as I say, we see a couple of lock-ups, and all of a sudden it's out, or down, I should say, to 2 seconds.
So you can see Herring just going through a couple of the people down the back, and that looks like that's Stephen Neal there in the Taps Air entry, the Ford XR6. That'll be one of the naturally aspirated versions a bit further back down the pack as we see that coming through in our Super Sixes entry. There's only a few of those cars we've seen throughout the year. So there's 4 categories in here. The Super Sixes, obviously, the Supreme TT, the Ultimate TT, and the Outlaw TT, where we see a couple of the V8 transplanter cars like this one from Stephen Chilby, who's out in front. It's 2.7 seconds out. I don't think Arnold's really having to apply too much pressure to try and conserve some tyres for the weekend, because just got to get those race starts. I think we need to get him out on the road here after racing today and go, you can get that down pat, but it seems to be the tyres coming to him, I reckon, because he's getting quicker slightly. Chilby is taking a lot of risks. They would have radioed in that 5-second penalty and said, push, you need to get on with this one. But Arnold's not letting him get away, so this one's going to be tight. Have a look at this purple first sector 2 now.
Oh, again, he's absolutely scorching the tyres. He scorched the right front at turn 11. He scorched the left front there at turn number 1. He's going to certainly be feeling that behind the wheel at the moment. His front 2 tyres are as flat as anything. It's beyond a 50-cent piece at this point, I think. I think it's almost a semicircle. It's that flat on the one side. It's really pushing hard, and the tyres are certainly second-rate out there at the moment.
Yes, have a look at Josh Robbins with the 99 machine, the Team Hobbins Track Performance Solutions car. The Lotus Elise, Supreme TT, just going by Anthony's there, pushing up into 9th position. So is that 99 in 9, the 999? As he goes by, Josh Robbins. Edwards now, looks like he might be in the pits. So he's going to go back, so maybe an issue there for Brent Edwards, going back down the pack, but up in the pits. It's a big one from the Cable Source Falcon, and we had some issues. Check out the Coterie Capital wall cam there as they come by the finish line. 3.5 minutes remaining in this race number 2 for the Eastern Sleepers, Australian Tin Tops. As we follow 9th and 10th position as they come up.
That's big news for the championship. Of course, our outright championship leader is Brent Edwards, and Bunton's slow as well. Bunton is slow out of turn number 3. So Edwards with drama out there on the racetrack.
In the meantime, we pick up with this battle out there for the Australian Tin Tops, out for race number 2 at the moment with 3 minutes remaining in this race, and they're just going through a couple of the other cars. We'll just have a look here at the moment. Lotus Elise, the 99 car, is just moving on up in 7th position now. So Bunton's had an issue. Now, this is the car we want to try and catch up with. Brent Edwards, we've noticed, going down our timing screens in pit lane. It doesn't seem to be... Oh, there we go, cut tyre. I wonder where that's happened, going over something potentially over one of the ripple strips on the edge of the track. Could be a sharp edge, maybe he's had a braking moment. Could be anything out there at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side, Sears and Gleeson for position number 10. But out in front, the lead margin has been decreased a little bit more, so it's now down to 1.8 seconds. Brent Edwards will be keen to get back out there on the racetrack and at least finish, albeit a couple of laps down. He'll still score some crucial championship points. We said this weekend he just needs to finish these races. Well, this is not what he wanted at all.
No, which one of us was it? Because I don't want to be the commentator's curse.
You.
I'm blaming
Sure,
you, Dan.
you.
Surely it was you. The Arnold Street Market 33. Have a look at it. Just slowly chipping away at this lead. We know that Chilby's got a 5-second penalty hanging over his head, but the checkered flag is out. And he'll take the checkered flag. Chilby will get the win, but it's less than 5 seconds, 1.5 seconds. Arnold behind in second, so he should overtake and get the win. Corey Gillett will come out in third position. It always takes a couple of laps, but once you get those tyres up, Herring looks like he could get a fourth position as we check out our Cottery Capital wall cam, and there he comes across in the MX-5. Herring goes into fourth pace. That's one of our back markers down there in the RX-8. Oh no, a spin there for Robbins. That'll push him down. He had Bunton, Anthony's and Sears behind him. That might be Gleeson that went by as well. So he's going to lose a heap of positions. Checkered flag ready for the next lot. Ryder goes through. Bell shouldn't be too far behind. Looks like Bunton's gone up now. We're going to start seeing as they go past that timing marker. He's going to go right back.
Crucially, Brent Edwards made it back out onto the racetrack just seconds before the checkered flag flew, which means he will be recorded as he comes back around to the start finish line. He will be recorded as a finisher and will pick up a couple of championship points that may prove pivotal tomorrow afternoon. Here's the results then in that one. Chilby crossed the line in position number 1, but the 5-second penalty will demote him behind Ben Arnold.
Then he goes back to Corey Gillett to round out our top 3. Todd Herring got over there in 4th position. Peter Ryder, Ryan Bell, David Bunton, Matty Sears fought back in that BMW into 8th position. Anthony's in 9th. Then it was Troy Patrick Gleeson in 10th position to round out our 10. These are all provisional, obviously, with that 5-second penalty overhanging. Josh Robbins had that spin at the end, ended up in 11th. Helena Maris with a great finish there. The big one is Brent Edwards back in 16. He managed to get back out even though he's a lap down. Michael Ricketts, we might not see him back because that looked very devastating there, like potentially engine, run and done.
Yeah, it's a shame. Always smiling, always enjoys his time at a racetrack, doesn't he, Ricketts? As we see a replay of the highlights, look at this, the really poor start from Arnold, and it meant that Chilby had to go hard to the right and stop the 27 from coming through into turns 1 and 2. They all managed to sort themselves out, but it really was a change of order. A big mistake, a huge lockup down at turn number 11 for Corey Gillett. He dropped not 1 but 2 positions as a result. Sears had a huge spin out the final corner. He lit it up, spun it around and got it back facing in the right direction. Despite that, he dropped to the back of the field. Corey Gillett trying to recover from that moment, got through on Todd Herring midway through the race.
Yeah, definitely fought his way back. Managed to drive away from there. And this is a big moment for Michael Ricketts. That's more smoke than a Summer Nats Burnout Championship right there. Couldn't see in the car, but I think that's terminal in the car. Unfortunately, we saw a little bit of a spin out there from David Bunton in some of the later parts. And this was right on the final lap where we just saw him spin out for Josh Robbins and pushed him back down to 11th position.
It was literally seconds. Brent Edwards was coming out of the pits as the checkered flag was being flown just moments before Arnold crossed the line. Could that be a deciding point in the championship tomorrow? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But our 3 victors out there at the moment. As we say, some provisional results to be determined with a couple of penalties hanging over the heads of a couple of these drivers. Arnold hasn't quite undone his radio there. He's halfway out the car. He's all tangled up as he tries to hop out.
Might have sent the crew in there to give him. There we go. Now he's going to crawl out of this one. He's suffering from some tragic starts at the moment, but he's very quick once the car gets up to pace. So, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of frustration starting to build in there, but imagine what he can do if he can just nail those starts. As we've got the Formula Fords, the Stars and Renegade Series, 8 cars. Looks like Tabitha Ambrose has that car repaired. It was a turn 1 incident last time. Unfortunately, won't get a chance to catch up with our provisional winners there for the tin tops at the moment. Kobe Williams, though, in the ACM Finance Spectrum. That has been dominant once again, not only in the championship, but also in the first race today. Race 2, they got double the amount of points to play for. Tabitha Ambrose will start off the back, but unfortunately she's alongside the Jack Johnson once again, where they made wheel-to-wheel contact going into turn number 1, which sent her off. So she's going to just want to get out there and get some laps in, I think.
Certainly will. There we go then. The lights are about to extinguish and we will be set for a start. There they go. We're underway here at Winton Motor Raceway. They are once again down towards turn number 1. They're going to be 2 by 2 through 1 and through turn number 2 as well before they go. Single file, they all remain perfectly in order. That was like a gymnastics team trying to work together, making it very, very flowing. Nobody losing any time there at all. That was a perfect start from everybody. That was clinical. So Williams leads from Lowing, Fawcett, Rowe and James. The top 5. Demoweek, look out for him. He had an off-track excursion at this very corner early on in the race. Early on in race number 1 today. He's in position number 6, looking to move forward in this one. So James in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Spectrum is the first one on his list. Behind that, the tail of the field, we have Jack Johnson and Tabitha Ambrose. Here comes Fawcett, showing the nose, diving up the inside of Lowing, side by side out of the corner. Good respect once again from these two combatants. They were fighting for much of the race earlier on today. Fawcett was certainly the quicker of the two early in the race, but Lowing came on really strong late on and really took the challenge to Kobe Williams.
Before that second safety car, Rowe was right on the back of him as well and getting some pace, but it seems to be like the tyres cool down and Rowe just drops away a little bit in that setup in race number 1. Well, they'll change something. This one is Fawcett, has a dive down the inside of turn 1, but he'll be on the outside. Can he hold it in there? You don't want to go too wide and grab too much of that ribble strip. It gets really rough, but Fawcett now up into second position. He just needs to hold out Lowing, who's now under attack from Rowe. Second to fourth, it's separated by just 0.2 of a second and not far back. James, Demoweek, Johnson and Ambrose not too far behind that.
Great pass. He knew he had to make it sooner rather than later, Fawcett, if he wanted a shot at victory here today, and he did just that. He licked the stamp and well and truly sent it. And, it was a great pass. So up to position number 2 for the man who won one of the feature races here earlier on in the year. So he's got good form around Winton Motor Raceway. There's Joe Fawcett racing in Victoria. He knows this track well in the early years of his Formula Ford racing, competing at Sandown, Phillip Island, Winton, and as well, I think he did a round as well at Calder Park. So he knows these Victorian tracks well, does Joe Fawcett. The problem is, so does the man ahead of him. Kobe Williams, another Victorian out there on the racing circuit. So these two know each other well. They've been rivals for a good number of years, came into Formula Ford at the same time and have progressed to the very top of Formula Ford as well. They've been very much racing each other wheel to wheel for years, despite their relative youth.
8 cars out on track at the moment, only 4 seconds between all of them, considering Kobe Williams has a 1 second lead over second. I'm going to say we've got 7 cars for 3.5 seconds at the moment, and that's a great little battle we've got going on up and down the field. Fawcett's starting to pull away a little bit on Lowing, but he's got Rowe right behind him, and you almost can see James in the mirrors there just lurking. Oh no, someone's off, there's a bit of dirt.
Fawcett, it was Fawcett. He's missing from the shot. There he is, rejoining the road, but right down the pack. That was a big mistake for him. He'd just taken second position. He finally had clear road ahead of him. Kobe Williams was his next target, but he's made a mistake. He's bowled wide and gone grass tracking through the infield, and he plummets all the way down to position number 6 as a result of that one. He's only now ahead of Johnson and Tabitha Ambrose. So Fawcett, it's all about recovering from here now. He's shown he's got the pace in this race, but he's made life very, very difficult for himself.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because even if he got back up to Lowing, it's not going to be that easy to get by once again. He's really going to have to hurt those tyres and push that Formula
fighting to try and overhaul Lachlan Everett, who's not here this weekend. There are prizes on the line in Formula Ford competition this year. Here is a replay. Look to the second car. There he is. He was wide straight away. He hit the first apex, and then as they go wide to come back in for the second apex, the car has never come back to the curbing. So in too hot, in too wide, and he is sailed off the road at speed through the very fast sweeper. That's a shame for him, down to position number 6. But as I say, he's trying to overhaul Lachlan Everett, who's not here this weekend, for second in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Position number 1 in the series gets $1,000 and a test drive in a TA2 car with thanks to Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Position 2 gets $850 and a test drive in the Australian production car series as Tabitha Ambrose moves through on Jack Johnson up the inside at turn 10. Great pass from her in the Pertec livery machine. Third place, I'll just finish that point, is $350 and a Hyper Racer X1 test drive. Of course, they are here this weekend as well. Tabitha Ambrose moving up to position number 7. Of course, 45 years this year of Pertec, which is why she's got the number 45 on the side of the car, running a real tribute livery to her father's championship winning exploits when he was with Stone Brothers Racing just over 20 years ago.
He may not have been behind the wheel of a race car in a while, but I can tell you what, it was a wild ride when we went out with him in the safety car. That man can definitely steer, and he'll be giving a lot of experience to her as well. Now, I'm just having a look at some of the sector times here. Lowing, previous to this lap, had just got on purple sector in sector number 1, so starting to try and close that gap down to Kobe Williams, who's out in front. And Williams may be just backing off a fraction to maintain those tyres, because I'm sure word has come out that Forster is a little bit further back down the pack, and potentially that threat may have just lessened a little bit out there when it comes to that first position there. And the championship closing down, we know that Kobe Williams, they actually have put that up now. He has confirmed that he is a championship winner in 2025. So that has been confirmed for us and gone out on all the media. So, you know, big congratulations to him leading the race at the moment. You can't beat him. He'd have to do something silly and have points taken away from him.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. So yeah, it is very much provisional with an asterisk next to the name at the moment, because as you say, he might get a points penalty for an infringement, but when he's out in front and pulling away from the field, that is very unlikely to happen. So what a year it's been for him. Australian champion, and now the Stars and Renegade Series champion as well. But of course, the big news in the last couple of hours that has broken is that the AASA, this series, will become the national championship from season 2026. That is big news and great news for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. As they swing it through turns 3 and 4, Kobe Williams continues to pull away at the head of the field. His lead now out to 2.2 seconds, and he's just gone purple in sector 1 as well. But like it has been all season long, he might be going purple and he might be pulling away, but it's by half a tenth here and half a tenth there. It was just half a tenth between the two in sector number 1 on this lap. Tabitha Ambrose is catching these two. Sorry, that's Joe Fawcett who's catching these two. Mel, you got an update for us?
I do. I'm sitting here with Joe Fawcett's dad, Mark. We were watching when he went off the track and the hands went up in the air.
Yeah, sure did. It's he just got through to second and ran a bit wide in the sweeper, and he's dropped back to 6. So that's motor racing, I guess. Highs and lows.
I said, have you spoken to him on the radio? And your answer was?
No, best not to talk to him right now. He's got his head down and get stuck into it, and he's just got to keep chipping away, but trying to get to second in the championship, so we need a good result.
Well, that's it. There's valuable points, and the championship is critical now, so hopefully he can pass a few more.
Yes, yeah, no, it's just a matter of keep chipping away. We've got today's race, we've got 2 more races tomorrow, and we just need some solid results now, otherwise we'll go home disappointed.
I'm sure he'll be on a charge.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, this is how it sits in our second race of the day for the Formula Fords at the moment. Williams leading there by 2.6 seconds. Lowing Rowe, James, Dimmelweek, Force and Ambrose, and Johnson running in our cars. As you can see, just going off the track for just a moment there. Who was that? Dan Just leading us off. That's Demmelweek. Yeah, so Fawcett should go up another position, hopefully there. Just having to fight back here. Every position that that Fawcett goes up is extra points. And he's chasing Lachlan Everett, who's second in the series, not here because he's doing his Year 12 exam. So it's very important that the reason he's not here. We'll have a look at the replay, though.
Yeah, he was coming under pressure from Fawcett. He pushed in harder through the sweeper than he ever has done, and he just dropped the right rear off the road, and that was all it took then. He lost the rear traction, he lost the rear grip, and he was a passenger from that moment on. It was like a ship sailing out to sea. He had little control in the conditions and took to the grass, but he recovered nicely and remains ahead of Tabitha Ambrose. So P6 now for Demmelweek. On the other side, back on track here at Winton Motor Raceway. Down into turn 3 they go. The two 90-degree right-handers. So it's James from the recovering Fawcett. Brad James has had a good weekend so far, up in position number 4. This is on target to be one of his best results of the season to date in the Car Act sponsored machine fielded by Marcus Ambrose Motorsport, but he's under attack from Joe Fawcett, who has just set his PB in sector number 1 on this lap.
Unleashing some of his frustration, isn't he, Fawcett, as he pushes the Formula Ford all the way. Watch out, James. Fawcett's looking for any opportunity to go by. He's looking at the number 23 machine up one more place. Has a look down the inside. Knows it's not going to happen there. Reset. Can we do it again? We'll head down to turn number 11. It's a good opportunity. It's a small straight. Can he try and get a little bit of a toe, potentially ducking behind? It's not going to happen here either. Not quite close enough, I don't think, under brakes. And James is doing a nice job. Just brakes a little bit later than probably what we've seen him do in the previous laps. Trying to hold him out. Looking for a good result. Fawcett, though. We head down the straight. Turn 1. Who's going to stick it to the inside? Will we see James get a little bit defensive, or Fawcett? Will he try and push it? No. Gets very close, but make sure the nose tucks him behind. They'll go through this little S section, up over the top and into turn number 3. It's another section where we've seen people late under brakes, but don't think close enough again. The time is ticking down. We're 8 minutes remaining in this race, and Fawcett trying to get back up. He's in 5th position now. He was back in 6th. At one point he was in 2nd position, but a small mistake. And Jason Lachlan Eminent's 2nd position points at the moment, who's not here this weekend. That is the story to unfold. Kobe Williams leading us here as he goes another purple sector, another best lap out there, and now Fawcett pushes on as they go through turn number 7. He manages to get that done very smoothly now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hooked it up nicely through turn number 6. Got the run through the sweeper on the switchback. Turn number 6 is able to dart up the inside on the right-hand side. Broke later, and a great block pass, the traditional pass that we see down there at turn 7. The tight right-hander. A real overtaking opportunity in these nimble Formula Ford machines. You don't see it too much in the bigger, heavier cars, such as the TA2 machines, for example. So the Formula Fords, the nimbleness of them allows them to dart up the inside and really make a move. As we can see, Fawcett is leading just ahead of James now.
Yeah, Kobe Williams stays in the lead, and it's an exciting race underway here in the Formula Fords. Well, Kobe Williams broken out to a 3.1 second lead here in the Formula Ford race number 2 here. For day 1 of competition of the Hi-Tec Super Series. It is the 6th and final round of the 2025 season. Massive 2026 ahead, like the announcement said. We are going to have the Australian Formula Ford title coming under our wing in 2026, so that's going to be super exciting, Dan.
It certainly is, and of course this year it's been such a success, hasn't it? The Hi-Tec Super Series run Stars and Renegades series with Jeff Gretsch, the former team manager of the Holden Racing team, working behind the scenes alongside Marcus Ambrose to really get this championship not only up and running, but become the success that it has done. And that's why it has got the national championship status next to its name for season 2026. And of course, Marcus Ambrose has been in other news this week. He has also been announced as the double ASA competition and commercial director from, well, effective immediately. So he's moved into that new role. So we'll be hearing a lot more of him over the coming weeks and months. So keep tuned on the Hi-Tec Super Series website for all of the news. There's been a lot of it in the last week or so. Here is a replay of a move that was made a couple of laps ago. Joe Fawcett swinging it up the inside on Brad James. Really nice pass. James saw him coming, opened up the steering and allowed the car by. Good race in between those two. Tabitha Ambrose is having a solid race. She's keeping up with Isaac Demelwick. We saw him have that wild off-track excursion through the sweeper. But since that moment, Tabitha Ambrose has very much kept with the man who finished third earlier at Malala last time out. Big moment there for Jack Johnson. You may have just heard it in your ears on your television screens. He had a big moment down at turn number 3, just about kept it on the road, I saw from the drone shot.
Well, it's all, you never know, do you, in the background. These cars starting to move around. It is very warm this afternoon, so that track's probably, as the laps go down, probably get a little bit greasy out there for them, and the cars will start to move around just a little bit as they wear the tyres down this weekend. Demelwick in 6th position, Ambrose in 7th. That gap slowly closing down. I think Tabitha Ambrose has something to prove after, unfortunately, being put out of race number 1 with that little wheel incident there with Johnson, where they made contact there in turn number 1, ended up close to the wall. But here you go, our race leader, Kobe Williams, in the ACM Finance car. I mean, that has just been solid all year. The crew have found the setup, and no matter what track they've gone to either, they've been super consistent there. The amount of podiums that he's had throughout the year, again, like you said in the earlier race, it looks very dominant on paper, but it hasn't been dominant wins. We're talking a 10th or less than a 10th at some of the races where he's won by over Lachlan Everett and others there. Lowing, Rowe and all that, they've all put their hats in the ring to try and take it to him, but he's managed to get away with the wins. He's been very intelligent about the way he's been racing as well, because in some of those tracks, like Sydney Motorsport Park, where you don't necessarily want to be in the lead, you almost want to get the slingshot out of the corner there and try and pass them. We've seen some of those larger tracks where they're longer than 2 or 3 kilometres, where we've seen the lead change 3 times throughout that. So it's been fantastic to have him under our wing here at the Hi-Tec Super Series throughout 2025. Some incredible racing, but Williams this weekend with a little bit of a diminished field has been dominant.
The biggest margin of victory all season came at Malala last time out, the first race on Sunday. 3.9 seconds was the winning margin. Currently out there, Kobe Williams is setting purple sector after purple sector after purple sector, and he's got his lead margin out to 3.7 seconds. So we might see that eclipsed, record eclipsed here in this very motor race. But the tightest one has been just 0.04 of a second, and that was at race 4 at Sydney Motorsport Park. Williams just getting the better of Everett by a nose.
Well, they've got 1 lap left to do it. Last lap board is out. So if you want to make a move, you've got to catch him on this one. Hopefully no one makes any errors, and we can see some fantastic driving to round out day 1 of competition here at the Hi-Tec Sim Series for the Formula Ford, Stars and Renegades. Technically, they do 2 rounds in a weekend. Saturdays around, Sundays around. So this is round 9 for them. And Kobe Williams looks like he's going to be pretty dominant. Still 4 seconds now. So this might blow your stats out, Dan.
Yes, absolutely it will. Potentially on for a new record, but it's been a clean sweep for him. Got the 10 points for taking pole position earlier on today. He took the sprint win, and with half a lap to go, looks set to take the maximum 100 points from the racing here today. Sliding out sideways. He's enjoying himself out there. Is the young Victorian. He said to me at Malala, I'm going to move on from Formula Ford competition. The question is where? He's not sure himself at this point in time. But for now, we can just watch this man, because he is quite something to behold. He's got unbelievable car control. And as we say, he's won so many races this year. This one, as he comes out the final corner, will be win number 14 for him. Incredible from Kobe Williams. He greets the checkered flag first, and by a comfortable margin as well. He comes across the line. The margin of victory is over 4 seconds for the first time in this series. The biggest winning margin we've seen all season long.
Yes, followed by Lowing, Rowe. Fawcett will fight back into 4th position, so still get some points there. James in 5th.
Demmelweek will be in 6th position. Ambrose goes through in 7th, and Johnson will come across the line to round out our 8 cars on track here for the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. Under the sun here at Winton Motor Raceway, there you go, Williams by 4.27 seconds. Update those stats for us, will you, Dan? Rowe will be in 3rd, Fawcett in 4th, James in 5th, Demmelweek in 6th, Ambrose in 7th and Johnson in 8th. There we were having a look at the championship points. Now it changed around. Lachlan Evanet moves back into 3rd position. So Joseph Fawcett technically up into 2nd provisionally at the moment when it comes to the championship winning. So a bit of a shame there for Lachlan Evanet. Now Lowing, can he catch him as well and maybe go into 3rd position? Let's have a look at the race highlights though, Dan, because the stuff is always exciting on the edge of our seat, hoping nothing happens and they go too wide into turn number 1 and we wait to see who's going to be forcing the issue there and try and go through. Fawcett, I thought, might have just grabbed the inside, didn't quite get there though.
No, he didn't. They remained as they were at the start of the race. They were all in a line, all bunched together, but the moves began to be made. Fawcett had a big move up the inside later on the brakes and was able to pinch 1st position. He held it around the outside for position number 2. So nicely done from him. Jamie Rowe had a little bit of a look as well, but he was unable to make that one stick.
This was the big moment though. Fawcett went flying off the track, went a little bit wide there, didn't he? As he went through and had to go to the grass, went back to 6th position from 2nd and had to do a lot of work, and this was another hairy moment.
Yeah, just as Fawcett caught up to Demmelweek, it was the number 36 driver that fired off the road. The youngster, 6'2" in stature, falling off the road. Up the inside though came Fawcett, great pass. Clinical stuff from him ahead of Brad James to finish in position number 4. But out in front, with the biggest winning margin of the season to date, Kobe Williams took yet another race victory in the ACM Finance-sponsored Spectrum.
And these are race highlights from the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades in day 1 of competition, round 9 of their year 10. So one more round to go tomorrow, technically, as we set it down. Kobe Williams, well, he's got enough points now to take the championship out in the Formula Ford Series as well for 2025. So there'll be a big smile on the young man's face as he gets out. He stayed so cool, calm and collected, even with Lachlan Evanet breathing down his neck through so many races this year. We just haven't seen him fault very often.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. He's really paired speed with consistency and faultless driving, as you say. He does not crack under pressure. J-Mac, you're down there with our winners.
Jamie Rowe, congratulations, 3rd place. And a fantastic finish here. Good to see you on the podium here for round 9 of the championship. Was hard fought.
Yeah, it was tricky, long race, struggled with pace, but luckily was able to capitalise on someone's mistake and get on the podium, but got a bit of work to do to find pace for the others.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And P2, Will Lowing, a bit of a lonely race for you then, but most importantly, some good championship points because it's not over yet.
Yeah, some good points. Yeah, a bit by myself. Got to do some homework to catch up to Kobe, but yeah, good result.
Well done.
Thank you.
The biggest finishing margin of the season. Congratulations. 4.27 seconds it was at the end.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we tuned the car up after that last one. It was certainly a lot better, a lot more consistent, so it was really good. Thanks to the team.
Congratulations, Kobe. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, Kobe Williams taking victory once again in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades Series. We can see Jeff Gretsch down there in the lane. TA2 cars already out there on the circuit. Matt Nolte, the race earlier on today was a cracker. This should be good as well.
Should be, Dano. Nice job. You can have a couple of drinks now and relax for the afternoon. It's been a busy day for both you and Matty Cavanagh here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series as the cars make their way out. A quick changeover with the chasing a little bit of time. We're a fraction behind here in what's been an action-packed day here at Winton Motor Raceway in the second race of the day before we qualify again tomorrow morning. Brad Gartner has dashed back up to the commentary box, not in the car this weekend, but certainly watching some incredible racing. It went down a little earlier today during race number 1 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Ben Gomersall and Brock Payne led us on the way down to turn 1.
A little bit of feeling between Gomersall and Blake Tracy down in the pits there. I think Blake's pretty fired up to get back one on in this race.
And Payne drove away a bit here in the early stages while everybody found someone to dance with down in the first couple of turns. Graham Cheney was unlucky to go off the track there in the IES Chevy Camaro that put him a couple of positions back. A steering arm or a ball joint, I think, on the 92 car. You'll be able to tell us more about that in a moment. But Lee Stibbs did get past lap number 1. But how was Josh Thomas on the Hyundai highlights here? Just trying to pick the cars off one by one. This was a big move to go around the outside and cleared him before turn 1.
Yeah, and Blake Tracy definitely had some car issues there. He confirmed that he was definitely a bit wounded after the turn 1-2 start with Ben Gomersall. And
Gomersall eventually making a move down here at turn 11. And pretty textbook move there from the unit racing prepared Ford Mustang. And from that point, he would power away to win by nearly 4 seconds in that race today. His third victory of the season, and we'll start from pole position for this second race. Well done to Brock Payne. Although he'd be a little bit disappointed with finishing second after strong qualifying this morning with that new qualifying lap record. And here is the grid on how it goes down. The results of race 1 set the grid here. Gomersall and Payne on the front row. Thomas and Hayden Hume, his best result in the series, starts out of 4. Webster and Diesel Thomas start out of 5 and 6. Mark Crutcher and Des Collier. Crutcher moved up, even though some overheating issues with the number 4 car. Finished in 7th position today. Graham Cheney inside there as well. Hayden Pullen was given 10 seconds to his time for crossing the blend line repeatedly. And the blend line's when you come out of pit lane. It's a white line that defines the pit exit and the racetrack, so he was given 10 seconds. It mattered not because he had a margin back to Warren Wadley, who was a lap down. Glenn Eben was out with overheating dramas, a lack of oil pressure aboard the number 82 Alien Tech Chevy Camaro. And Blake Tracy had a list of issues with that car.
Yeah, Blakey was definitely pretty gutted after that one, so he's doing a great job, and I'm sure he's going to be one to watch coming from the back of the field here. Hometown boy, he's got all the fans here, got all the family, and he won't be hanging around.
Just ran into Mark, his dad, a few moments ago. There is a lot of fans from the Albury-Wodonga region watching the young 18-year-old J-Mac as the cars are about to start.
Yeah, Team Hi-Tec have not been having a good day. Race 1 saw Lee Stibbs go out with that snapped tie rod and ball joint. Obviously, the two front wheels not connected to each other through the steering after that. And then, of course, the later retirement of Blake Tracy. Now, this one was interesting. Went off through the grass, overheated, and also temp issues from the sensor. False temp.
Now, hopefully they'll keep an eye on it. He's gone straight to the grass. Thanks, Darren McLean in pit lane. As we go racing down to turn number 1, Josh Thomas with the big move and should go to second. Oh, little bump between he and the Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro through the middle of the turn. Cars going everywhere. Is that Tracy off again?
Lee Stibbs.
It's Lee Stibbs, the second of the Hi-Tec Oils Camaros, and that's contact with the tyre barrier in the same spot that Tabitha Ambrose went off during Formula Ford earlier today. What a forgetful day for the South Australian.
Yeah, he's hot and bothered after doing the IRC, and this one, you'd hope that that's not a repercussion of putting that tyre on and back in.
Oh, man, and that's gone in. Luckily, it's tyre walls down there by the second Hi-Tec Oils car is on the move. Oh, no, Thomas with the door open from second, drops off the track. It's all happening here at the second race of the day, and it puts him to the back of the field. Costly for 2 key runners. They make their way out of that turn and onto the back straight.
Blake Tracy's up a fair amount of spots now, probably the better part of 8 spots.
I'd be loving this. 6th position on the first lap and still 19 minutes remaining. Puts Diesel Thomas up into 3rd with the sky blue livery on the roof of the car to find the difference between the two TFH cars. Webster is 4th, Hume next, Blake Tracy up into 6th, Crutcher 7th, and Cheney, Collier and Danny Reedy as Crutcher and Cheney battle for 7th and 8th, a couple of Masters class cars, and that's a good sign. At least Stibbs gets away and doesn't go a lap down, but I'm sure that car's wounded.
Yeah, there's cars going everywhere. It's a pretty hot contest out there right now.
Don't you wish you were out there?
Oh, yeah, well, sometimes, but then I also want the damage bill, so it's good being in here.
I can tell in your voice that you wish you were out there right now. It's Tracy again with a bit between his teeth. Oh, Hayden Hume just gave him enough racing room in the middle of turn 3 here into 4. The young Toyota 86 star making him earn this move. He'll have the better line on the way down to this long sweeping left-hander at turn 6. Great shots in the drone cam. Zero tucks into single file. This is much feistier than race 1 earlier today.
Yeah, to go around the outside of turn 4 there in one of these cars is just as much on the inside driver as it is much on the outside. So he's done a nice job to let him in there, I reckon, Blake. So I reckon he needs to run him out of the road.
We'll just try and psych him out over the next few laps. Just haunt him in the mirrors of that 45, the Ford Mustang, the Chevy Camaro behind, then Crutcher and the newest of the TA2 cars behind. There's Danny Reedy and Glenn Ebert behind. You're in car with Josh Thomas, who's now 12th after that moment at turn 7. Back to second gear. This left-hander, who's your tyres, screaming in the middle of the turn. It's only 2 laps in, and already they're crying enough.
Yeah, it's real hot out there. I went and chatted to some drivers and had a look down the garage. There is some worn Hoosiers out there after some long qualifying runs. Like lights to flag race 1. That puts a lot of heat through the tyres.
The sweet sounds of TA2 muscle cars on the Hi-Tec Oils main straight. Past our commentary position, into another lap we go. Well, the bad news gets worse for tomorrow, with temperatures expected to be another few degrees hotter here at Winton Motor Raceway as Lee Stibbs comes into pit lane, jumping into the 92 car that Ben Cavanagh was driving in practice yesterday and seemingly out of today's race. You've seen this before, like a lot of race car drivers do. When your day starts off bad, it tends to get worse.
Yeah, and for Lee to be having two back-to-back races this afternoon, he's already hot and bothered. He was laid back with the ice pack on his forehead. It's a big gig for him today.
Here's a replay, the Hi-Tec Oils replay of the start. They were 3 wide in the mid-pack. That was Josh Webster, the La Machina entry, and everybody going bush on the right-hand side. Where's Lee Stibb? Just drove off the track. I wonder if there's another drama they haven't found in the car there, because that just seemed to go straight on.
Yeah, definitely didn't like any contact. And here for just out of 6 here, it's just snapped over that curb. You've got to hit that one perfect, not to get the car react like that.
And so lucky, here it was from the in-car of Josh Thomas. So it's that curb on the right-hand side. So through the left, and if you don't get this right, it'll dispatch you. And it's what it's done. Unsettled the car. And try as he might, the gravel trap just slowed him down from going into the tyre wall, but he got away with one. Finds himself back in 12th position now. A good result goes begging. So go back to Diesel Thomas with Josh Webster. Battle for 3rd and 4th. Well, the lead is 1.1 seconds. Ben Gomersall to Brock Payne. They come through to start another lap. This is lap 4 with just over 15 minutes of competition remaining. Race 2 of the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Cool shot. Off the top now, the race leader. It's a catchy disease. We just saw that at the top of the drone shot, and now Ben Gomersall has thrown it off the road. Oh, excuse me, just stuck in a position there, and Blake Tracy gives a bit of dude. Now, there is a bit of feeling between these two.
Yeah, Blake's not going to take anything here from Gomersall, and I don't know if that was a real safe re-entrance. I don't know if the mirrors were checked there, but yeah, Blake's probably chuckling to himself right now that he's passed that one.
Wow. So 2 big mistakes in this race already, and puts Brock Payne to the lead. He's fallen back into the hands of Crutcher. Here it is on the Hi-Tec Oils replay, and just straight off the track. So is it a similar mistake, you think, to what happened with Josh Thomas?
Yeah, I don't know if there's something on the road down there. Just, yeah, they got to launch that curb or don't hit it at all, in my opinion. And just if you get it that little bit wrong, which looks like he might have, and yeah, I think when Blake's in the back of that car, he's going past it.
I tend to agree. I wonder how race control will view that. That was a pretty mad re-entry from the former race leader, and he's now behind Blake Tracy in 6th position. So Brock Payne goes into the lead and has a nice margin, nearly 4 seconds back to Diesel Thomas. In the first, the TFH Mustangs, car number 18, they had a gearbox drama in qualifying today. They'll go to bed on Saturday night with a real sense of positivity if this works out.
Yeah, and he's getting on with it too. Brock Payne is flying out there. He's got the fastest sector by a good little margin there, and he's just going to keep pressing on. All he needs to do is just do his own thing now. He's been doing great laps all day, and just get on with the job.
Into smoke then from Webster's car from the left front as it went around turn 7. As we chase these cars around, squirms its way. They change of direction back here. There it is again. What do you think that could be?
Oh, I'd say off the first few laps there was a lot of contact through turn 1, 2 and the likes. I'd say just got a little guard rubbing there, but yeah, Gomersall's got that all sorts of wrong, and yeah, like I said, that's 2 cars there. I don't think something's on the road. I think it's just the curb.
Now watch the re-entry here. Race control want to see this. He slots back in. There wasn't really a tap of the brake pedal from the car behind, so he may get that one.
If they do view that anything, it's definitely not on anyone else other than Gomersall.
For the re-entry. So they'll view that again after today's event. Stephen White, the white dog who does the DSO for this series, doesn't need another hectic weekend that we had earlier this year, Because remember, we qualify tomorrow. 2 more races before the series is wrapped up. Gomasol's got the pace again on the back of Blake Tracy. And what's seemingly to be a new weekend rivalry building in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. A lot of the Tracy family here watching on at Winton Motor Raceway. But what about this guy? Brock Payne, and he's had a battle in the donut ring on the side of the 33 Hutchinson Builders entry. The Chevy Camaro. Now, what he needs to worry about here is looking after the tyres. That's what let him down that race earlier today.
Yeah, and he touched on that in his interview after the race, and there's Blake Tracy. And he was racing Ben Gomersall, so if there's a replay,
no, he's hurt.
He's got damage.
It's right rear on the 66. And Gomersall, so it's almost parked in the spot where his teammate went off earlier today. So just we're giving him props for that drive through the field. Looks like the office is closed at Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport for the 2nd race in succession. Boy, oh boy, they'll have a long night ahead to get those 2 cars back out on the track for tomorrow. And again, ticks the box, the fact we get to qualify again in the morning, if it need any more help.
Yeah, lucky for Blake, he's had some bad luck today, and getting to wake up tomorrow morning with a fresh car, hopefully for him, and yeah, go again in qualifying is going to be really important. But
what a shame.
Nice donut mark right behind that wheel where there's damage, so it's going to be interesting to see what happened there, or definitely hear Blake's feedback.
Well, he's jumped behind the wall, out in front. Brock Payne leads by 5 seconds exactly from Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster, Hayden Hume, and in 5th place the former race leader Ben Gomersall as we work lap 7 here in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Meanwhile, down the field, here's Webster and Hayden Hume, who was great to watch in practice yesterday. And hello, Ben Gomersall joins it. Webster goes wide, loses 1 position. And if Gomersall can tuck the car here on the right-hand side, which he won't, would have the better line, he might park the car in the centre. But Webster is a wake up to this in the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. And that's let Hume go away, should get the job done here, and the door's open enough, and does. So Gomersall, with the fact now that Blake Tracy's out of the race, inherits a position and puts himself up into 5th place. With that margin out in front, that's a cushion now for Brock Payne. He can probably back the pace off a bit and look after those tyres still, because still 10 minutes of racing remains.
Yeah, and after his feedback after race 1, I feel like he's not really backing off, and that's not going to be as good for his tyres. So his sector times, his lap times are right up there with the best one. So I feel like he's got the margin to lose, half a second a lap now, so he probably just needs to back it off.
Yeah, which he's done, 27.0 on the previous lap. As we go back into Josh Thomas, one of the busiest guys behind the wheel of a TA2 muscle car. As he's trying to get back up through the field, that's Des Collier just ahead in the next of the TFH cars. Always beautifully presented. And nice that they've broken some of these liveries up too to really help us identify who's who. Thomas, of course, that raced in the Aussie racing cars up on the Gold Coast last weekend, so too did Diesel. It was a drama-plagued weekend for the team up there. He works his teammate just ahead in Des Collier. Greg Cheney just ahead. Mark Cruncher is the leading. Well, hello, Ben Gomersall's just been given 5 seconds, so we haven't seen what's happened, but I got a feeling I know what happened.
Or the rejoin.
So we believe it's for the re-entry coming back onto the track. So what do you think of that?
Well, we haven't really seen a replay between why Blake Tracy went off, but there is feeling there, and we know that for sure. So whether it's for the re-entry or the Blake Tracy incident.
In comes Webster. So dramas for the La Machina, Marcus Ambrose motorsport car. So he's coming to pit lane as they go into another lap. I wasn't expecting this race to have the stress and tension. I thought they might wait till tomorrow afternoon and a all gloves off affair, but not today. And confirming it is for the re-entry coming on to the track. We don't know why Blake Tracy's car ended up off the track. Meantime, Josh Thomas on Des Collier still continue on this battle through the left-hander, and a lot of time to play it as we work lap number 9. Collier for 4th and 5th position. In race 2 of the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. And it's between the two TFH cars. And the right-hander, Josh Thomas, has been working the back of Des Collier and has now got a bit of a sniff at this. Collier makes him work to the outside, but again, Thomas, like he did in race 1, makes it look easy.
I would have thought there might have been some team orders a little bit earlier than that for the championship was, but yeah, if Gomazor wants to get top 3, he's going to have to get past Hume and put a nice 5 seconds on him.
So we understand something did give way on the Blake Tracy car that has put him out. And meantime, Ben Gomersall has been given 5 seconds for this little move off the track. This is what happened to Tracy. So is this a similar issue to what we saw with Lee Stipp's car, perhaps? There was no contact, that was on his own.
It looks like the rear end in Blake's car is moving around, and when he
rear?
Yeah, when he climbed out of the car, is definitely where he was looking, was that rear end of the car. So
this was Crutcher on the 200 car at the right-hander. So confirming Ben Gomersall had 5 seconds added to his time for the re-entry after going off the track earlier in the piece. And it's got him back up to 4th position, but he only has 4 seconds. He needs to build that out to Mark Crutcher, who's on target for one of his best results of the year. What a turnaround it's been for Crutch in the brand new Ford Mustang, as we watch Danny Reedy, who's in 9th position, on the back of Des Collier now. The Danny Orr earth-moving Chevy Camaro, car number 5. So back we go to turn 9. Crutcher finished 6th earlier this year at Queensland Raceway in race 3 of the weekend. So at the moment it's 5th and potentially 4th. If he can stay within 5 seconds of Gomersall, he'll get a top 4 result, and that'll be a great reward. But he's pretty easy to excite at the best of times, this Crutch. If he gets a good result, look out.
You just never know with Mark Crutcher. You look at this. He started 11th in the first race today, and he just keeps coming. He keeps coming, and he'll tell you too, because he loves it.
Yeah, he'll brag about it into the night here. Rest assured of that. Brock Payne into the right-hander at turn 4, and the lead nearly 5 seconds as we go back to pit lane. J-Mac.
Yeah, talking to Brock Payne's crew chief, he has been told to bleed out a little bit of time to try and save the tyres. But the feedback from our race leader is that he's been suffering with a bent suspension arm since the race start. They asked if he wanted to come in. He said, no, I got this.
Yeah, well, you're leading, you'll just persist with it, won't you? You can see that donut ring mark that you pointed out on the right-hand side there. So maybe it's on that side of the car. We don't know where that contact came from.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's clean sailing, 5 seconds.
Damage to the front like that's definitely got in the wheel somewhere, and pretty easy to do a steering arm in one of these, as we've seen with Steve's car and possibly the Blake Tracy car.
Meantime, Gomersall working his tail off. This car doesn't look happy. He's trying to set fastest laps here because he knows 5 seconds or more will keep him in 4th position. And Crutcher will be doing the same. He's lighting up the time screens. So he knows he's got the bit between his teeth. Jordan Cox, who's on the radio to Crutcher, who's saying keep it within 5 seconds. We'll get a top 4 result today. Under 4 minutes remain as we start lap 12. Payne leads with 5.2 seconds to Diesel Thomas. Hayden Hume on target for another personal best result. Gomersall, Crutcher and Cheney, the battle of the Masters class cars in 5th and 6th. Then Josh Thomas, Des Collier, Danny Reedy and Glenn Ebert in the Alien Tech Chevy Camaro completes the top 10. So down towards turn 6. Never going to get sick of these shots, are we? It's that's awkward for Diesel Thomas making the move on Warren Wadley, who's at the tail of the field and just gone a lap down there behind Hayden Pullen by now a lap on the rest of the field. So the 88 machine runs in 12th, and Webster in the pits will chase up what's happened to the 200 car soon. Blake Tracy out of today's race, and so too Lee Stibbs, and a forgetful day for the Hi-Tec Oils motorsport team. It's Diesel Thomas, another one looking good for a great result. He was awarded the Super Series Rookie of the Year across all of our categories, and well deserved last night too. A genuine star in the rise here in Aussie motorsport, and looking to end 2025 with a couple of personal best performances.
Crutch is keeping that in 5 seconds. He'll be loving if he can get a top 4. be surprised. I reckon Gomazor might be struggling with a little bit of car trouble, or even after going off, whether he got damaged from a curb.
4.7 seconds it sits between Gomazor and Crutcher. It's 4.9, so you think it's a matter of time.
Crutcher will be praying for a safety car.
Yes, he will, as he comes up past our commentary position. Let's go back to pit lane.
Josh Webster, sadly, in the pits here, the bonus off. There's a bit of a fluid leaking. What happened? You were having such a good race.
Yeah, the La Machina 200 rocket was hooked up. It was going. We copped a massive hit off the start, and about three laps in, the power steering started to get really inconsistent. So we're trying to battle that on. So looks like I might need to go to the gym after this. But yeah, then coming in the second last corner, something just sounded like it snapped and sheared. So not sure what it is yet, but it just sums up our season, I think.
Not an easy thing to muscle with no power steering, I imagine. Tough luck.
Yeah, it was really inconsistent, so unfortunately we couldn't do anything. We'll sit in P3, so not where I wanted to speak to you here, but it's motorsport, unfortunately.
More races to go.
Yeah, 2 more to go. So hello to Pop at home. I know he didn't want to miss it, but unfortunately, so yeah. Cool.
Tough luck. Thank you.
No doubt watching in from Tasmania with the young 22-year-olds from racing Owen Kelly's old Fujitsu Mustang that he ran in the Trans Am Series a few seasons back, and guided by Marcus Ambrose at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Josh Webster out of today's race. Gap is 6 seconds, first to second. And good news for Ben Gomersall, he's broken the back of that now. 5.7 seconds, the gap between he and Mark Crutcher. Why we keep saying that is that 5 seconds will be added on at the end of this race as we go into the final lap here at Winton Motor Raceway. So Brock Payne has got this under control. This has been a measured race, albeit inheriting the lead early, but he did what he had to do. Just drove this car away, got a good margin, set about looking after the tyres, and he's looking good here with half a lap to go.
Yeah, regardless if he inherited the lead or not, I still think his lap times this race are a lot better. The drop-off for him, tyre-wise, has not been like it was for he in race 1. So he's done a great job. It'd be awesome to see him get his first win.
Yeah, bang-up job for the Formula RX8 champion after pole position earlier today. It's out to 5.3 seconds. Gomersall is going to be safe for 4th position. But what a day it's been. Always good to get your first pole position. Even better to get your first race win. And Brock Payne wins his first ever TA2 Muscle Car Series race at Winton Motor Raceway, and does it in fine style by 5 seconds. Back to Diesel Thomas. Hayden Hume home for 3rd. Gomersall will be 4th. And Mark Crutcher scores his best result of the season with 5th. Graham Cheney will be home for 6th. Behind them, Josh Thomas and Des Collier. Danny Reedy should be next in the number 5 Chevy Camaro. Or is he? He's limping out that final turn. He's just going to get to the line here with Glenn Ebert. He broke that one away because Ebert had a spin while we were down in pit lane in the Alien Tech car. Hayden Pullen will be 11th, and Warren Wadley home for 12th position today. What a strong performance it's been, and to do it in the final round, albeit with a little bit of damage on the Hutchinson Builders car. They can fix that overnight, but after a strong showing at Sydney, they disappeared for a little bit, but today he is back, and our 35th different winner in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Brock Payne from Diesel Thomas and Hayden Hume. Gomersall, Crutcher, Cheney, Josh Thomas, down to Collier, Reedy and Glenn Ebert. He'll be stoked with that result. The top 10 for he today. Behind them was Wadley, but Josh Webster, Blake Tracy and Lee Stibbs. Oh boy, it's going to be a long night down in those garages, particularly at the 66 and 92 in the second race. For Gomersall, that's going to be enough to pretty much wrap up second in the series in 2025. Josh Thomas comfortably for 3rd at the moment with 2 races remaining. Here are the Hyundai highlights of race 2. They were 3 wide down at turn number 1. Now, was that the contact in the TFH car that did the damage, or was it from the Marcus Ambrose car on the Brock Payne machine while Lee Stibbs went into the wall? This was Thomas, the first mistake to happen up here at turn 7.
Yeah, there was a couple there just jumping over that curb. It's a real awkward one if you don't get it right. Unfortunate for Josh Thomas, that made his race really hard for him. And then same, Ben Gomersall, but what a really lucky it didn't affect him, but the re-entry.
Yeah, that's what copped him 5 seconds. He rejoined just ahead here, but then we feel it might have been a similar drama to the Stibbs car that happened to Blake Tracy. He climbed out of the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro and called it a day. Maybe this was the issue. That was the first, the power steering dramas, maybe. That was the power steering smoke coming out of the La Machina entry.
Perhaps a bit of fluid coming out of there early in the race.
And that put him out of the race. We talk about Josh Webster. That's where it went down. I think by then his arms had had enough through the series of right and left complexes down here around the Gumtree. But for Brock Payne, 5 seconds was the victory in the end. Back to Diesel Thomas, and he scores the fastest lap of the race the second time today. Brock Payne. They can't party too hard because tomorrow they got qualifying and 2 more races to come. Well, the championship may be over, Jared McLean, but certainly everybody's stoked to see a new winner down in Victory Lane. Down to you, mate.
Brock Payne, congratulations. You managed the gap, brought the tyres home. Well done.
Oh, thank you, mate. I'm lost for words. The car was definitely better then. The team did a major job between that race to tune it up a bit. I was just managing my tyres. The car was great. So hot out there, so thankfully I had a bit of a margin and I could, cool the car down a bit, but manage that gap and look forward to tomorrow.
Well, the rest of us watching at home and here at the track are as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Nice job. Well done, Brock Payne, but he can come back tomorrow. Where we start the stream from 9:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. For our SBS viewers, 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. And the final day of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. You'll see the big rigs. You'll see the TA2 muscle cars. You'll see the IRC cars and everything else in between. It's going to be a massive day to wrap up the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Enjoy your Saturday night. We'll see you soon.